This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good Wednesday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center watching Hurricane Idalia here as it gets closer to landfall. There's impacts escalating here along the Gulf Coast, but we need to jump to a tornado warning right now, so we'll get back to the storm itself in just a moment. We have a tornado warning in play now for parts of Charlton County here in southeast Georgia, 6 a.m. This is being issued over the last few moments. Possible tornado in the Folkestone area, seeing rotation popping up on the Doppler radar. So we need to get folks into that tornado safe spot right now. Interior room away from windows. A possible tornado in southeastern Georgia right now within our 62 counties. Let's check for debris here. We may be starting to see the beginnings of it. It's hard to say for sure, but just kind of looking at that there. It's not clear, but we're going to have to watch that here. This is just east there of areas around. It looks like a US 301 there. A possible tornado to enhance that wind damage potential here from Idalia. Again, a tornado warning for Charlton County right now. This rotation just west there, State Road 252. So go ahead and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. Right now with this tornado warning here in play for parts of Charlton County here within the covered area until 6 a.m. Again, we're watching a historic storm make landfall here over the next couple hours or so toward that Taylor County coastline. And we're going to dive into all the details on that in just a second. But as this is a little bit closer toward folks, and right now, to give folks a heads up on this, a possible tornado right now in southeastern Georgia at 5:41. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located there. It looks like over Homeland or over Folkestone, moving northwest at 25 miles an hour. So impact areas around Folkestone and Homeland here over the next few moments, if it's not already doing so. Different parts of those communities at least being impacted by this possible tornado here from Idalia. So again, we need to get folks in that interior room away from windows. Let's go ahead and get that tornado safety graphic up if we can. I'm going to move along in this show a little bit. We had a bunch of information planned here on the storm, and we'll get to that obviously here in just a moment. This is our first local tornado warning, though, so we need to make sure we cover this, and this is not an area that's going to have the most extreme damage, but still could have some pretty nasty conditions in Charlton County later on in the timeline. A lot of power outages that I'll show you here in a few moments. But here's those tornado precautions. We have a new tornado watch in play extended up toward the north, but now a tornado warning in play for parts of Charlton County and Georgia until 6 a.m. So you want to try to avoid taking shelter in a mobile home in a tornado situation. Get inside a sturdy building, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet in this type of scenario. So again, a possible tornado there in towards southeastern Georgia right now. Again, let's check the rotation on this. If this starts to weaken, we'll be able to move away from this and focus more on the hurricane itself here. But let's just keep looking for debris. Nothing conclusive, thankfully. It's not even that far from the radar. So if we had something touchdown in a tropical environment, we'd probably see that debris signature pop out at us here. So again, a tornado warning for Charlton County. Of course, the storm's such a big deal. It's a Category 4. And then we have a tornado watch in play. That's going to extend for a long time here, folks, all the way out until about 3 o'clock this afternoon. I mean, it'll probably get dropped here from south to north as things kind of move away. But it's going to be a pretty quick situation in relative fashion, but it's still a long tornado watch here when you're thinking about it, just in like a severe weather fashion. But that's how it is with tropical systems. They seem for a little bit longer because of that environment there. And this is right in that northeastern quadrant of Idalia here. You can see expected to be a Cat 2 toward areas of south central Georgia later on as we look ahead. I mean, the timeline on that still around 2 o'clock or so, but became a Cat 4 here during the overnight period, and it's just going to be a devastating situation toward the Gulf Coast. We're going to be covering it all morning here and into the afternoon as well on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and Twitch. Live updates here at least every 20 minutes, but scenario will probably be on more often than that here, really, and that some of those updates will kind of just bump up against each other per se. And so what I mean by every 20 minutes, top of the hour, 20 past here, 40 past, at least coming on at those points. But if we're already on there, we're going to stick with it a little bit longer here to get us through those points. So to make sure we're on here as much as we can be to protect you, your friends, and your family. Of course, tornado warnings, we'll jump in for those, and right at landfall will be with you for a pretty extensive period of time, probably, as this is really coming ashore in parts of our area, historic situation. So let's check that rotation again toward Charlton County. We'll go ahead and jump on up here right now as we continue to watch things, continue to track them. Again, a tornado warning there right now as we're looking at that area in southeastern Georgia. We'll go ahead and look in here again. Still some rotation right over 301 now. Let's check for debris. Still nothing on that. And we'll just have to keep watching as this moves generally off toward the north and west, about 25 miles an hour. So we're going to watch areas like one occur here maybe later on with this the first tornado warning within our 62 counties. Ironically, coming in Georgia here from our system here, Idalia. So again, Idalia making landfall over the next couple of hours or so. So let's go ahead and dive into some of the graphics that we prepared here, and we'll get back to the tornado warning as necessary. But we need to go ahead and kind of talk about these winds because they're going to be tornado-like. I mean, worse than some tornadoes here as we're looking down toward the Gulf Coast regions. So let's go ahead and dive into some of the graphics now. The 5 a.m. advisor from the National Hurricane Center in Miami said those max sustained winds were up to 130 miles an hour, folks. That present movement north east at about 18 miles per hour, so pretty fast and a little bit of easterly movement. So Tallahassee, a lot of rain here and some strong winds to knock out power, but maybe the worst of the winds avoid Tallahassee here based on the latest look at things here. So could be worse in that regard for them, but still a big deal. Could be still really a situation here where there's a lot of rain, a lot of wind. We saw what happened in Hermine with power outages. That was at the Cat 1. So something pretty similar to that might be the storyline toward Tallahassee here at this point with the wind and the rain coming together. We'll just wait and see. It seems like more of the rainfall will be going that side of the storm, the western side, and it can end up getting more rain in that area than almost anywhere, even though the eastern side might have more wind. Speaking of wind on the eastern side, gusts here 66 miles an hour. We're on Cedar Key for the last little bit, about 510. Another one is 64 to about 524. They're just coming on in here, and those conditions continue to deteriorate around Cedar Key. We're expecting this catastrophic damage there, and I mean, not just there, that's from the surge, from the wind, though. Even though we're Perry now, could see catastrophic type of wind damage as mobile homes. It's not a safe place to be there in Taylor County here, folks. It's a really extreme situation, like what we've never really seen in our lifetime, really, or even toward recorded history in some regard within our viewing area in terms of keeping those records here toward that part of the viewing area. So again, just serious stuff. Serious stuff here, folks. Just have to go ahead and keep looking at the information. Again, as you can see, Dahlia's extreme storm surge threat, feet above ground level zone here. You can see 12 to 16 feet of storm surge expected from the Wakulla-Jefferson County line area down to Yankeetown. That's just going to be devastating, catastrophic, whatever adjective you want to use. I mean, we're going to have buildings that are uninhabitable here, maybe in some cases permanently. I mean, that's just how serious things will be. Where things will have to be rebuilt, obviously, and it's going to be a long road to recovery of what appear down there. Looking at different things, tornado watch till 3. They're just updating that here over on my alert system. But again, looking at some different information. The storms are down toward that Cedar Key area. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up some of the latest information on that right now if we can. And just kind of looking at our system here. I know it's always important to get the very latest on what's going on, and just kind of seeing here that surge information as I kind of look at things here. It was starting to really go up some here over the last little bit. In fact, let me go ahead and pull that behind me here if I can. Let me go ahead and see if we can switch on over in just a few seconds to our other source. It's not going to be the best view of this, but let me just go ahead and try to give you this viewpoint here because it's so important, the information that we're looking at on this. So here you go. You can kind of see how it's just rising here with different points of wind direction. You kind of see the arrows earlier on when I was coming on as wind really kind of points in direction of the whole region. It's going to get even worse there and rapidly worse. I mean, might not really be able to even keep up in some ways. So you can see though, this is rising. This is really rising in toward that area there, toward Cedar Key and toward flooding stages of minor toward moderate though now as we're looking. So and you've got to just really be really cognizant of this scenario here in terms of just how bad things are going to be. It's going to be an area that's probably unlivable here for a bit at least, depending on how long it takes to recover. I mean, some areas again are just gonna pretty much be wiped out based on the latest information that we're looking at and what we were talking about last night as well, yesterday afternoon too. So let's go ahead and jump back away from that though. Back to the graphics we go right now. Let me go ahead and jump on over toward a look here again. Still, if the water isn't up all the way yet, and you can get out there, I mean, you really need to. Maybe if you're not in the worst case scenario there, some of these spots, yeah, it's going to get to you more than likely. And that is a serious, serious matter here, folks. A matter of life and death as we're looking there from especially Jefferson and that Wakulla County line through Levy County here. You gotta get out in this type of situation. Now, the highest water levels in history in Cedar Key, you see 2016 there, her mean a little over 6 feet in that as we're looking. And this is just to the actual measurements at the site because that's why the really the store there because we go back to the 1800s, we had some higher values, but this will be, and why it's an emergency is because it could be nearly 10 feet higher than her mean. And that was already having a big impact on them. Wind numbers going up some toward Mayo and Valdosta. This is a stronger storm at the coast, going pretty quick. Gonna translate those winds on inland there, kind of similar to what we saw there during Hurricane Michael. The wind's not quite as strong, maybe at the starting point, but still really serious stuff. Winds lesser to the east here. And we're going to keep looking at that. But we need to look at that tornado warning again right now in Charlton County because that's going to be something that we have to focus on through the day, especially in the areas that aren't going to get the worst of the wind. Some areas, tornado damage, wind damage, you won't be able to tell the difference. But Charlton County, you probably would. So let's go ahead and get back up there. I know that's just crazy to even say, but we saw that in Laura there toward Lake Charles back a few years ago as we were looking at things. But again, you can see here looking for debris. We didn't see any again, which is good news, but this tornado warning goes for just another 3 minutes. We'll see if the Weather Service in Jacksonville extends it here. A rotation right now north, it looks like there of areas of Folkestone by a pretty good ways. Southwest of Winnaker, we'll have to see. Again, interior room away from wind is where you want to go in a tornado situation, but what if they're having extreme wind warnings pop up as well? We'll change some of our mapping, so when we get those, I took the hurricane warning off if you're wondering here. Makes it easier to see rotation and light as well, but we're going to have extreme wind warnings probably popping up pretty soon toward the coast, and those are also tornado-like situations if you're not already evacuated there because of the storm surge scenario there. And if you're in a mobile home, of course, you still want to be getting out of those because it's like tornado-like winds coming in. But otherwise, if you're in a site-built structure, you're going to ride it out. It'll be time to take your tornado precautions because you're going to be getting the winds that are similar to a tornado coming on in. So that's really sobering stuff that is just historic here toward that part of the coast. We saw up in Tallahassee office during Michael. That's the last time they issued, and the only time I believe they issued extreme wind warnings, which are for just the winds from a hurricane being so strong that they can really cause extensive damage, folks. That this is again a sobering situation, a sobering sight here with our hurricane. You can see here looking at that. Looking at some of the different radars. I'm on Jacksonville because we were watching the tornado warning. I had this on Tallahassee's here, but I had to switch. So let's go ahead and switch to Tallahassee's for now because it gives you a lot better look at the storm. Okay, tornado warning just expired toward Charlton County for now. That's some good news for you guys there. We'll keep watching as that progresses northwestward. Then we have to watch for more tornadoes throughout the day. Some dry air trying to wrap in here toward the east, and that could kind of give us a little bit more of a threat, especially as we get toward what is sunrise. And you might not really get that out there, but the instability values may try to go up at least a little bit here, and that could play a role. But again, the hurricane, the Category 4, which we're probably about to get an update on. We're doing hourly updates now at the Hurricane Center. This is getting close toward landfall here in just the next couple of hours or so, and it's moving pretty quick. So things are going to rapidly keep getting worse and worse here, folks, in this type of situation. Worse and worse, and that's what you do not want me to say. As soon as they give you that new information here, in terms of our informational source, giving everybody that new information, I'm going to step off here and give you guys that at home. So we'll try to go ahead and make sure we give you those numbers here, those updated numbers, because the 5 o'clock update, we showed you those. Okay, we just got that new information, so let me step out of the key wall so I can get you guys this information in terms of max sustained winds, and this that latest update from the Hurricane Center there in Miami. So again, you can see here we're watching the storm. It's such a severe impact on things that it's having. Such a severe impact here as we're looking toward the Gulf Coast. Such a catastrophic situation. So let me go ahead and show you guys what we're dealing with here. I'll put the winds on here for a second on base velocity, but then, okay, giving us the update, 130 still max sustained based on the latest data from the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft. So again, higher gust as well, though. Pressure 942 millibars there now, so not really seeing too much of a change on that in terms of strengthening, which is good. But within the past hour, Cedar Key looks like Seaman Station measured a sustained wind of 41 miles an hour with a gust of 47, and a weather flow station in Appalachia Bay measured a sustained wind of 41 with a gust of 51 miles an hour. So movement north-northeast at 17. So that latest hourly update from the Hurricane Center there in Miami. So again, some important information to pass along to you, the viewer at home, here on this historic situation, this historic scenario here, folks. We're just having to really be mindful of what's going on, and it's just so sobering what we're dealing with again, as I continue to reiterate that. Let me go ahead and go to our covered map again. We're always giving you tornado warnings for the 62 counties. That's what we let off with that here to waters like Folkestone and Charlton County. We had that threat come into play there. We've been telling you about all these different risks here since late last week. That threat coming into the picture. Even mentioned last Tuesday, a week ago, there going back, that we had some stuff we needed to at least watch. Never really know it's going to come to this, but sadly it is coming to ahead here as we're looking in toward areas of our viewing circle, toward areas there, Taylor, Dixie. This catastrophic threat is really imminent here. Levy, of course, with the surge. The winds maybe just a little stronger to the north, but the surge, the wind direction is going to pull that all in. It's just going to keep getting worse there. Again, just awful situation there toward these communities within our viewing circle. So let me go ahead now and get our radar back up live per se here with you guys. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Go away from the wind mode, go to the actual radar mode right now, and then you'll be able to continue along here with the coverage now. So there you go. There's your radar. We're just continuing to watch that. There's all those different winds. 39 there, sustained here as we're looking in some spots of our area, but in toward Dixie there, we have a gust of 39 around Cross City. Again, just continuing to look at all those different counties. You have, again, areas even further in like Mayo that are going to get impacts here so significantly here as the situation just continues to have a big impact on us. A big impact on our area. Let's go ahead now, and I'll go ahead and switch on over back to the wall now, and you can see just a look at this storm. You even see lightning on the western side. By the way, a couple tornado warnings just being issued in the ward areas further down in Florida, parts of Hardy, Highlands, and Polk counties till 6:30. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles west of Avon Park, and a tornado warning there. Looks like we had DeSoto, Hardy, Highlands, and Polk. Possible tornadoes have mud northeast of Arcadia. But we got to focus when the tornado warnings are not in our area. We got to focus on the impact that this storm in general is going to be bringing, unless we've like a confirmed tornado or something toward the south. But again, we got to focus on the impact of this. Let me see if there's any questions from any of the viewers at home here right now. Let me see if there's any questions there. I'm going to just check that. It's just a one-man band here, but it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. I don't see any questions right now. I'm in Bradford County watching this. It was looking a little bit worse for us here earlier on, but still some impacts will be felt over here as we're looking off toward the east. So Just keep that in mind. Some power outages are still going to occur. It's just a matter of how many, but they're probably not going to be extensive and long lasting like what we're going to see off toward the west here. So again, here's your wind gust forecast. You can see 130 toward the coastal area there, 105 toward Mayo, 95 toward Valdosta there. Just really stuff you don't see across our coverage area here. It's just unfathomable, and it's coming here to fruition as we look ahead. And I want to see something else, because if you didn't have to evacuate, you want to know about power outages. I put this together here based off of some of the information we're seeing with the track here. I mean, could wobble around some, but in that red area is where we have the greatest chance for widespread and extended power outages, and some of these areas will have that here more than likely. So again, you can see I kind of have it's cut off toward Union and Bradford some now based on the track. And as we get further from the coast, I had to account for the storm surge, even if the winds aren't quite as high in some of those areas there. Right at the coast, that surge is going to come in, and then you're still going to have, as we get further in, like toward Gilchrist County, you have still the way this is kind of angled on in here, and also that area, honestly, it's a little more rural too, which can have an effect, maybe a little bit easier to get those outages to occur. So having to kind of use some different types of lines of thinking there with this. It's not going to be perfect, but something I was coming up with based on the model that it was important. And these red areas is where we're going to have probably our power.us map that we will be showing here throughout the day. These will be the counties and the zones where we start really seeing those fill in with outages. So there's still time in a lot of these places. We started to get some outages here when I was looking a few moments ago toward parts of Taylor, Dixie, some of those areas, Wakulla, and the like. We've been seeing some, but it's going to really start to spread on in here as we look ahead in toward that timeline. So just keep that in mind. Charge those devices up now to get out ahead of this threat. So again, we're watching our dangerous storm here, folks. Idalia. And let me go ahead and see that rainfall forecast now. This is from 8 a.m., so it's a little bit confusing, but we've kind of seen a shift here, and this is why I think Tallahassee can get more rain, may even be a little bit west of this, but this is what the Weather Prediction Center came up with, and points it wasn't in line with some of the other thinking, but now it kind of shows that rain really coming together more toward the Big Bend, and then even though we could have more surge, more wind to the east of this, the way the rain's going to really set up here, it's in the south central Georgia and up in the South Carolina, North Carolina as well. And when we're out of the coverage here, when it gets past our area, we'll still keep the radar going for a while, but then also you'll be able to just use interactive radar if you don't maybe like the spots I have it zoomed in on, but that's several hours away, not until the afternoon here, maybe even late afternoon. Is that going to happen? It's just depending on how fast we get this out of here. We're going to be going into the afternoon hours with this here certainty as it gets into more south toward this impact. So a lot of coverage here to protect you, your friends, and your family. A historic event for the local area. Just really trying to keep you guys up to date. We have the tornado safety tips that are important right now for areas to the south of our viewing area by our ways, the Soto, Hardy, Highlands, Polk. Couple areas there of some rotation, so on up right now, according to the Tampa office. Real quick, we'll jump down there just to see what they look like, to see if anything is really jumping out at us here. Some of those areas actually probably, hopefully, as that gets further up, will be out to the east, so we wouldn't have to watch those maybe here way later on that quadrant of the storm necessarily for our area, which would be good, but we'll just continue to monitor things here, obviously. In the weather center, you can see a couple areas of rotation down there, some greens and reds, not really vibrant, but some down here northeast of Arcadia, and another west or so of Avon Park right now. So again, just continuing to watch our storm though too. That wind direction going to be so important for Cedar Key here, folks. So important as we're looking. I know. Let's zoom in. These are some of those winds here. You can see how it's been coming in there, that wind out of the east, and we just got an extreme wind warning now, so we'll pop that information up here in just a moment. Flood watch still continues further off in the Jacksonville jurisdiction, but the extreme wind warning is like a tornado warning for the winds that are going to cause devastation toward parts of Dixie and Taylor until 9:15 this morning. But again, we have a situation right now toward Cedar Key, toward that Cedar Key area, where right now the wind's coming in like this. But then as this gets further on up here, let's kind of see what we're talking about. The winds here, the system makes landfall. We're going to have a situation here. We're going to have these winds from here coming on in instead. It's just going to pile things in really rapidly, it would seem, toward that area. And this could even run a little behind here, so it could already be starting to do that a little bit more there towards Cedar Key, making things really dire. And we're just going to have to keep watching how the direction of the winds come in because it's so unique. This area hadn't seen a storm like this, the Appalachian Bay, really in the record books. As we're looking, so it's just remarkable. Strength Cat 4. That's what it went to, folks. If you're just waking up. Okay, so that extreme wind warning for parts of Dixie and Taylor. Let's go ahead and try to get that plotted on the map right now. We're going to try to go on up there. Try to give you guys the latest. Let's go ahead and go to the Tallahassee radar view. We'll go ahead and try to get that plotted on in here in just a second. I'll need to do a manual refresh of this here. Because those are not in our system like tornado warnings. They come up more like a hurricane warning, so that's why I took those out in anticipation for a situation so serious like this. So, okay, so it just popped up here. Let's go ahead and make sure we have that where you guys can see it there at home before I switch on over. So we'll show you these areas under this extreme wind warning. I'll step out of the shot here to kind of give you guys some more information. So it's this area right here that's a kind of pinkish area. So 9:15, just tornado-like winds coming through from areas around Horseshoe Beach, folks, up to Steinhatchee. We have Deckle Beach or Deckley Beach, depending on how you pronounce that there. I know local pronunciations kind of could go either way on that, but even though it's in our local area, sometimes these areas are so small, you really don't have something where you have it really kind of down. Even Steinhatchee is another way to say that toward the south, but Salem, you have Tennille there. So you saw Pineland on the edge of this as well. So let me go ahead and step out of the keyword and step into the informational sources that we have here right now. Go ahead and do that. So let me go ahead and get that information as it comes on in right now. We're going to try to give you those details on this extreme wind warning to 9:15 this morning for parts of Dixie and parts of Taylor counties. So western Dixie and southern Taylor at 6:08, National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated extreme winds associated with the eye wall here of our storm system Idalia, and it's a scenario where they're moving on shore, but they're 34 miles southwest of Steinhatchee right now, moving northeast at 20. So that's about an hour and a half until you get in the heart of the winds here that are going to be truly just devastating. But honestly, a lot of the areas should have already been evacuated because of the surge potential. So it's a little bit of a catch-22 here in some ways. But Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Point, Horseshoe Beach, Tennille, Fish Creek, Jug Island, Howell Place, Clara, Harbor, over toward looks like areas around Jenna there, Adams Beach, Jonesboro, Deckley Beach, Jackley Island, Keaton Beach, Bird Island, Salem, Blue Springs, Athena, and Cedar Island. So again, take cover, treat these imminent winds as if a tornado was approaching here and move immediately or safe from. Of course, though, if you've already evacuated because of surge, that's a good thing to do. But the safest place to be during a major landfall and hurricane is in a reinforced interior room away from windows. Get under a table or other piece of sturdy furniture. Use mattresses, blankets, or pillows to cover your head from the wind. But again, the water will be rising here too as we're looking ahead. Cover your head and body though with those. If you're not in one of those storm surge spots, which are a little bit further in possibly here, but this isn't right far from the coast, any of it. So just a really significant scenario here as we're looking at extreme wind warning for the first time from the Tallahassee office since it seems Michael. So again, historic scenario. That was the only other time they issued these. Issued several of them. We hope they don't have to issue as many today because that means the wind wouldn't carry as far in with this. But we'll just have to wait and see. So again, just continuing to watch here. I think we're going to go ahead and just keep looking at all of our different maps here. Let's go ahead and see where I want to go right now. I think let's just talk about that Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. I think that'd be a good spot to go right now here. in the coverage if we can. So let's go ahead and pop that up. And you guys can kind of see what we're talking about with that, where we could have catastrophic wind potential because it's strengthened to a Cat 4 here, folks. Category 4, 130 mile an hour max sustained winds. Gusts could be higher, but kind of generally thinking 130 would make the most sense here. This means the power outages are just going to escalate here, even inland. We don't have the surge potential, and people aren't necessarily evacuated unless they're in mobile homes. We're going to have trees falling all over the place here, folks. So serious of a situation. We have it covered here all morning into the afternoon. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. It's 6:15 right now. We're going to take a quick break back about 6:20 here with more details on this landfalling major hurricane in our area. And I see the other tornado warning canceled in South Florida. Just had canceled the first one there out of the two they had issued recently. So no tornado warnings right now in the state of Florida. That's good. I haven't had any locally except for that one we jumped on in the very beginning with that one toward parts of Charlton County. But let's regroup just for a few moments. We'll be back here at 6:20 and then go ahead and leave a look at those wind arrows. So key to that storm surge threat there toward areas around Cedar Key there toward Levy County, folks. So we'll keep you guys advised.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back at 20 past the hour on her historic major hurricane landfall that is imminent here over the next couple hours. That extreme wind warning remain in effect here at about 9:15 for portions of Dixie and Taylor. But of course, the storm surge warning really a situation that's more pressing because folks shouldn't really be in the areas for the most part that are under the extreme wind warning. I mean, really none because I mean the way the evacuation orders were. But as we're kind of seeing it's a situation where, of course, the water is the top priority here in terms of that surge here coming on in. And we do have an update towards Cedar Kenson water levels now. So let's go ahead and jump on over here to other source. You're going to see what I'm talking about here behind me. I'll kind of break it down. I know it's a situation you're not used to looking at something like this, but so 4.4, that water level here is going up quickly. You can see it here on this. You don't ever want to see one of these type of graphs where the water level is going up like this. It's going almost straight up, as you can kind of look here. So it's headed toward a little bit later on major flooding right now into moderate flood range. So just comparing this, I know it's a little tricky because there's some different water level situations here where things don't work out exactly to correlate perfectly here because of the scale that's being used. But in general here, let's say that we're getting close to that top 4 list here with that 4.4 as we're looking at things over the last 50 years or so that I was showing you guys, give or take. That lister we had Hermine number 1. Number 5, there was a hurricane near the 70s. That's why I say last 50 years or so. But, you kind of have a situation where Hermine was in that 6-foot range, so we're a couple feet away from that. Based on this, there's some different areas that could be a little bit different here because of the way the area is shaped and where the gauge is. But being told here toward the Pineland area, 5 miles southwest in Taylor County, we're getting some issues here, some different tree reports there in terms of those being knocked down. So let's jump back over toward our other view right now, our other radar view here as we continue to give you guys the very latest. So it looks like at about 5:54, a tree was down there on Highway 361 about 7 miles north of Keaton Beach, blocking the northbound lane. And then we have a scenario 1 mile northwest of Perry. A Chevron gas lamp post was knocked over by strong winds there on one of the local roadways there. It looks like West Ash Street. So again, a scenario that we just have to really be really mindful of. Things already pick up in Perry there. So that's something that's kind of interesting to take note of. We have some cameras we might go to in that area in just a little bit. The Florida 5-1 perspectives before they go out. Honestly, with those power outages coming into place, that's something to keep in mind here as we're looking at things, the overall picture. So again, you can see this hurricane here. Let's go to our other view and let's go on over here. Let's go on over here right now toward our base velocity. You can see here these are values here just off the coast. Some of these here, I'll kind of tell you what they're showing. They're showing winds upward of 120 just in this, and there's some wind that could even be stronger in here. And that's headed as we kind of add this up a little to get our reference point in play. You will kind of see this and know we're kind of in a little bit of an edge here on the radar view, but you can kind of see that's headed right there for Steinhatchee here, folks. To now Salem, some of these winds there toward Deckley Beach, we'll say, and then you see Pineland as we're looking ahead to Augusta 33 at the airport there a little while ago in Perry. But again, we're already getting issues of some damage there with a Chevron gas lamp post being knocked over by the strong winds on West Ash Street. So again, a scenario here where we have to just be very mindful of what could happen. So in fact, let me go ahead and zoom back out a little bit here. I'm going to see if we can get some power outage numbers for you, some updated information. So let's jump out of the shot here and do that. Again, it's a situation we're just continuing to watch here across our area. So really just trying to give you guys the very latest here on what is going on. So we're checking all those latest details here in this type of situation. So it's just really about giving you guys a all that latest information. Florida now Paradise.us has over 65,000 customers in the dark. A lot of those further south, but we're starting to see those creep into our area here with the percentages. Out of 24,868 customers, Levy County now about almost 3,000 customers in the dark. Dixie County at about 10,500 or so, 1,500 in the dark. Parts there of, it looks like Lafayette County about 474 out of 4,456. Taylor County a little over 3,000 out of 13,000 or so. McCullough almost 3,000 out of almost 18,000. Leon about 3,000 out. So you kind of get the idea. We're starting to see those outages become a bigger deal towards some of these spots. And let me go ahead and remind you here of some of the information that we're dealing with in terms of where I think the local zone of the highest power outage potential will be at. So again, chart of the devices, widespread and extended power outages likely already starting to get into some of those, the beginning of those extended power outages in a few spots down there, but it's just going to get worse and worse through the morning and the afternoon hours here, folks, because the power crews won't be able to repair things that are in the height here of the hurricane, Hurricane Idalia. Okay, just got a tornado warning in our area, so let's see what this is all about. For parts of Brantley and Pierce now until 7 a.m. It looks like 6:26 there. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It is located there near Hickox or near Nahana, moving northwest at about 30 miles an hour. So I just got to be kind of mindful of this, of course. We're watching everything with the tornado threats. There's your tornado safety tips here. I thought want to go ahead and pull those up real quick then in this type of scenario. Getting interior away from windows right now in toward that area. Let me get the radar focused on that area since we've been focused more on the hurricane, extreme wind warning and the like, but a possible tornado now in Brantley County. So we need to kind of switch our attention over toward that because that's going to focus some wind damage potential right near Nahana there. As we're looking at things, they get a possible tornado in that area. Take shelter immediately. So getting into your room away from windows there right now if you're in that area. It's important to take those tornado precautions here as we are looking at things across our area. Put that bicycle helmet on to protect yourself from that flying debris potential here. So there's your tornado warning. There's your red box. You can see that rotation coming right up into Nahana here right now. Let's check for debris. We're pretty far on the radar. Can't see anything conclusive. I mean, when I say pretty far, we're further than the other. It's not far enough if we had something down in the setup to see it, though, I wouldn't think. So, possible tornado there as we're looking at things near Nahana, moving northwest at 30 miles an hour. By the way, just got a gust here over the last little bit toward Horseshoe Beach now, our first hurricane force gust in our area that I've seen. Dixie County, 81 miles an hour. So this is really getting more serious of the wind, and the surge is going to be coming in there. We don't have sites there to get those measurements on everything. I'm going to check some different things here. There's some other views that aren't on that one map that I can actually get added on there. And we'll check that here when we come back in our next update potentially. But again, we're looking here right now as we're getting toward Nahana. You can see this rotation, this green and red coming together here on the Doppler perspective. I mean, you can track it a little bit further up as well. I know we have our mouse on there, and we're just trying to give you guys the very latest on this. Let me go ahead and just keep on monitoring this scenario here. Let's go ahead. If we can, let's go ahead and jump on over toward our other computer source real quick and save this tornado warning over there. So again, there's your red box on that. Again, continuing to watch things here. I'm continuing to check some of the different sources that we have here in the Weather Center. Again, some rotation in the Doppler here around Nahana in southeastern Georgia. A possible tornado. They're moving northwest about 30 miles an hour. So hopefully this warning doesn't last too long, but it goes in effect till 7 a.m. So you want to get an interior room away from windows here in this tornado situation right now around Nahana. You don't want to mess around here, folks. If you're around Nahana, I mean, the rotation, it could be even kind of translating off on the west side of town now based on some newest looks at velocity, storm relative velocity right along. It looks like US 82 possibly. So again, I'm kind of looking at it right in here maybe as we're getting over into that part of the viewing area looking for debris again. We saw it a lot now, so with debris signatures in those tropical tornadoes. Not really seeing that here, but Yeah, it's a situation that we're going to have to continue to follow. Of course, the hurricane making landfall taking a little more priority than normal over what we have with tornado warning. Normally, tornado warnings are always our number one priority. We're going to cover every single one of them like we always do, but we have to talk about the hurricane because the damage is going to be worse in most cases down there, unless we have just some really extraordinary tornado come together. We had something like that toward east there back a couple years ago, toward the Carolinas. But in general, a situation here. I mean, you can have enhanced damage, no doubt, and we have to cover and get folks in shelter. But this is a Category 4 hurricane making landfall in 62 counties, and we have an extreme wind warning in place. So, not a situation where we can spend quite as much time in the tornado warnings as we normally can. So, let's sit back down to where there's extreme wind warning here, folks. Really serious stuff, but in the surge value is going to be training on in here per se with that wind direction wrapping around. So I just got to keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and jump back on over here toward our view. I mean, it's going to be a situation here. That angle at the coast makes things kind of tricky, but it's going to have all that surge coming on up here toward some of these different spots and causing that anticipated catastrophic damage with that Roy coming on into the picture. So again, just having that all really push on in there in Cedar Key, folks. It should really be getting worse there right now in toward that area. Tornado warning still continuing further northern areas with tropical tornado warnings. They update them quick, they issue them quick, and they might cancel them quick here. Seen that to the south tonight, but so they sent an update at 6:31. It said the thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Nahana, going northwest about 30 miles an hour. So around Nahana now, Black Sheep holds together around 6:50 a.m. here on this Wednesday morning. So again, just continuing to track things here, continuing to give you guys the very latest on all the different impacts from Idalia here. And I see an update on an advisory came out. I think that may just be a redo here. But let me go ahead and pull this tornado safety tips up again, and I'll double check. Let's do it like that here. So we'll go ahead and kind of dump those on the screen again. Seek sector to that sturdy building there in southeastern Georgia. I mean, you gotta be doing that in a lot of places around here today, but get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet here. So yeah, they were just correcting the hurricane warning area. So let's see here. So hurricane warning there in play. It looks like toward Indian Pass. I'm not exactly sure what they changed, but there's also a hurricane warning on the East Coast. Now that's something new from Altamaha Sound, Georgia, to SW, South Carolina. So you don't see that very often here with a storm making landfall. I mean, we don't see it like this in the Gulf Coast, but have a hurricane warning go up like that. Now it goes all the way through Savannah, a hurricane warning, and then even into South Carolina a little bit. So that's crazy to see. There's so many crazy things about this historic storm, folks. It's coming together and causing big time problems here. Big time problems as we're looking at things. It's so serious, folks. In toward those areas of our viewing circle. But again, let's go ahead and get back to the tornado warning then up toward Brantley and Pierce counties right now. Let's go ahead and jump up over there. I think we'll get toward the Nahana area. Again, there's precautions. Always important to take those here. But there's your red box, and then I have it up on our other source now. So we'll be able to go to storm relative velocity. Let's go ahead and pull that up here on this mode. Not as tight as it was. That's definitely some good news here. Not as tight as it was, but we like to see that in this type of situation. Rotation kind of weakening some here in toward this part of the area as it passes north there. It looks like US 82. So just going to have to keep watching that and keep tracking it. But even any type of debris signature not showing up right now, which is good news here toward parts of Brantley and parts of Pierce counties here this morning. We just have to continue to track everything that we're dealing with here in this historic setup, in this historic situation here with Idalia. I mean, there's just so many different angles here that we have to look at. Got us to 45 in Flagler County from emergency management there over the last few moments. So that's something to take note of for sure as we're looking into toward that area. Let's go ahead and get back down toward the coast here if we can with this storm system as it gets closer to landfall and just the winds that are going to cause mass devastation, folks. I don't use words like that lightly. They just canceled a tornado warning, by the way, toward Brantley and Pierce. That's good news. No active tornado warnings right now, but tornado-like winds coming in on the coast here toward the Gulf Coast. So some serious, serious stuff. Some serious, serious stuff here. We have to be just having folks take refuge if they haven't done so already. Gust to 40 tropical force Jacksonville Beach at 6 o'clock coming on in now. So that's something new to pass along. So tornado watch and Pluto 3, of course, for areas way up to the north here. It goes, and we'll have more coverage here on this situation at 6:40. So that tornado warning gone. We can take a quick break, gather more information. Tornado warning to the south, but it's not in our area. Tornado warning in our area has been canceled here by the National Weather Service in Jacksonville. That extreme wind warning continues. The Tallahassee office for parts of Taylor and Dixie. They issued that until 9:15, the first one since Michael, for portions there of their jurisdiction. So, historic situation that we have covered for you guys. A storm that folks are never going to forget. Just got to really take refuge from a scenario like this. We'll have more in about 4 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here at 6:40, the latest on Idalia, you can see how it's getting closer and closer to that landfall here and having some of those wind impacts. I know this one band we're seeing here, giving some gustier winds off with it as we're looking toward parts of north central Florida with this historic storm. But then also, I know we're just getting some of the winds even further west here, even more so toward Cross City. So before we lose power on some of these cameras, let's go ahead and give you guys a view really on what's going on right now. So let's go ahead and pop this on up here. This is US 19/98 at Southeast 259th Street right now with this storm as those conditions deteriorate here. You can see just how nasty things are. You can kind of see here some of the water kind of blowing around here. The traffic light still on now. Might have different power methods. I'm not sure, but seeing maybe some impact on the power there and some of the shots. So kind of interesting there as we're looking at things. And now losing our signal on that. And it looks like we just got a tornado warning now for parts of Brantley, Glen, and Wayne until 7 o'clock in Georgia. So let's go ahead and jump back up there now. We'll go ahead and jump back up to that tornado warning here if we can. So let's go ahead and get in toward that part of our area. You see that red box there, a possible tornado now popping up. Of course, hurricanes can spawn tornadoes here, and that's what we're seeing that potential of. So let's go ahead and get up toward the north here right now, west of Thalman. West of Thalman here, you can see some of that rotation on that application. Not only do I know Wayne's not in our area, but Brantley and Glen are. So need to get folks in the interior room away from windows here. This red box indicating a tornado warning right now until 7 a.m. for parts of Brantley, Glen, and Wayne. I get a possible tornado here at 6:41. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Thalman, or 15 miles northeast of Nahuna, moving northwest at 25 miles an hour. So again, a really nasty situation here. There's your area of green and red trying to come together a little bit better now near State Road 32. You can kind of see that here on the view at this point. So let's check for debris to see if that starts to pop. I mean, look like there might have been something trying to there, but it's not really anything conclusive. So we'll have to continue to watch it. It kind of sticks out a little bit there. Let's show you the county areas. So right now in northeastern Brantley, this will get into Wayne here, and that means it'll be out of our viewing area. We won't have to cover it anymore here like this with the more extensive coverage. But right now it is in our area. About to cross there. State Road 32, it looks like Georgia. 32, a possible tornado north and west of Thalman right now. Gotta take those tornado precautions here. Again, interior room away from windows as we're looking in that part of the viewing circle. So again, we have a really nasty situation going on here at this point down to the south and west. That's even more serious than this though. But tornadoes can still happen. They can still cause winds over 100 miles an hour in the areas that are not expected to get those type of winds. So just keep that in mind here as we're watching the storm system make landfall here this morning over the next little bit. Another thing to keep in mind are power outages. I have our power.us map up here right now. Let's take that full if we can. I'm going to go ahead and go there. It's not like we have a producer or control room. It's just me kind of directing things on the fly. But let's go ahead and just kind of pull that in behind me right now so you can see over 70,000 customers in the dark right now in the state, according to power.us map. So you can see a higher percentage is now starting to add up. As we look here, I'll move across the state a little and then get into Levy County. Over 3,400 customers in this dark there. You have Citrus, the south area, almost 3,000. Dixie, about 2,300. Gilchrist there, about 473. Columbia, 747. 2,861. Lafayette, 660. Again, we have the extreme wind warning. That's going to be a focus point. Taylor, 3,468. Again, reiterating areas there around Dixie County like we've been doing here, over 2,000 in the dark. And then you have areas like Franklin County, not as many, but McCullough more so. Hearing some reports of outages around Tallahassee, over 3,000 there, over 200 in Jefferson. So kind of giving you guys an idea on that map for the time being. Let's go ahead and jump away from that here, and we'll come back on over to that tornado warning. We just got an update. These are quick spin-ups. You got to be ready to take shelter from these tornado warnings. Nothing confirmed on this, but you can't wait for a confirmation. It might happen so quick, and then it might be over. But you can see here, asteroid 32. Seeing that rotation there right now. No debris, thankfully. We got a correlation coefficient and jump back from that. But it looks like there's your updated polygon at 6:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located in a Thalman or 14 miles south of Gardy, moving northwest at 25 miles an hour. So we're talking about a situation here where they canceled out Glenn, but Brantley and Wayne continue. Once they cancel Brantley, that's out of our covered area. But right now we got to focus on it in our 62 counties is where that is. So again, I just have to be mindful of this and take those tornado precautions. I know the tornado watch in Pluto 3 here, and that's probably when we'll start to have a better sense here of just what happened across our whole area, because things will start moving out of our area probably at that point in general. But that means we still, some of us at least in Georgia, have a good bit to go with this. Still another 8 hours. Other areas a lot less because it's moving so quick and it's going to cause the wind damage really quickly to move through. And that's why it's so important to charge up those devices here. If you haven't already lost power, I say to that zone there of power outage potential. Let's go ahead and see where we can go with this right in just a moment. I know I have that graphic here on our source, so let's go ahead and put that behind me here, and you'll be able to see what we're talking about with that local zone of highest power outage risk. So you can see here in that red is where we expect the outages to be the highest there. In some of these spots, we really could be seeing a situation where they're widespread and extended here, long-lasting. The confidence here of that is pretty high. So we're going to have that in some of these spots, maybe most of these spots here. There might be a few here and there. This isn't going to be perfect yet because it's not going to sample the storm perfectly, but you can kind of get an idea of where the worst of the danger is. You see how closer to the coast we have more, and it kind of, as we get further in, I have areas. I know Bradford, we're right here. That's why it's highlighted in yellow. That's where we're based, and thankfully things aren't looking as bad for us. But it's a situation here where we still could have some isolated and scattered outages here. I mean, already had some of those even last night. I was some stuff on the outer periphery fringes, whatever you want to call it. But I'm looking at my wind gauge right now. We're only getting a gust of 2 miles an hour, but it's down low. It's not going to get the higher gust, but 19 earlier at 6:21 a.m. And that's enough here to start. If you get a little bit higher up there with those winds off the ground, I guess mismeasuring there, a little lower down 6 feet or so, you're going to start to have some outages, but nothing overwhelming probably. But let's see here again, just looking at that, we're not quite at sunrise yet, so our camera, I'll pull that up here as we get in the timeline that we have here. But right now, not so much wind on the gauge, and it's not going to be quite easy enough maybe to see some things there yet. But again, just continue to watch this here. Just thought I'd see you guys this graphic, a tornado warning still continuing to the north here, toward the north. As we continue to watch, continue to track, you see those greens and reds coming together here on the Doppler radar presentation. Again, not seeing many cities in there right now, but it's kind of storyline. Again, just looking at some of my notes here real quick, trying to see exactly what's going on in this type of situation. Again, tracking Idalia, such a nasty scenario. Dixie Taylor, an extreme warning continues to at 9:15 this morning. Such a serious thing there, but it surged even more serious, going up pretty rapidly. We're getting reports there to parts of Dixie County over the last little bit. We don't have exact numbers in some of these spots, but we're efforting that information here and trying to get that as quick as we can. But it's a situation where shouldn't be too many people there. I don't have a lot of gauges here, and still just Roy in that dawn type period there. So. Again, we have this tornado warning though for a little longer, just in our far northern fringes of the viewing area. You can see here areas there of Brantley and Wayne counties. You can see those greens and reds trying to come together on the Doppler radar presentation here. That is indicative of a possible tornado here. So pretty rural out here. So let's go ahead and jump back down to the south and look at some of the other storms. And you see gusts about 34 around Gainesville over the last little bit. You can see there gust 32. Like cities aren't really high gust numbers right now, and may not get as high as what we were thinking earlier on further to the east, but further off toward the west is where we're going to have big problems. This is a Cat 4 storm. It's a smaller Cat 4. I mean, the tropical winds are bigger than Charlie, but the hurricane winds are similar to Charlie. And you remember maybe how those were so confined. And little shifting track made a big difference. We were in that track here on Stark. At one point, ended up shifting a little east. Ended up having a scenario where we really didn't end up getting hardly anything from it. Gonna have more from this than we did that. Just we're on the east side versus the west. Things don't cut off as quick. But just with this storm system in general, as this pushes on in here, it's a scenario here where we're looking. I mean, but after it could be similar to like the damage they saw in Orlando with Charlie. They were really without power for a while down there. A lot of problems. So just kind of giving you guys perspective on that. So just keeping an eye on things here. And of course, with that storm surge, going to be worse than what we saw with Charlie. Because Charlie, comparing that to Ian, we had the worst surge with that by far. This here, it's more about just the way the coast is. The pressure's way down here in the 940s with this as well. So, I mean, the winds are up there. It's rapidly been intensifying here on us. And we're watching this off the Jacksonville radar right now. I keep having to switch because, yeah, we have this tornado warning that's making our computer have to work extra hard here. And it's been working hard for a while. But again, looking at extreme wind warning, we're starting to get into that eye wall here a little bit now toward areas that are right in these beach communities in this extreme wind warning. Of course, shouldn't be there because of the storm surge threat real way, but you see we're starting to get in the center of the eye now, starting to get in toward the calm here around Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Beach. You're probably getting that surge here, really wrapping on in there based on how I'm looking at this. Let me double check my wind directions. There no, but also we saw this. The radar coverage isn't good down here, so things could be a little bit deceiving sometimes, but I just got to keep that in mind. I think our arrows will be pushing that up further in toward that area right now, in toward some of these different spots there around Horseshoe Beach, around areas there of, you can see Steinhatchee more into the eye though at this point. So, and across city there, it's not near that windy over there based on the latest information. And again, radars kind of give us a weird view sometimes. Let's go because of the height. We're not in the greatest spot on radar for this, unfortunately. I mean, it means in some way you're not as near as a highly popular an area, but these folks, so it'd be good if we could get the better views. Let's go to Moody's view on this. I mean, I think it's just the radar giving us a illusion because it was a Cat 4 storm, but it makes it look like it's a little more disheveled, but it's really not. I mean, it's just still a major hurricane here, folks, that's going to make a landfall here pretty soon because once that center of the eye crosses, that's when it makes landfall here, folks. And it'll make it landfall maybe. I mean, as we're looking at this here, let's watch the angle because this angle here will be the big determining factor. I mean, it'll probably make landfall. We'll have a situation here where Perry really gets a lot of the brunt of this here. It's going mainly north, but a little northeasterly. So, I mean, you're going to be getting this. That means Tallahassee, well, things may not be as bad for you guys. And since we were wondering last night, maybe that eye wall, the models had it further back. But at this point, it looks like Tallahassee's not going to get in the eye wall. They're going to get in some of these heavier bands, though. Still be pretty nasty. But these winds, I'm almost want to take these off because these are deceiving at this point because we're getting much higher winds in spots we're not getting the measurements. So let's just take them off because we don't have a lot of measurements down here and they're giving us a false sense of security maybe to some degree with this. This is a Cat 4 storm, folks. We're getting winds a lot stronger than what that was, so I know they are kind of confined, but maybe not quite that confined. They're like some of our numbers were showing. So again, it's a situation here where this is so serious toward the Gulf Coast. Okay, new tornado warning. Now this is in Marion, Florida. In our covered area, so that's something we got to jump over to. Something we got to jump over to right now. Let's jump down here and give you guys. Let's keep them to switch radars here. Okay, probably this area here, maybe south of Ocala. Yeah, there you go. This is off the Jacksonville radar. It's not gonna be the best, maybe. Let's see if Tampa is any better. No, it's Jacksonville is the best. So really having to look carefully to find this here. But a possible tornado moving up into Ocala now. In south central Marion, we're up really high on the radar, so not the greatest radar coverage down here to know really what's happening. But let's go ahead and pull up this tornado safety tips here while I read you guys off the latest here on what's going on in this type of situation. So a 654 severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles southwest of Santos there, 10 miles south. It looks like Ocala. So that's kind of storyline there. So we're talking about Ocala. So we near there in about 5 minutes, getting interior room away from windows. Santos in about 15 minutes. So possible tornado being detected by the Doppler algorithms here in this area right now. Let me check the Tampa radar. I'm just curious because it didn't look like a lot from Jacksonville, but they're at a weird angle. Let's see, maybe Tampa caught it a little bit better. Well, they're really on the fringes there. Wow. This is in an area we've had trouble before with tornadoes touching down. This might not be one of those situations, more tropical, of course, but again, a possible tornado right now with this situation here in late August 2023. So let's go ahead and say you guys again that Doppler view as we approach here just a little before 7 o'clock here on this 30th of August. So again, Hurricane Idalia here, folks. You can see our tornado threat from this right now, right near I-75. This is going to be crossing over there near the interstate region into toward that area. So no debris, but it'll be hard to see anything down there as we're looking at this, as we're monitoring this situation, a possible tornado down there. If it was a normal situation, we would just jump to traffic cameras, but we have just so many things going. We want to make sure we're kind of jumping more to the traffic cameras here toward the Gulf Coast. And when we have that wind threat, it's going to probably even more and higher than what we're seeing with the tornado threat that could be emerging down here south of Ocala. Again, this is moving here northeast about 25 miles an hour as we're looking at things. Ocala and Santos here over the next little bit potentially with this. I mean, the radar cover isn't the greatest down here, but take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room in the lowest floor of sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So again, a tornado warning for parts of Marion County here until 7:30 this morning. Let's go ahead and jump back on over here toward our view, toward our other broad perspective. You see the 2 tornado warning. They still have that one lingering in parts of Brantley there for a few more moments. Wayne, though, is where we've been seeing that kind of move towards. So if they extended that, probably more of our area would seem at this point. But this one, outer periphery, we've had some dry air mix in there, but not going to really weaken the storm per se. Okay, another tornado warning, but this is for Wayne County, so that's out of the area. Possible tornado 10 miles southeast of Screven, or 10 miles southwest of Gardy, moving northwest at about 30 miles an hour. Again, thanks so much for everybody tuning in here on this Wednesday morning with this storm system. I appreciate you guys watching there on Facebook, Casey Cloud Reacts, Cloud Weather. There on Facebook, Twitter at Cloud Casey. Or X, that's another name for that platform now. You have YouTube at Cloud Weather. If you haven't already subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button there. Like this video on that platform. I know if you subscribe on there, make sure you enable all those notifications as well, so you know really when I'm coming on with the latest information. We're always on for any tornado warning storm. Move to our 62 counties. We're on with those right now. These red boxes. Gonna just have the one here in our area here in just a moment, but it's all free to do that. And then you have Twitch as well. That's free. And then the website color.com. All those links. You have some tropics, graphics are available in there as well. But again, a possible tornado in Marion County right now. But again, our focus is really the situation further down toward the south and west here as we're looking along that Big Bend coastline per se. I know the instability phase aren't all that high, but when I say the south and west, I mean the south and west of where we're at here in Bradford County. So again, just continuing to watch this here. It's a Category 4 storm, folks. Let's go ahead and go back to infrared satellite. You can see that eye is in a little bit different spot on here. So it's kind of tricky, but the coast, I think, has had an impact to some degree. It makes it look a little bit distorted here, but it's still a really nasty storm. It's not look like Michael. It's not going to be a Cat 5. I can at least say that now with this look from this. And we just kind of updated a tropical cyclone update on this storm system. So again, that tornado warning continues in parts of Marion County right now. So seek shelter inside that sturdy building there. They go ahead and check this tropical cyclone update here from the National Hurricane Center there. National Hurricane Center there in Miami. they're saying, okay, it's down now to a category 3. Not that it makes much of a difference here, but it's still going to be a major hurricane landfall, it looks like. But Radar and Air Force Reserve hurricane aircraft data indicate that an eyewall replacement cycle has begun. There were some questions about that in the meteorology world, and that's good. I mean, it's still going to be devastating, don't get me wrong, but that's good news, all things considered, in a disaster situation, because we lately hadn't been getting many of those here, and that means it's gonna not be completely well defined right here. Mike wouldn't have time to do that. It was right at its peak intensity when it came in, so it's not gonna do much, folks. 125-mile-an-hour winds, still a disastrous situation, but down from 130, so that's at least a little bit of good news there. I mean, you have to take any good news you can get. So it's not good news in the traditional sense here. Still getting hit by a major hurricane this morning, folks. But again, I mean, it's better. It's better than a Cat 4 with what we just had a moment ago. So again, let's go ahead and jump on over here toward our other mode if we can. I want to pull up our Dear Earth computer. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and jump that on up here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. When I'm talking, we have the tornado warning in the world Ocala, as we talked about. We'll get back to that in a moment. But you have this storm system. It's kind of it's still really nasty overall. Honestly, with this structure kind of coming apart a little, it could spread winds, maybe not quite as strong right there, but maybe possibly cause it push those winds a little bit further as it gets further inland, as it may not have that structure to hold on quite as far, so it could spread winds a little bit further away. That it could be a little bit stronger further away, but closer to it, not quite as strong. But again, this does not change that there's just going to be catastrophic storm surge and damaging winds. So Seaman Station on Cedar Key measured a gust of 55 miles an hour in the past hour, and a weather flow station in Appalachian Bay measured a gust of 55 there as well. And then a Florida coastal monitoring programming tower there near Lake City measured a gust of 51. And then now we just got a report on storm surge there at Cedar Key so far. It's going to get a lot worse here, folks. It would seem it's going to get a lot worse, it would seem. But so far here, a report of a water level of 5 feet above mean high water level in Cedar Key, which right now that's the approximation of the inundation in that area. So let's kind of put that graphic up then so far, and we still got time to go here. We still got a lot of time to go, because when it comes in here, even still could have some of that angle pushing in, but so far it's a situation where we haven't got up there as high as we could have. So it's very early on though, folks. I mean, the pressure's so low on this, it could just change on a dime. It could change on a dime here, folks. But okay, so right now the measurement was 5.2 feet. So that still puts it third on this list, ahead of Josephine and ahead of the storm of the century. But below Elena there at 85. So again, that's kind of the storyline there at this point. But again, we're continuing to look at things here. Still serious, still causing damage. I mean, cause a lot of damage. And this number is probably going to go up here based on the forecast as we're looking, which is a big time deal. Catastrophic storm surge, folks. The big time headline. You cannot let your guard down. Things can change rapidly. We've seen it before. Like it'd be like a tsunami wave coming on in here. So you can't let your guard down here in this scenario. Okay, so we need to get back to that tornado warning. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do that here if we can. I'm going to get back over to the key wall here, and we'll go ahead and jump in with that tornado warning here on this category now 3 hurricane. Category 3. The winds didn't drop by very much, as we talked about here, but every little bit helps, I guess. Okay, so again, that's the storyline there. We're just continuing to track everything in terms of that. Let's go ahead and put tornado safety tips again real quick. And we're just going to keep on getting folks in that tornado safe spot there toward Ocala, toward Marion County right now. Possible tornado in that area being indicated right now. So get as many walls between you and the outside as possible there in parts of Marion County. So important to take those tornado precautions. Okay, so you can see our storm again getting closer and closer to that landfall here with the center of the eye, the lowest pressure getting in there. And then you can see our tornado warning box. Again, the rotation wasn't all that strong earlier on. It's still not very easy to see at all because we're on the edge of radar coverage. It's really tough. I don't hardly see anything down here, but there's a tornado warning, so you got to take your different precautions. Never know. We sometimes don't see anything down here and we still have big problems. So keep that in mind here as we're looking at things toward parts of Marion County, parts of Marion County. You can see here, looking at things there, you can see the area there of enhanced rainfall. These squalls are going to have some pretty gusty winds with them. And then you can see up towards dark. Let's see what we're getting right now. Winds aren't too strong at this point. Again, I don't think they're going to be quite as strong as they were, though. That cycle there that's going through might kind of spread winds a little bit further because with Irma, we saw it weaken later on. This might weaken a little quicker than we were thinking if it's going through that cycle because it's not going to be able to finish that if it gets over land. So that's something to watch for here. Unique aspects of tornadoes here will be something to watch on these bands, but then the hurricanes have unique aspects. Speaking of interesting stuff, the tornado warning is being canceled for Marion County now. So that's some good news here, at least. That's some good news. But as we're looking at things right now at 7:07 in the morning, let's go ahead and jump on over toward our outdoor camera. We should start to get some first light here now for our camera coming through during the day. Look at those, I think, birds. Look like birds there coming on in. I know sometimes they like to flee here from these storms. They know things are changeable here in this pattern. So again, just getting that first light coming through at least during the day in most areas. Not all of them, but that's better than the alternative, like with storms like, go back in the timeline here, Hermine came through at night, so at least you kind of know what's going on. By the way, again, tornado warning for Marion's canceled. Wayne's still going. That's out of our area, so no local tornado warnings right now. We've got an extreme wind warning for coastal Dixie and coastal Taylor. We're going to have mobile homes. If there's any down there, they're going to be wiped away by a storm surge and or the overall winds. Pretty much, it would seem. That's what we're calling for right now. But there's trees blowing around some here. I'm not seeing too much so on our wind gauge right now. Thankfully, it's not overwhelming, but we're just going to watch these conditions deteriorate here on our live camera here in the historic area. So, again, I just continuing to track this here, continuing to give you guys the latest to protect you, your friends, your family. Is there any questions from the viewers right now? I'll go ahead and check on over here. Doesn't look like any, but I do have a comment from Suzanne. Thanks so much for watching, Suzanne. Good morning to you as well. Stay safe out there as we just watch these nasty conditions. Look at this. Look at the sky there a little bit. You can kind of see here just the clouds there moving around pretty rapidly in this type of setup here. Definitely seeing that here this morning in this hurricane. Hurricane warning still to the east, but really more tropical storm conditions, I would say, towards Stark at this point because of the overall setup here. But can't lay your guard down. A lot worse to the west. A lot worse towards Cedar Key, toward Arizona Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Beach. You can see the trees blowing a little bit here now. 9 miles an hour on the gust. So those are measured at 6 feet. If you're watching nationally, we don't measure them up very high on this. So I don't. These ones are going to be a little bit stronger further up. Don't get me wrong here. We haven't had peak gust higher than over in the 40 range from the call, so just keep that in mind. But let's go ahead and go back on over here. Let's go ahead and go back on over to this view of our hurricane, of our dangerous hurricane here. We're getting gusts to a lot more sites to the south. Brooksville gusts 58 miles an hour just now, showing up in the system from a few moments ago. And one reason we're probably not seeing all these numbers go crazy here in our system is because it's going to take longer for reporting to come in than it normally would. And it'll take longer for that reporting to come on in. So we're at 7:10 right now. Tornado watch template 03. You're still going to watch for more tornado warnings in our area. We have the one way outside of the 62 counties right now. So what I think we'll do at this point with that tornado warning outside of the 62 counties of the extreme wind warning still, to 9:15 for parts of Dixie and Taylor. Storm surge, catastrophic threat. We're going to regroup, gather more information, and be back here at 20 past the hour as landfall gets ever closer here with now Category 3 Hurricane Idalia. Let's see here. Okay, so we've been going a while. So again, Category 3 Hurricane Idalia. Just continuing to track this here. Been tracking it for days, and we're going to track it to the morning and the afternoon with you guys on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch to protect you, your friends, and your family. Some bandings coming to the stock area right now. It's just not too high. Rained over a half inch for today, though we had a bunch of rain yesterday from this here. Over an inch, 1.3. Our pressure's down to 1,000 millibars now, which they don't get under that too often. We're about to get into that. It looks like, though, as we get closer toward the center and the lower pressure, they're in the 940s. At the last check, I know we were down in Irma. Anemometer, didn't we have it with that system, but we had a barometer with it. It wasn't necessarily maybe quite accurate. This one's more tuned up to make sure it's working good, but that measured, I believe, in the 970s, if I recall here. We're not going to get to that, I don't think, at this point, but we'll continue to watch, continue to track. Generally, the lower pressure works the weather doesn't always work like that, but in a cyclone situation, it can. So, again, we'll keep on checking here everything out as the situation progresses here. I'll see you back in about 8 minutes. Unless we get a tornado warning within our counties, and we'll have to jump back in immediately here as our system, again, Idalia, gets closer toward making landfall here in our area. Historic storm Category 3 now, based on the latest check from the National Hurricane Center.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at 20 past the hour or 7:20 on this Wednesday morning here. Landfall is imminent here with our system. We're just watching it so carefully. With Idalia, you can just see that eye wall there in impacted areas, especially of Taylor County. I know getting a new extreme wind warning just coming out right now. It looks like to get further inland now to more populated areas even, which is going to be a big problem. But we're also getting reports of a lot of storm surge flooding in Horseshoe Beach now, folks. We warned you guys about that. Really being inundated with flooding there. Unfortunately, that area not going to be the same as we're looking ahead in toward the timeline. I know some of the reporting we're getting. I know there's some weather stem cameras in the area. We can't still weather stem cameras on here, but just able to kind of get an idea of that surge flooding at least there as the water levels really been coming up in that area. They're in a favorable slot for this here with this current direction here that we've been seeing with the wind. You can see there's Swanee, and then you can see here areas as we get further on up toward the north and the west here. It's been kind of coming on in here with this. These winds might be just a little bit behind, honestly, because that wind from the south here, that view's from a few moments ago. It takes a little bit for updates on that, but I'm probably getting more of that push of water really right on in there to cause the devastation. So tragic and so terrible. But that extreme wind warning now popping up is probably going to get us into more inland areas now that are more populated. See even more problems on our hands. Is that northern eye wall there is really on there off the Jacksonville radar. Let's check the Tallahassee radar now if we can. Things are looking a little bit more organized than they were a moment ago. I know just the different radar views make it really tough on us, but that northern eye wall coming on here as we look. I know we had problems with also back here a couple years ago figuring out exactly what was really going on until after the fact. But you can see here looking there southwest of Pineland and Athena, that northern Iowa with just extreme winds coming ashore, and in the word Perry have that threat as well. So again, extreme wind warning information. We're just watching that. That was the one there, and I'm going to go ahead and get the other one on here. We're just going to do tornado warning for Camden and Glen. So we'll jump up there in just a moment. We'll jump up there in just a moment if we can. But I want to get you guys this extreme wind warning here, if we could. Okay, it's not quite popping in yet. Let me go ahead and do this then. Let's go to the tornado warning for Camden and Glen. So that's imminent there as well. Even more so because these happen so quick in the setup. Possible tornado here. It looks on your Jekyll Island and near Brunswick, moving northwest about 30 miles an hour. So this is something that's in effect here. Includes the following areas. It would seem Brunswick and Dock Junction will be impacted around 7:30 this morning from this possible tornado. There, parts of Camden and Glen about 7:45 here. The northerly quadrant, northern side of the storm, favorable for tornadoes. Northeastern side, favorable for the tornadic activity. So it's so serious here. By the way, got the 43 Huguenot Parker and Mayport here over the last few moments, but just continuing to track things here. Again, monitoring everything that we're dealing with. Again, the storm system down here. And again, new extreme wind warning coming on out. So let me get you the latest on that. We're going to step out of the shot to do that here if we can. Let me go ahead and just jump over to other computers. It's Torment Band, of course. But it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. I know, honestly, in these situations here, hurricanes, there are scenarios here that have so many facets to them. When we're in tornado coverage, you don't have to worry about too many facets, but in hurricane coverage, it's pretty much everything. The whole kitchen sink, per se, coming at you. But, okay, extreme wind warning. You have areas of Lafayette County now, north central Dixie, and northeastern Taylor. So let me take this concurrent one off because this is expanding here. And this one goes to 10:15. Once we get that on that screen, we'll show it to you. But it takes a few minutes for that product to update. But Mayo, there, that's in Lafayette County, north central Dixie County is under that, and then northeastern Taylor. So not just Mayo, but Perry, Cross City, Pineland, Cooks Hammock, Samrock, Chansey, over toward Boyd, Smith, Buckville, over toward Alton or Alton, depending on how you pronounce that over there, Mayo Junction, Towns, and Hines. Perry Airport there, Busell Junction, San Pedro Junction, and Day. These are the type of winds that are tornado-like that we've been warning about here, folks. Even if some areas may not get as hard hit east or west here, these winds are going to cause extensive damage to mobile homes. Folks that are still left in Perry that did not evacuate. I mean, you wouldn't be evacuating for certain necessarily there. So if you're still there, this is the time over the next 3 hours or so until 10:15 to get in that interior room and treat this like a tornado is headed your way. This is like a tornado, as if it's a tornado headed your way there toward Perry and Mayo with these type of winds that are extreme, over 100 miles an hour here. They haven't got any yet. These are pretty concentrated close to the storm like we saw at Charlie in '04, a little weaker than Charlie now based on it dropping down to a Cat 3, but still serious, folks. It's going through an eye wall replacement cycle, which is limiting things a little bit, but it's a Cat 3 hurricane, folks. We've never really seen this up here, this part of the coast. So historic, folks. With the surge values, it's going to keep rising on up here. And this is a light-threatening situation. The storm axing over northeast at 18 to 20 miles an hour. The eye wall there, moving on shore 15 miles northwest there of Steinhatchee. So again, a extreme wind warning here, folks. Extreme wind warning. So again, just continuing to track that, continuing to give you guys the very latest here on this really serious stuff down there toward the south. So again, we have the tornado warning in the north in Camden and Glen, but we have this extreme wind warning, which is pretty much guaranteed tornado-like winds headed toward Perry and Mayo, like we all really were fearing here. You can see that in the background, but then I'm going to jump this back over so you can see that layer as well here. So there's your extreme wind warning as we're looking ahead. There's been a threat still to the coast. It just kind of updates them sometimes and takes them off. But as you get further up now, this wind, this extreme wind, is headed for Perry and Mayo here. Winds over 100 miles an hour. This is a guaranteed tornado-like situation coming up for Perry and Mayo here, folks. A guaranteed tornado-like situation. If you didn't evacuate, it's time now to get in that into your room and stay there for the next few hours, at least until this eye wall gets out of there. Then you'll be in the island of the other side of the eye wall. So this is really a situation we're getting in more populated areas. Gonna have more reports here coming on in. So serious, so sobering as we're looking at things here over the next little bit. Even there's a little bit of weekend and it's not gonna make much of a difference here in the grand scheme of things as we're looking here. I know right now we're looking toward that Perry Airport area at some different cameras to see if we can pull some up while they're still working, because they may not work too much longer. In fact, let's go to this one right away because things are really shaking. People are actually on the road in this. Goodness gracious. Wow. This is live here, folks. Before we lose it, we're kind of going in and out. So I want to jump it up here quick. The Florida 5-1 perspective lights are, well, it looks like they're blinking there. The traffic lights. You see the, looks like some line maybe power lines swaying there. These winds are just going to get a lot worse here. You got to hunker down. If you're in Perry here, nobody can be driving in Perry. Look at these winds. I mean, eventually we're going to lose this because, I mean, this is a fairly rural area, and so the internet's not going to hold up probably, and or the power to keep this. So let's keep this up a little bit here while we have this shot there toward US 1998. You see how it's just, we're kind of losing it right now. So just kind of a serious situation. Now we got a gust of 83 on Keaton Beach here just a little while ago. On Keaton Beach. But let's go ahead and make sure we get rid of this shot here since it looks like we're not getting anything from it here at the moment. So let me go ahead and kind of move away from our traffic system then and jump back over to Doppler. We're watching that area around Horseshoe Beach with that storm surge here, that storm surge situation so carefully. And then we have the tornado warning up toward Camden and Glen. So let's get up there now. Let's zoom back out and go up to the north. We have this possible tornado there in southeastern Georgia. And there's another one for Apple and Wayne, but that's outside of the covered area. But at 7:23, it's the red sign. It's capable of producing a tornado. It's looking into Jekyll Island or near Brunswick, moving northwest at 30 miles an hour. So, and they're continuing the tornado warning. Now they're saying it could be near Brunswick. Here. So let's go ahead and get into that tornado safe spot there. in toward parts of Glenn County in this type of situation. If you hadn't already got there, you need to get there. So let's go ahead and pull up those tornado safety tips here. I'll tell you guys what to do in this type of situation. So, 600 inside a sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. So, some very important tips here to follow. Very important tips here, folks. So let's go ahead and just continue to track the genesis of this and the progress of it here across the area, getting pretty much, except for that one from Marion, I think they've all been these tornado warnings so far today. Southeast Georgia, they're on the outer periphery, getting more organization and being some more energy and dry air. Set up a line for this threat to develop here a little bit further up there. But okay, so we have the tornado warning on this screen. Let's go over toward our other screen now. And you can see our red box of tornado warning for Camden and Glenn until 7:45, moving northwest at 30 miles an hour. Again, you're not seeing a lot of rotation with this now, maybe a little more a moment ago. It looks like this situation, we had this kind of come on shore here in this band, and we saw some of this in Irma, not maybe a situation here that is well defined. Here's what defined is some of the stuff we were seeing in Irma come ashore so far, but gotta be on guard here. A possible tornado threat to our parts of Camden and Glenn counties here until 7:45 this morning toward the Brunswick area. But again, the storm here making landfall right in this next little bit. We're watching down toward Perry. Let's see if we can get some more cameras up before they all go away. I think they're going to be gone here pretty soon in terms of that connection before we kind of lose that. Let's go to this one here. Looks like we're still getting the feed out of there. So let's go ahead and jump this up live. Let's give you this live view on what's going on here in this area. Extreme wind warning until it looks like about 10:15, I believe it is, that time that expires. So you gotta take this as if it's like a tornado situation headed your way. Some folks already losing power, but it's just gonna keep getting worse here. Just keep getting worse and toward that spot here in the viewing circle. So you can't take the situation lightly. You can see the shaking of the camera here. This is in Perry right now, US 19/98 at Main Street. And the conditions are just going to keep getting worse. So you see the trees kind of blowing. The other camera is a little more dramatic. We had lost that there. Just right here near the Byron Butler Parkway, it looks like, here in Perry. Again, we're going to have winds that are going to cause a bunch of trees to knock down to the ground. And got a gust of 77 Keaton Beach here at 7 o'clock. But again, the conditions are going to keep deteriorating. This is a live look from Perry right now. Again, the Byron Butler Parkway. That viewpoint here. Look at that wind starting to pick up now. The camera's buffering a little bit more in the wind here. This live view, this Florida 5-1 perspective. US 98 there. US 19/98 at Main Street. These winds are getting closer. Not there yet, but I mean, the worst of them, and that means probably not going to see the worst of them, honestly, because this is an area here that's probably not going to be able to keep a signal for us to see them. I mean, this is not like this right by the interstate. Even then you have trouble. But right now we are seeing this. So again, the conditions are going to keep deteriorating. We're just past the first light here over the last little bit around Perry. So again, extreme winds, tornado-like winds are headed your way in Perry and Mayo. You got to take this seriously. I know hopefully everybody evacuated from the storm surge. A lot of folks evacuating from the wind as well. But we saw some folks on the road a moment ago. So that gives us a lot of cause for concern here as these winds. These are going to be winds where if you're driving in them, the winds are going to be so strong they could blow your car off the road. You could have trees falling left and right here once these worst of the winds come in. We'll to see that live probably as we get into that worst of the actions. So again, that's kind of the storyline there right now. Let's go ahead and just see that shaking still continue here toward the Byron Butler Parkway. It keeps deteriorating here in toward that area. So let's go ahead and jump away from that stop for now. Again, we have the tornado warning up toward the north. It's always our policy to cover all tornado warning storms. We're not going to cover them quite as extensively today in general because the hurricane winds are more significant of a danger. But we're going to mention every one of them. We're going to give you some covered every one of them here. Not the most impressive circulation I've ever seen, but there is a tornado warning right now in parts of southeastern Georgia here. Southeastern Georgia. Hurricane Idalia here, folks, having an impact on every corner of the viewing circle here this morning. So let's go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. No, let's watch, see if there's some rotation there. There is. I could get a tornado warning if that spins up a little tighter. We'll have to watch it. But then look at all these winds here off the Jackson radar down toward Taylor County. And that area, it expired, that one from Camden and Glen Manuel. Technically still got a 745, it's jumping off the map now. But your extreme wind warning out ahead here. We have the one on the coast. It's just as it gets further on in here in time, it doesn't keep showing that. But we're on the Jackson radar. Pretty much, it looks like about a landfall now. So we need to stick with this then. We need to stick with this here, since we're about to have that landfall designation. Not going to take any breaks since that tornado warning's going away at this point here for a little while. As we have this landfall about to be caught in our viewing circle, probably going to be caught a major hurricane. It went down with the winds from 130 to 125 a moment ago. But again, Hurricane Idalia here, historic situation for the Appalachian Bay Area per se, bringing all these impacts. At least though, the eye wall isn't going to get into Tallahassee. We thought last night it was wobbling so much it just made landfall over here. Let me see where I'm talking. I don't have my mouse up here now. Then maybe you get the eye wall further west. We're not getting that with the absolute strongest winds, but still some power outages mounting toward Tallahassee, the main FSU campus, FAMU, and the TCC area. So keep that in mind. Again, the landfall going to be in southern parts of Taylor County here, maybe closer to central Taylor in some ways, but again, the extreme wind warning is in here. You have Perry, you have Boyd, you have areas there toward the airport, Day of Day, you have Mayo, Cook's Hammock, Hine. These are extreme winds. You saw Cross City in there. I know. Let's pull up our winds again. I've taken them off for a while because they weren't. I didn't think doing this situation justice, but these should go up some now. Yeah, 64 now. Right on cue. Goodness, it came up right in the system right when I poured it up. Right, literally a second after I poured it up here. 64 miles an hour, the gust there in Perry. You saw the shaking of the equipment there. The condition's going to continue to deteriorate here in Perry. We're going to lose this camera if we haven't already lost them. We were already having trouble. We're starting to right get on that northern fringe of that eye wall. So let's go ahead and jump back to the camera if we can. We still got this one up somehow. So let's go ahead and jump over to it. This is in Perry right now. Let's take you there live. Let's take you there live right now on the Florida 5-1 perspective. This is US 19/98 at Main Street there. You can see the trees there blowing in the wind. These conditions really nasty there, folks. A gust over 60, severe winds, and a severe thunderstorm situation. But here, we're just a tropical storm force gust and approaching hurricane force gusts. So we're going to get those well into that range here, closer to major hurricane gust here. That's why the extreme wind warning is in play. You got to hunker down. You got to do it now there in Perry. Still, folks, maybe a few left behind there, since they're not right in the storm surge focal point. But mobile homes, this is going to do big damage. I can't imagine us having this camera view all that much longer here out of this area as we're looking here at the wind. It's just shaking these trees here in this view again as we're watching this threat here. This threat of the wind damage there from Idalia, and we're losing it again there. I know we lost the other one a moment ago. Sometimes just after a little bit kind of have some issues with them here from time to time, but we'll keep on checking. It's a twin-man band, so I kind of have to do this on the fly here. But we're lucky to even get any of these views out of there, to be quite honest, there in that area. So let's see if I can get the other one back, or if it's gone too now. It may be gone too now. Well, I think we got that one. Okay, that's the one we've been on. Let's see if we can, let's double check. So I want to see if we can go back to these different views. Just kind of go back and forth here. Okay, here we go. Okay, we got both of them back now, it looks like. So let's take the other one while we still got it. Let's go over to traffic again. Extreme wind warning for Perry here. Extreme wind warning here. This live Florida 5-1 perspective. US 19/98 at Ash Street there. You can see the shaking on the camera. These lines you can just see here. I mean, we're going to start having more destructive. Probably get the traffic lights to fall here at some point. May not see that, but okay, new tornado warning now for southeastern Georgia. As we look at this, I'll read that. We'll go to the radar in a moment. Tornado warning southeast Georgia. This is Perry, though, what we're looking at right now, but in Florida. But southeast Georgia now at 7:40. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Is located 9 miles south of Jekyll Island or 14 miles northeast of Keens Bay Base. Moving northwest at 40 miles an hour. So, again, look at that camera that's shaking here, folks. This is live. We're looking at this impact, the extreme wind warning effect for Perry here right now in Taylor County. One of our 62 counties, of course, Camden and Glen, Georgia, two more of our 62 counties. You might start seeing, with the winds pick up a little bit more, might start seeing some of these trees snap here, and then eventually might lose its speed. But again, the extreme wind warning in Plano, it's going in and out. And that looks like a situation where it just might have went out on us again. Might have been the last time. You never know here. So let's go ahead. That means we should jump to the tornado warning then. We should, okay, it's back again. Gone again, it looks like. Okay, just continue to watch things here. Continue to track them. That's how it's going to be in that type of situation. Let's get back on over toward the north here now. That tornado warning for Camden and Glen until 8:15. It may not last this long, but a possible tornado threat coming from the coastal waters now. Being issued from that coming on in. So we have this now for parts of Camden and Glen. 7:40. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located 9 miles south of Jekyll Island or 14 miles northeast of Keens Bay Base, moving northwest at 40 miles an hour. Jekyll Island on 7:50 being impacted. Brunswick around 7:55. So this is coming in from the coastal waters here. A possible tornado threat moving northwest at 40 miles an hour here. A possible tornado moving in here in southeastern Georgia right now. So you got to take this radar precautions. Interior room away from windows. Got a gust of 61 Cedar Key at 7:18. Looks like some winds there picking up around Neptune Beach. Don't have an exact amount on that. We're going to watch this come ashore here. This tornado threat, waterspout threat right now. Got a gust 58 Crystal River at 6:10 this morning. That's a delayed report from Weather Stem information. Let's go ahead and zoom back out a little bit here. Let's zoom back out and take a look here at the hurricane. At our hurricane here, Idalia, about to have that official landfall soon. We'll keep checking here to see if that comes across. We'll keep checking that here for sure. Gust of 44 Live Oak. It looks like they're on 7:20 this morning. A gust in that area definitely causing some issues. Definitely causing some issues here in this type of set of circumstances. As we go ahead and see if we can get this traffic camera. Okay, back up again. Let's take it live toward the Perry area. This extreme wind warning here for Perry, and we are showing this to you guys live on the air right now. Extreme wind warning for the Perry area right now. The live perspective on what's going on here. You can see there's going to be a little lull here and there, but these are winds that are really serious coming on through into town over 100 miles an hour. Don't think we're going to see those. Look at that semi coming on through there. That's something where you don't really want to have seeing really, you don't want to have to see in this shot here. That's just really shaking around. You don't want to have to see that for sure, but again, I'm looking like hail bouncing around, but I wouldn't think we'd see that in this type of setup. I think it's just could be little pieces of debris or something like that. So again, getting some more reports now. Looks like Suwannee County, Live Oak, Augusta 44, Suwannee County Airport at 7:20. Let's see, St. Augustine 42 at 7:30. Lost the camera again. Okay, let's jump away from it. Let's jump away from it there and get back to the Doppler. Augusta 42 around Ocala here over the last few moments as well. Let's go ahead and get back on in here on our Doppler if we can. Let's go ahead and do that here as we try to keep everybody safe and informed here. You can see some greens and reds here on the Doppler, southeast Georgia. Let's go ahead and just keep watching the progress of that rotation as it comes on in the picture. Let's go ahead and keep on doing that. Bouchelle Junction, by the way, Taylor County gets to 64. Last few moments. A little bit of lighting even there. Glenn County now. Interesting to see that. Saw that last night. Again, you gotta take your precautions up there. As you see those safety tips again, let me step out. Okay, just got an update. I bet that's landfall. That's what I was just about to jump over here for. They sent that early. Okay, yeah, 7:45. So we got landfall now. So let's go ahead. What I'm gonna do then? Let me go ahead and I'll read this to you on camera. So we're getting landfall here at the Cat 3. So let's go ahead and jump on over here now toward the key wall, folks. This is breaking news just into the weather center. Just into the weather center, a landfall here, folks, of this extremely dangerous hurricane. This extremely dangerous hurricane here. So here's the latest. I got it up right here on this screen. Extremely dangerous Category 3 hurricane here, making landfall. Idalia making landfall, that eye there. Along the coast of the Florida Big Bend near Keaton Beach. That's where they caught it. We got some reports around there, but then now the official landfall point here is Keaton Beach from a hurricane. Let's go to the other radar here if we can. On this, I know we have a tornado warning in the north in our area. We cover so many areas to keep you safe. There's 62 of them. But we need to go back to the landfall. That's right now. The historic storm Cat 3 at landfall here, folks. So it looks like the wind, 125. The minimum pressure 949 millibars. It went up some because of an eye wall replacement cycle. It was down in the low 940s earlier on. I think 940 actually. So it could have kept strengthening here, and we could have got something closer to what Michael looked like. It leveled off some there, but still a big problem. Water levels along the coast of the Florida Big Bend are rising rapidly. Even though they made landfall, they're going to still go up in some of these spots, significantly more potentially. And we're going to learn about more of these going on up. So, NOAA National Ocean Service tide gauge at Cedar Key recently reported a water level of 5.9 feet above mean high water, which is an approximation of the inundation in that area. So, 5.9 feet there on the inundation. Let's go ahead and compare that now. Not as high as the forecast so far by any stretch, but now it's second on our list here, only behind Hermine in 2016, and they're saying the water's going to keep rising, and that's what we're expecting here over the next little bit. We've had big problems toward Horseshoe Beach here. I know getting that in there as well, and this is a situation here though with that water level. I mean, 6 feet is the average height. Give or take most folks. So again, just in general there, and it's a situation where we're getting toward people's heads there in terms of the water level, and you have waves on top of it, and it's going to keep going higher as we're looking at things. So that's the latest on that. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump away from graphics. Again, it's made landfall now. So again, our historic storm, folks. A historic storm, because we haven't had this area really, Gulf Coast type of landfall like this. Again, historic Hurricane Idalia making landfall now along the Florida Gulf Coast. And we're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this. They're really getting towards some of the worst of the accidents. So you can see that eye wall really coming into town there. Really coming into town. So I know we have the tornado warning in the north, but let's see if we can get cameras up again around Perry. I know we have the tornado warning around Brunswick. We'll keep watching that. We'll keep tracking. I need to switch to the computer, make sure we don't get any confirmation on that, and we have to jump back to that immediately. But let's go to the view right now. Let's go to this view here. This is Florida 501 US 98/19 at Ash Street there. Let's step out of this shot so you can get the full view of this for a moment, as I go ahead and check to make sure we don't get any confirmation of that tornado in South Georgia here. But this is Perry, Florida, we're looking at right now on this view. So again, our hurricane is making landfall. An extreme wind warning here for this here. Extreme wind warning. People are still trying to get through this here, which is just crazy to me. Maybe their emergency officials are just trying to get out from the water to the south, but it's crazy to me. People are still out in the middle of this one. We've been talking about it, harping on it here for a while. Just crazy to see. I can't tell if the lights are on still. They might be off now, but again, a situation here that's developing. Extreme wind warning in Plano. When some other reports coming in, 42 We talked about St. Augustine, 42, Ocala, 64, Bucell Junction in Taylor County, Bell, Augusta, 41, Alachua County, Augusta, 40 miles an hour. So again, the live look, US 19/98 at Ash Street here in Taylor County, as those winds pick on up and we lose this camera ultimately here, more than likely in this type of situation. There might be some backups to keep it on. You never know, but overall, these nasty conditions. Still see some lights on down there. It looks like maybe that might be a bank. Let me look. I'm off camera so I can look a little closer. Can't tell for sure actually. But again, that's the view right now though. Maybe a school, just kind of guessing around here, but again, we're watching things in parts of Taylor County with this historic hurricane. It just made landfall a few minutes ago here, folks, and we still have that tornado warning toward the north as well, toward parts of Camden and parts of Glenn counties, I believe. Let me double check that because I've been jumping all around here this morning with everything. Camden and Glenn, yeah, that goes into 8:15 with that tornado warning here in play. Gotta get as many walls between you and the outside as possible in that area here. So let's go ahead and see where we want to go with this. So again, just continuing to track everything. It just updated the tornado warning. Cancel Camden, continued Glen there. So let's go ahead and jump on. Looks like the camera again. I think that's where I want to take you guys. Move away from traffic for now. So I need to take that off our screen here for the time being. And I kind of have to produce this on the fly. We need to go to DR level 3. And then we'll take you. We got about 7 or 8 things running here. We're going between. So bear with me here. That tornado warning box is just trimmed back some. So we need to give you guys that update here on what is happening there. Again, watching that there in the word parts of Glenn County. Looks like at about 7:51, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Jekyll Island near Brunswick, moving north at about 50 miles an hour. Brunswick around 7:55 could be impacted by this tornado. So getting that interior away from windows around Brunswick, that's at least on radar reflectivity, maybe not velocity. That's probably about the most impressive signature we've seen right on that tail end there. Even velocity, there's something, honestly, almost out of the warning box here, but that's kind of no water. I think that's why they did it like that, and it's going to track into the box anyway. So that's kind of storyline there. But again, you can kind of see this kind of coming up this way over the next little bit potentially, and this warning goes for another 22 minutes for areas around Brunswick, a possible tornado moving in toward that area here. Got to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible there in toward the Brunswick area in parts of Glenn County. Okay, so watching that, tracking that, let's go back to the hurricane itself per se. We had that landfall declared around the Keaton Beach area over the last 10 minutes or so. So at least eventually it's going to weaken, but not without causing a lot of problems between where it's at now and all up through these areas. Live Oak, Madison, Jasper, just starting to get in the mail as well. I'm really starting to get into Perry and Valdosta, Fargo here to some degree as well. Here in this area outlined from this, especially though closer to it, gonna have problems here for sure. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind here as we're watching the progression of this hurricane, this major hurricane. It just hit Florida. Another year of a major hurricane hitting Florida. We had Cat 4 in last year. This is Cat 3 Idalia. So again, that's what we're dealing with here. You see all these different squalls here, and some of those as you get closer have a little bit more to them. Looking at our number, we did get us to 22 recently here east of Stark. Not all that high, but gonna keep watching those numbers go up. That's pretty low to the ground too, where that's measured. So just keep that in mind. But let's go ahead and say there's a tornado warning in the north, and then our camera. Look at those clouds, how fast they're moving. Wow, that is something. That movement on the clouds there live on the screen. Really telling the story in this cyclone situation. But we need to jump back to Georgia now. Another tornado warning being issued now for parts of Glenn County. So let's go ahead and jump over there now. 7:54, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Jekyll Island or near St. Simon's Island. Moving north at 45. So that other area we were looking at more. They had say maybe that's moving more out of that other box and into another box that they've drawn up here. And you can see that on the rotation tracker. So again, within that tornado watch, a second tornado warning up here now, into our southeast Georgia. They both expired 8:15 for portions of Glenn County here. So take those tornado precautions here toward this area as we're watching things. Let's go back on our radar. Let's see where we want to go with this. Let's go to the infrared satellite. Again, it just made landfall. The eye is going to set up a little bit different here on this. Again, it's not completely perfect because it was going through an eye wall replacement cycle, but still going to get those Cat 3 winds to the surface and cause big problems here toward these areas along the Big Bend like what we haven't really seen in our lifetime. So again, that's the storyline there at this present point in time. Let's go ahead and go back on over here to the other view. You can kind of see there's even lightning popping up, so that's interesting in that northern eye wall, moving in toward Perry there. That lightning popping on up in toward that area. Let's see if we can get cameras back up in there. It's probably just getting worse and worse there. We're not going to be able to get a view, so let's see. It looked like a still image was pretty dramatic. Oh, it's still going. Let's take this live. It's getting worse and worse here. This is US 19/98 at Ash Street there in the Florida 511 perspective here. You'll see the green light there, it looks like. This is not green light weather, that's for sure, though. But again, this hurricane here, Hurricane Idalia, making its presence felt here across the region for sure. As we look at this camera right now, it really does tell the weather story. It does tell the story. Look at that wind blowing there now. These are some really volatile winds there, folks. In this shot that we're down with, and you're kind of losing the feed again. Got a gust to 41 Lake City there a few moments ago. Tropical force gust there. Let's go back to the Doppler. Let's go back. Okay, so we want to lose that super there since we're not on traffic for a moment. Let's go ahead and go down to the south here and see. Let's see what we got. I think the wind has picked up here now. Let me see. Yeah, a little bit of that picking up where we're at here. Not overwhelming. It's got a gust to 71 in Perry. We kind of saw some of that on the traffic camera, and in the airport are getting problems. Still got a view here if we can. Let's get new updates. Let's go ahead and pop this up. Again, this is US 19/98 at Main Street there. Giving you guys a visual of what's going on. You can kind of see what the storyline is with these hurricane type conditions, the extreme wind warning in play here. By the way, to the east, gust to 45 near the University of Florida just reported. That's coming into our system. But again, hurricane winds here so strong coming in. We're sort of appearing that northern eye wall here of our hurricane. I mean, Perry's not that far from the coast, and that's centered over land that's not all that populated, so it's not going to lose much intensity over that. Not going to lose much intensity over that here for sure as we're looking at things, as we're watching this situation. These conditions continue to deteriorate there in Perry and Taylor County this morning with this hurricane, with this historic hurricane here. Again, looking at Idalia, you can see what we're tracking. You can see what we're tracking here. The Byron Butler Parkway. It looks like maybe a little bit of debris in there possibly just now. Probably have to start watching for it here. Probably start to get some, maybe there's a street sign here. I might start to get, maybe lose this here pretty soon, that street sign, if we're not careful. Surprised I haven't started to see, but I could be missing something because going back and forth could start seeing some of these trees fall here. And these conditions could just see the site go away though too. We had it in and out a bunch, but could just go away here permanently at some point. But haven't lost it yet. Just got a full intermediate on Idalia. That's just coming on in. So look at that wind though. It's coming right through Perry right now. I know they're getting the wind 71 at the airport. To see all along that last power flashes, if not power flashes lightning, because I did see some lightning on there. Normally I just see power flashes for sure. Kind of look like that, but there is some lightning sign up on our lightning tracker down there, which you don't always see in the northern eye wall of a hurricane. A Cat 3, not a Cat 1, not a Cat 2, but a Cat 3 hurricane, Category 3 hurricane moving through Perry here, that northern eye wall. At least it wasn't a 4 like it was earlier on, but it's not going to make much of a difference. We're going to start seeing more damage here. Mobile homes not handling these conditions very well, I would think. Power lines definitely aren't going to be handling this. If you hadn't lost power in Perry, You'll be losing it here in the next little bit more than likely, unless somehow you have like underground lines or something. But again, some rapidly deteriorating conditions in Perry right now. Look at that wind just blowing around here, just blowing around in this hurricane, Hurricane Idalia. So we're gonna take that advisory because they might have changed these numbers just a little bit here. So let's leave this side up. We'll leave this side up for you guys while I check those numbers. Let's do that. Okay, so looking at some of the different things that we're dealing with. So advisory 15A is coming out and winds to 120 miles an hour now. The storm coming on in there. Catastrophic storm surge damaging hurricane force winds continue. We're looking there at this 120 mile an hour max sustained winds 10 miles southeast of Perry is where center of the eye is right now. Barometric pressure 950. It's 950 millibars. Looking through this again, nasty situation here. Nasty situation. So the eye of the storm, there, really coming on through towards these areas. It might calm down in this side if we somehow still have it. Once we get to the center of the eye, a max sustained wind near 120 to a Cat 3 on a Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. And it's going to weaken further now that it's centered inland, but it's likely to still be a hurricane for a while across southern Georgia, near the coast of Georgia, even, or southern South Carolina later today. Idalia is forecast to be a tropical storm moving to the coast of northeast South Carolina and North Carolina tonight. Hurricane force winds only extend outward 25 miles from the center, but tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 175 miles. And then water levels along the coast are still rapidly rising, over 6 feet there. At Cedar Key, recently reported a water level of that 6.2 feet, which is the approximation of the inundation. Forecast was 10 to 15, so not quite there yet. Hope we don't get there. But 6.2 is right around that peak we had during Hermine in 2016 that caused a lot of damage. Wasn't necessarily catastrophic, but caused a lot of damage for sure. This side's still hanging on, so we're trying to stick with it here for you guys this morning. This is Perry, folks, US 19/98 at Main Street, at Byron Butler Parkway. You saw that, and maybe right when I'm about to jump away from it here, maybe it went down again, unfortunately. That's just going to happen in this environment here. Oh, back on again. We got to stop back. Again, don't know how long we're going to hang on to these, so I'm kind of sticking with these on the front end. We got some other sides to the east, but I want to stick on these because these aren't even at the interstate. We're able to get pretty good views of the hurricane here. Extreme wind warning. We're on the edge maybe of the worst of the wind still, but we're getting there. We're getting there, unfortunately. In the Ward Perry, in the Ward Taylor County, indoor area that many of us have been in. I've been there more than once through Perry within our 62 counties, and I ate there before and the like, and now it's being hit by a Cat 3 hurricane, a Category 3 hurricane coming on through here. That is, of course, Hurricane Idalia. So, okay, now new extreme wind warning. This popping up. This is for Suwannee County. First time Jacksonville was ever, I believe, as I recall, ever issued an extreme wind warning now. They've issued it for Suwannee County until 10 a.m. At 8:03, National Weather Service Doppler indicated extreme winds the eye wall of Idalia moving onshore along a line extending from 10 miles southwest of Dowling Park to 8 miles southwest of O'Brien, moving north at 55 miles an hour per cent. That's the way we're tracking it. But locations impacted include Live Oak, Swanee Springs, Woburn, Dowling Park, O'Brien, McAlpin, Lauraville, Newbern, and Houston. So again, this is what we're down with Idalia right now. This historic storm coming on through here, folks. Take cover now. Treat these imminent extreme winds of a tornado we're approaching and moving to that interior room of your home, that safe room. Take action to protect your life there. Extreme wind warning for Suwannee County now until 10 o'clock. You really got to take this seriously, folks. These are tornado-like winds coming on in. Going to knock out more power here as we're looking. Extreme wind warning, EWW, which we really don't get. That's the abbreviation for it. Again, we're seeing some of these winds here, but we need to get back to that tornado warning, I think, again. So let's kind of get back to those tornado safety tips in. Again, going to keep watching things on this view here. But let's pop up our tornado safety tips right now if we can. We have that situation up in southeast Georgia still that we're following as well. So let's go ahead and jump on over here. Let's jump on over here towards southeastern parts of Georgia. You can see some rotation really popping up there right now. So again, take those tornado precautions. Take those tornado precautions there for sure. Interior room away from windows as we're looking at things in toward that area. As things are really coming in there, a couple different boxes there with a tornado warning, just having one of those rotations pass through the McKinnon Airport area. I only got 34th one up so far though, but I mean, doesn't mean we actually had a tornado come through, but or not. But again, because it could have been a little bit different spot, a little displaced. But again, take your dinner precautions up there. Okay, so there you go with our boxes. The one is kind of moved almost out of, and you have this other area here. We have the possible tornado closer to Ward. Looks like a Torres Causeway, and that's moving up toward, it looks like the Glencoe Airport here over the next little bit. So you got to take those tornado precautions. Interior room away from windows here in toward this area. You can't mess around in this type of set of circumstances here in Glenn County this morning. Again, a tornado warning, a pair of them until 8:15, so for another 9 minutes or so. Tornado warnings here in play from this historic storm system. Moving on through here, this historic storm system. We're just continuing to track everything for you guys this morning. Tornado warning continues at 8:06. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's located over Dock Junction, moving northwest at 40 miles an hour. So, okay, so we're watching the tornado warnings here. We're trying to give you the latest. I'm sticking with this right now. So I'm going to step off for a moment, though. Step off for just a moment here as we try to give you some more updates again. There you go. There's your tornado warnings here, folks. There's your tornado warnings. You need to take shelter from those, of course. We're just going to keep on getting everybody in those safe spots there. Interior room away from windows. But same applies for Perry. Same applies for around Live Oak and Mayo as well. With the extreme wind warning in play. Just extreme, extraordinary winds that we don't see around here unless they're in a tornado situation except for now. So, again, that's kind of what we're dealing with. I'm looking at some things behind the scenes, so bear with me. Just trying to check some of my different sources to try to keep everybody as safe and informed here. So that's why I'm off camera for a moment, as I'm going to go ahead and see if we have any questions from any of our Twitter viewers here, because we might. It's always a possibility here. Some of our viewers over on what's considered the X platform. Again, just watching things, tracking things here, trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on. So, okay, new extreme wind warning now for parts of Madison and Taylor until about 11:15. One of these tornado warnings is expiring for Urza Glen. So that's some good news for those folks. But it's got the other one still going, of course. And you got to take those tornado precautions. So, again, I just continue to track things here. Continuing to give you guys the very latest on his historic storm system. This historic storm system here. I have to talk through this right now because it's one man band, but I just wanted to update a couple of things here on another platform. There's just so much going on. I want to make sure that folks see that it made landfall here over on Twitter if they're kind of scrolling through the feed, if they're not watching the live coverage here that we've been doing since about 5:45 this morning, trying to let everybody know exactly what is happening with hurricane and historic major hurricane Idalia here, bringing significant impacts to much of North Florida and South Georgia. So again, that's kind of the storyline right now. We're going to go ahead and keep on checking things here in the Weather Center. Again, the extreme warnings keep coming on out. Extreme wind warnings, I should say. So let me go ahead and see what we got here with the tornado warning safety tips again, though. Again, these apply for the extreme wind warning areas as well. You got to take precaution, folks. You got to take precaution here in this type of scenario. You can't mess around, folks. You can't mess around. These winds are coming on through and they're going to cause major damage, major problems as we're looking toward areas down toward the south there, down toward the south. So let's see some of those new EWWs, extreme wind warnings. Going to have camera defense linear. I tend to capture the damage and the level of problems that we're going to see. So, and it's rapidly happening. The storm's moving faster than a lot of hurricanes really do. So these warnings go further in, and they normally would with the stronger winds. Eventually, we'll see them cut off because of certain criteria. I know it was kind of set at one point 115, but I think they might go a little below that now. But this is where really the core of the hurricane is. So let's go ahead. We'll move away. Tornado safety tips apply for the tornado warning in Georgia and these extreme wind warnings here. These extreme wind warnings right in here. You can see what I'm talking about. Perry right over them there. That eye wall. We have Mayo there. You have them getting impacted. You have areas there coming up. I-10 going to be getting impacted as well. So let's see what we got with the traffic cameras. See if we still have them. I mean, we may not still have them here at this point because the conditions might have just deteriorated so much. Okay, we still got it somehow, some way, which I guess is good, meaning haven't lost really communication necessarily all the way down here. But US 19 and 98 at Main Street. The view of this hurricane, folks, this eye wall coming through Perry. This Cat 3 Hurricane Max sustained winds of 120. And the latest update there from the National Hurricane Center in Miami, as we continue coverage right now live on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. So again, just continuing to track, just continuing to monitor this here. You can see what's going on. Some of that wind really blowing behind me here on the shot. This visual from the Florida 511 camera. Again, Byron Butler Parkway, kind of telling the story here right now. You can see what is happening in toward this zone here in a part of the Big Bend of Florida. The Big Bend of Florida here. We're just going to keep on checking this view out. Just got a gust of 41 now in Lake Butler at the Weather Stem Station at 8 o'clock. That's just coming on in as we continue to track things here. Continue to give you guys the very latest. You can see here just these overall conditions. These are not ideal conditions by any stretch of the imagination here in the Perry area right now, as we have some really extreme weather coming on through here at this present point in time. Again, the storm making landfall just a little while ago, about 30 minutes ago here officially. An extreme wind warning in Perry. Eventually going to get in the eye here. There'll be some calm if we get that. So it'll be interesting. But we're losing some feeds here at the moment on that again. Just going to go in and out with these conditions, folks. Let's go back to this so you see our extreme wind warnings here. Tornado-like winds even headed up toward Madison here over the next little bit. Again, you don't get these around here very much. Let's see if we got our other camera up there in town. Let's check here. I kind of go back and forth if we have them. Let's see here. See what it looks like. You had 1998 Ash Street. Do we have that view? By the way, gust Hamilton County 40 miles an hour. Okay, let's go. A lot worse. Lot worse here in Perry with this view. Let's go. By the way, tornado warning set to expire pretty soon in Glen. The other one, we'll see if that happens. But this view is just something we can't not show you here. You can see hurricane, extreme wind warning, tornado-like winds coming through the Perry area right now. You can see things really moving around. Look at that. It's really kind of making it hard to see, reducing that visibility here in this hurricane right now. Look, people driving through this. Wow. Again, that's interesting. At least we're not getting blown off the road. I'll say that. We don't, I mean, as bad as it's really against going to the advice that we have for you guys. I mean, it's going against that really significantly. I mean, at least they didn't get blown off there immediately. We could have seen it just tossed away there in that shot, and that'd be tragic. But again, just go ahead and keep watching things here. These are winds, tornado-like winds. You should not be adding, obviously, but at least we haven't lost a shot yet. You can just see here, US 1998 at Ash Street there. The view, look at these conditions, folks. The hurricane moving through Perry here, the eye wall, the extreme wind warning here. This is Perry, Perry, Florida here. Moving through an area we talk about so much in severe coverage, and it's getting a hurricane, a Cat 3 hurricane right now. Moving on through here. That northern eye wall coming right through the Perry area right now here with Idalia. So significant, so serious here moving right on through. Storms moving quicker than you normally see. A hurricane. There's some either power blasts or lightning. We saw some, but that might have been power blasted because we just lost the feed again. Hopefully not for the final time, but it's definitely a possibility here as we look toward the side. U.S. 9. Oh, just look like saw some debris in it and it came back. 53, by the way, gusting Gilchrist County around Bell. Just lost the feed again as we continue live there. Looking and Perry, the extreme conditions, the worst of this hurricane has to offer with the wind moving through Perry right now, it would appear. There may be some more wraparound in the eye wall. It's kind of unclear from radar, but another eye wall would be seemingly some of the strongest winds this hurricane has to offer here. So again, you can see how we lost a shot, but what a shot it is there. 4 now out of the Perry area there in Taylor County, Florida. You can see that now back. We got it back. Okay. Sticking with this. Lost it again. You can see what we're dealing with here. I mean, starting to lose communications possibly down there to some degree. I mean, there's other ways with ham radio and whatnot. But okay, just had a gust there, Lafayette County. They're in the Iowa to some degree too there. It's harder to see from radar, but they're in it. They're under the extreme wind warning within the hurricane warning. 73-mile-an-hour gust there about 8:14 2 minutes ago on Weather Stem. You're getting the brunt of this. You got to be in shelter there. Tornado precautions. Interior room away from windows. Put that football helmet on, bicycle helmet on. If your roof blows off, hopefully it doesn't. But if you get in that situation, put a mattress over your head here to protect yourself and shield yourself from the flying debris there. If you're around areas like Mayo and Perry right now, that's the type of situation we're in now. Start to see a little bit of debris here and there, but if you have that roof blow off your home, put that mattress over your head to protect yourself from the flying debris that could start to really pick up as things are really explosive there in this type of setup right now with this major hurricane moving through Perry with the wind, moving through Mayo here right now in that eastern Big Bend region. Some really serious conditions here, folks. Again, I see the tornado precautions because I know that's pretty much what we're dealing with right now. Tornado-like winds. Seek shelter until that sturdy building, obviously. Don't be driving. Just got to gust to 85 in Perry now. Recorded on the airport center. It's just to the south of these cameras, I think, there. But get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on that bicycle helmet. Again, if your roof blows off your home, put that mattress over you to shield yourself from the flying debris. We can get through this together here, folks. If you're around Perry, again, if you're around Mayo, these winds really, really strong right now. Hurricane force winds ripping on through, causing some damage here. Not devastation from what I've seen on the cameras so far, but damage for sure. And toward these areas, definitely some of these lesser built structures could have some roofs being blown off here at this point. So again, let's go ahead and go back on over. Let's go back on over here. Live right now to this shot, which is still hanging on. Again, US 19 and 98 Ash Street there in the Perry area. Again, this hurricane force wind coming through town. Not as strong as these like Lake City. 45, 85 just reported in Perry at the airport. This is the south of this, so we should see those winds pick up toward these cameras here as well. Again, these Florida 5-1 perspectives in Perry here. We haven't really shown any of those before down toward that area, but Perry getting hit hard from Idalia here. You can just see things. We're lucky we haven't lost more, but we've seen some debris in this shot here. Some issues here for sure. This live visual here per se on the situation. We have another site I was still working at a moment ago. Going back and forth, but as long as they stay up here. So let's go ahead and sit back over toward that now. But first, let's go back to the Doppler. So if we have any more tornado warning updates to bring you. I don't believe we have any more right now. We got the extreme wind warning, tornado-like winds coming on through. Yeah, no tornado warnings right now on our alert list. We have multiple extreme wind warnings. We have the tornado-like winds here, folks, on the Doppler, moving through Perry, moving through Boyd, moving through areas, starting to get into parts of southern Madison County now. Tornado-like winds in Mayo, potentially. I know the radar doesn't show it as well, but velocity should and does, and maybe a little worse right between. But that's really so insignificant, folks. on here. Velocity zone went to 130 now, right just east of Perry. So maybe not even seeing the worst of it right there on that shot. And that's pushing right toward I-10 there. We have a lot more cameras up there. Maybe toward Lee, possibly here. Over the next little bit, but it's not going to be completely confined. But Madison and Lee, you could get some really strong ones, maybe even a little bit stronger than Perry seeing on their side. They're in Taylor County. So again, continuing to track things. Let me check some of our camera shots again. See what we got here on our visuals and views. Don't have any in Mayo. I know there's some issues with the road south of Perry right now. The other side up toward the interstate. But let's see what we got again in toward the Perry area. We're just trying to give you everything we can. Take you, your friend. Okay, I think we're starting to lose some of these camera feeds. Let me check again. Just bear with me. They're going in and out, so they're going to give me one mixed message here and then maybe come back on us. It's a tricky situation here for sure. As you would expect here, a tenuous situation with these cameras here in parts of the eastern Big Bend region right now. Again, got to take those precautions here. This is a tornado coming on through Perry. You might be losing internet right now coming through Mayo, but please treat this like a tornado is coming through. These are tornado-like winds coming on through town here right now, through Perry, through Mayo. We're getting those winds coming on through again. If your roof blows off your home, put that mattress over your head here to shield yourself from the flying debris. Put a bicycle helmet on. We're going to get through this together here, folks. If you're in Perry, if you're in Mayo, the surrounding areas, up toward Madison and Live Oak over next little bit. Again, a treacherous situation here. This hurricane coming on through right now, causing some major damage. Don't know the exact amount of devastation per se yet, and we're still working on that. I hope we don't get as much as we were expecting, but we're definitely getting the damaging conditions here. People losing power all over the place here. Treacherous weather for sure. But, okay, the one camera now. US 19/98 at Main Street, not coming in now, I don't think. I think we might have lost that one. I'll have to keep checking. Do we have the other one, or is it gone too now with the views, with the signal? It's still up. Okay, oh boy. We're going to lose this one soon, I bet. I mean, I keep saying that. And so we need to come back. Let's come back over. Let me put that behind me here if I can. And we'll come back in front of the key wall here as we continue to watch this. Look at that. Look at things just blowing around. We had to went to the airport and lost the camera just north. And now this is the northerly view here, per se, of things. Between the gauge, between the other camera. Now this camera here, it looks like things are starting to get messed up maybe on that traffic light. It looks like things are getting disoriented, per se, on that, possibly. Could be getting flipped around here, maybe broken, maybe something got broken apart, seeing some debris. So this might be our last views of Perry here for a while. As we're looking at things, look at the camera starting to move around. Some of the bits about to really, I mean, it's interesting to see the light. And look at it turning on its own, I think. Pretty sure nobody's actually doing that. I think the wind has turned it. Might, depending on how good it's in there, it might be about to get knocked off. But you saw it kind of just turned here, what's going on. That's something, folks, and maybe the winds are kind of trying to look at the debris now flying around here. This is live again, live view here, looking live here in Perry. Somehow it's turning itself back around, I think. I don't think somebody be turning it that mildly. I think the winds are actually doing this. It could be somebody turning it, but you never know. But US 1998 there at Ash Street. Again, watching things here, these conditions in this hurricane. Come on through here, this extreme wind warning through the Perry area as we continue to watch the treacherous weather as it moves on through. Okay, again, not sure if this is somebody actually doing this because that's a pretty good turn. Maybe they are somehow, but it's possible because that looks like a pretty good turn on there. I mean, I think these cameras are pretty new here, but that we have access to on this because I hadn't really seen them in here before. But you see the winds there toward the gas station there. They never reported some issues at that gas station. If I recall here, I believe it was a Chevron there. May have been that one here over the last little bit. Again, you can kind of see the winds just blowing on in here. Just blowing on in as possible. Somebody had to control them. And oh boy, this is something. Again, this is live, folks. This way you don't want to be out in this. These are some really nasty conditions here, folks. Some really nasty conditions. Look at these winds just to blow it here in Perry right now. Live on the Florida 511 camera. The hurricane coming on through, the extreme wind warning. Some of the worst of this day storm has to offer coming on through here in Perry right now, in Taylor County, as we try to protect you, your friends, and your family. Again, it's not the easiest thing to see, but you see little pieces of debris occasionally in that shot there. Could be worse, but I think there's someone behind me there now in Perry, and we maybe we just lost the signal again. See if we get it back. We had lost the signal down to the south. Look, it might have been okay. We got it back again. That's how it works here, folks. Again, this hurricane coming on through the Perry area live on the air with us here in cloud weather. Hurricane, again, hurricane really having an impact here toward these areas. Look at this. Look at that debris again. Just really watching things with Idalia. Such a big time impact toward these areas. These winds that's coming and sweeping on through here. Just sweeping on through. And now there you a freeze frame of it. Again, you can see what we're dealing with. I mean, we saw some folks on the road a little while ago. I hope they saw that extreme wind warning on their phone. Those get pushed, I'm pretty sure, as if there's a tornado warning to phones here. They were hopefully taking action and taking shelter, taking refuge from this storm here around Perry in Taylor County as we keep looking back and forth here. Again, at this shot, I'm pretty sure that somebody actually turned that around based on it turning that far there, but which is at least a little good news. But in that, and actually the storm, I mean, it looks like it's calming down some of them, possibly. Is it? I mean, you never know here. But we might be starting to get closer to that eye, possibly. I gotta check radar. Don't go outside during the eye. We haven't really talked about that. This storm's moving so quick here. You really don't want to do that. I mean, if you're really confident that you're in the actual eye of this here, and you know the meteorology behind it, you maybe can look out the window, but that's about it. The storm's just moving too quick because it might be on the edge of it. The radar displacement here could be an issue. Here. And you might kind of catch yourself off guard if you try to go out. Winds just pick right back up on the other side and cause big problems. So again, just keep that in mind here as we're looking at Idalia here in Taylor County, in the Perry area right now. We're just continuing to watch the viewpoint here of that region of the storm system sweeping on through here, sweeping on through that area. Pretty impressive shots here of what is going on this morning. Again, U.S. night. Oh boy, look at that buffering around. Again, really moving around here. You can just see what I'm talking about. Really being buffeted by the wind. So again, really some nasty weather. That's what we're talking about. We're really down with that. Again, right in Perry. Can't be adding this. Take your tornado precautions. These are tornado-like winds coming on through here. You're just really seeing these move right through this area. You had 1998 there, and again, I can't believe you still have this shot, to be quite honest. These winds that's coming on through here. These winds coming on through live on the air. This Florida 511 perspective. Telling the weather story this morning in Perry. Live on the air here. You can just see what we're tracking with Idalia. You can see these conditions here. The extreme wind warning is lots of similar conditions right now in Mayo. We don't have camera to Mayo, but you're seeing similar conditions in Mayo right now. In between, there might be a little bit stronger wind, and these are headed up toward I-10. Can't be driving on I-10 there next little bit toward there's like Madison there and Live Oak. And look at this side. Oh boy, it's just again. It just keeps getting more dramatic here at points. I mean, this looks like almost a blizzard where you have whiteout conditions at points now on the roads. I mean, strong hurricane winds coming on through here in parts of Taylor County. It's good that we still have the shot, though, here. That at least says that we haven't completely lost everything there at this point. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest on what's going on. Continuing to give you guys the very latest to protect you, protect your friends, protect your family here. You can just see this side of Florida 511 perspective again. Let me go ahead and reiterate that if folks are just tuning in where this is coming from. Look at the debris there. You see the debris popping on up. Again, live shots. We've been taking on these a while. I mean, you never see stuff like this in our area. Live on the air, a hurricane, the Iowa, a major hurricane, Category 3, coming on through these areas here. If you're just waking up with a Cat 4 in the Gulf there for a bit, it weakened a little, went through an Iowa replacement cycle, but there's only 5 miles an hour that it went down. The key instructor just saw more debris in there. You see it, debris. Things are really being maybe a rip there to some degree. I don't want to say completely ripped apart. The gas station, you can still see it's still there. And I mean, it's still, you can see it, make it out pretty good still. So that's good. But these are some forceful winds coming on through the Perry area right now here. That's a Chevron gas station, if you're wondering. There was some damage reported earlier, and I think you can kind of see some of that maybe in that shot right now. They're probably getting really worsened here by these conditions as we're looking right now in parts of Taylor County. So again, you can see here these winds coming on through the Perry area right now. Let me take the logo really off of the Florida 511 right now, just so you guys know where we're looking again, the general area in Perry, northern side of town here per se. With these winds in the Big Bend region, this hurricane really coming on through that extreme wind warning in play. You gotta be taking those precautions still in that area. Let's jump away from this for a moment, I think, since we know we might have more new viewers joining. We got ourselves some other views here, and as dramatic as this is, we need to jump from this for a moment here and try to give you guys some more views here on the Doppler. So that's your wind mode. You can see all that. Look how strong this wind is up here, just west of Dowling Park. We're seeing winds, maybe a velocity said they could be in gusts to 130. Not out of the question there on that northern part of things. And then in Perry, you can see, look how close that is moving up there toward Madison and those areas here. But the center of the eye, right in here, it would seem. Let's go back to this view. The eyeball placement cycle kind of made things trickier with defining it, but now it didn't strengthen anymore, and it leveled off, maybe slightly weakened, 130 to 125 at landfall here. Not going to make much of a difference, but it's better than going the other way like we saw with Michael to 140 to 145 or something. But Bouchel Junction there reported a gust to 85 at 8:15 a.m. there in Taylor County. You can see here this eye wall. Again, it's fairly weakening versus strength and not going to give you any solace if you're in those areas being hit so hard right now. But again, you can see this eye wall coming up toward Madison now, toward the I-10 corridor there at this point in time. So again, we're watching these treacherous conditions. We have multiple extreme wind warnings in play. So we'll try to get some of those cameras up here soon for you. If we don't get a tornado warning next few moments, might catch our breath here at about 8:40, but because we've been on continuous with this here for a good bit now, about an hour, give or take, we've been on continuous with between the tornado warnings and the landfall and the extreme wind warnings, the tornado-like winds within this area here. As we look ahead, you can see in toward these purplish boxes, Perry still, Mayo still, up toward Lorville, McAlpin, Live Oak, that threaded going up toward you, Madison, Lee going up toward you, extreme wind warnings, including Swanee. That's the first one that was ever issued by the Jacksonville office here just a little while ago. Unfortunately, Tallahassee had experience in Michael with these, but Jacksonville had never issued one until they issued this one for Swanee just a little while ago. That's still in effect for those folks there on Live Oak for a good while still. So you got to take a refuge here from these winds around Live Oak. I know the eye doesn't look as well defined. Let's go to Moody's radar. I might see a better look at that angle of the eye. But even then, it gets tricky in here. But these winds aren't going to just fall off here anytime soon, no matter what's going on with this really. So once they get up to that degree, things are just kind of built in there in the water situation. A lot of lightning for an eye wall here too, probably because of that drier air to the east. The weird structure of winds to the east here have not been, to get further, these have not been overly impressive like what they could have been here. But we could start seeing as this kind of hits land some more, it might spread apart a little bit further as they the overall peaks weaken, but the overall wind field or the stronger winds might grow a bit. Possibly, we've seen that here at points before, kind of spread out a little bit. So just keep that in mind. Okay, 23 is the highest gust we've got here east of Stark. Let's go ahead and pull up our camera. We haven't done that in a while. Let's go ahead and do that here. Let's go ahead and do that here at this point. Okay, look at those clouds just a moving still out there. There's some pretty fast moving clouds here on this Wednesday morning. Some nasty conditions coming on through here. Parts of north central Florida, not nearly as bad as we saw to the west, but it's a good look at the clouds here where we're at. Looking, haven't lost power here, obviously, but the power outage numbers are mounting to the west. As we continue to look at things here this morning, let's see if there's any questions from any of the viewers before I take this break here. Let's just see if there's anything going in terms of that. Again, just thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me here as we're watching. Again, can't take a break for long in a situation like this, but in between tornado warnings, we had a bunch in Southeast Florida a little earlier, so really have had to stick with you here for a while. So 8:40 is when we're going to be back, so not a very long break at all. But we're going to be here to keep you guys safe and informed on this Wednesday here at Cloud Weather. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back at 8:41 here on this Wednesday morning, folks. We're tracking this hurricane, tracking its impacts here across the region. A crazy situation here with Idalia, and you've seen the camera shots we've been providing you here this morning. Really some dramatic views here as they've been looking towards some different spots. I mean, just incredible in the ward period, especially. We're going to try to get some views up toward Madison as we have that potential really going up that way. So just keep that in mind as we kind of look at things there further on up in toward the eastern Big Bend. Definitely got to watch, got to track. Let's go ahead and zoom some of my camera views up. I want to see what we can try to get. It looks like a lot of them are, yeah, it looks like a lot of them are still images up there now, unfortunately. So do we have any live ones at all? I don't think we do. It looks like all of them have been converted over to still images now, except east of Live Oak we have a couple maybe, but I don't know if they'll be any more dramatic than we've been seeing toward Perry. So you have to go back to Tallahassee. It looks like a lot of them there. We don't have the views, unfortunately. So let's see if we can get something out of the Perry area again. See if we got anything. It looks like only the one left there that's live. We got a gust of 86, by the way. Look, their high school over the last few minutes reported a gust of 86 there at 8:30 this morning. So that's in the last few moments. Another hurricane gust here in our area. Okay, still got a shot there out of Taylor County. Let's take this to you live. We have some damage. You can kind of see it in the background here now. So look at that. It looks like whatever we were looking at there earlier on, that's kind of being broken apart here. Maybe a sign, something like that. There, US 19/98 at Main Street there. We're really tracking this scenario here this morning. Again, gust to 86 at Lafayette High School. That's going to leave power out a long time over there. And then as we're looking over toward the west here, we're going to be seeing a situation where, again, compare out a long time also. Still getting a shot here intermittently, though. So that's really helpful, at least to give us some eyes here to what's going on here in this zone of destruction to some degree. It could be worse though. We don't have like trees all over the place here still. So that's good. That's a positive at least here. But you can see some damage, which you don't get very often on a traffic camera view live. So again, US 19/98 at Main Street here. Roy telling that story. The extreme wind warning does continue here toward this area. I just got some reports here, some nastier conditions toward Live Oak here on Weatherston, not to the extent like we're seeing down here. I don't have the exact number. It just says tropical cyclone gusts to at least 39, so we're up there at the minimum to get that in our system. But again, just continuing to watch, continuing to look at the progression. We've shown you this camera, maybe kind of getting a little bit less for wind slide at points. Kind of variable here for sure. Got a gust to 50 in Leon, but the highest we've got so far in Leon measured. We've had some power outages over there as well. So again, just a situation that we got to monitor here. Got to track for sure as we go ahead and just see those winds whipping around again now. It's just that things change here quickly. You see all the debris again coming on in. Sometimes you might not, it's funny that you're not going to get in the eye as much because of the shape of this and how things are kind of set on up. So again, that makes things kind of tough here. I see a car trying to get this again, which is just crazy to me. You really shouldn't be out in this type of weather. It's going to be deadly here with these type of winds, with an extreme wind warning here in effect right now. An extreme wind warning here in effect at this point in time. So again, that's what we're dealing with at this moment here. This is the Byron Butler Parkway. This shot here right now, that really tells the story. Keeps losing it, but it keeps coming back here, resilient. Like some of these areas are going to have to be in the aftermath here as we're Big Bend strong, per se, here in the aftermath of the storms and the overall hurricane impact. So again, let's go ahead and go on over here. Going back to the radar view, you can see the heavier rain. We thought it might set up more toward Tallahassee. The heavy rates, it might get at the flash flood warning pretty soon, but nope. Setting up more around Sherman and Sadie Grove and up toward Madison here and Interstate 10. in toward that area. You can see the extreme wind warnings here. Unfortunately, I don't have the cameras in toward these areas here, really, that are live. Just got a gust of 50 around FAMU. So let's look at some of this stuff around Tallahassee. Let's go to the Tallahassee radar site here. Let's go to the Tallahassee radar site. And, well, that's hard to see much on. At least we're not getting as winds in here as much as they could have been. We're not in the actual eye wall here. Where that's located right here, like we were in Hermine out toward Tallahassee. They were in Hermine back in 2016. So that's at least some positive news for folks there as we're looking toward the Tallahassee area. So again, just continuing to watch the progression of this here. Continuing to watch this as it moves on through here. This dangerous hurricane coming up toward Valdosta. I know we had this graphic for you earlier. It's been a while since I've showed this stuff. We're getting viewers just joining us. I put this up here earlier on, and it still really applies for South Georgia here because you guys haven't really lost power up there too much yet. It wouldn't seem. So let's go ahead and pull up graphics here. You can see a chart of the devices here. This red area is what we're talking about. We could have widespread and extended power outages being likely here. So again, that's what we kind of we're setting on up here. When we start this coverage, it might end up being a little bit smaller area than this based on some winds further out, but right into the path here. That's kind of what we're expecting. The biggest outages, again, the red zone here in relation to this is where we're expecting the bigger outages here within our 62 counties. So you can kind of see we're talking a little more on the eastern side, and really way to the coastal areas. They're going to have the big problems here. We're having big problems. We're getting big outages here. We're getting those updates, folks. This is 20-man band, so we're kind of looking at a lot of things. In fact, let me go ahead and step out of here then and see if I can get you up there. I'll leave this shot up as we're getting those power numbers going up here. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and check on some of these different numbers. Try to give you guys the latest. This got a flood warning, regular flood warning for Hamilton and Swanee. Not a flash flood warning at this point. Not for a rapid water rise, at least, which is good. But that could always change. We'll watch. We'll track it here for you in the Weather Center. I'll try to give you guys the very latest on what's going on here in this overall setup. So let me check our Power.US map here. Okay, over 200,000 out in Florida. Now that's a big deviation increase from what we were tracking earlier on in that Power.US map. Yeah, it's really, these outages have really taken hold now, folks. They've really taken hold here further on off. So let's go over some of the numbers. And almost 10,000 out in Levy County. As of this point here, that's almost half the customers in the dark there. As we're looking there, Gilchrist over 4,000 in the dark, Columbia almost 12,000, Swanee almost 19,000, Hamilton a little over 2,000 out of their number, Madison over 4,000, Jefferson over 4,000, Taylor over 10,000, McCullough over 12,000, Leon over 30,000 out of over about 130,000 there. Almost 2,000 in Gaston, about 1,000 in Franklin. If I'm not repeating those here, then that's a good thing at least because we're jumping all around. I might have repeated one or two of those because I'm trying to give you that latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family here. You, your friends, and your family here this morning in this type of setup. So again, we're really seeing that impact being felt for sure here. And I know we have this extreme wind warning still in place, so tornado-like winds here moving through some of our different communities. Sound like the wind's really picking up here now. Okay, yeah, we're getting that wind. Let's get back on camera here in just a second. Again, let's pull up those wind precautions, really tornado warning precautions for the extreme wind warning areas. But I sounded like really getting the winds picking up here in Bradford. So that's something we got to kind of focus our attention on. Just got a gust here, a little bit higher, 27. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but where we're at on the it's only up 6 feet, so keep that in mind. Keep that in mind here for sure. So again, that's kind of the storyline right now as we continue along here with this coverage to protect you, your friends, and your family. So here's a live view of the situation here in Bradford County. You can kind of see here what we're doing. The clouds are moving really fast, and we might get another gust here in just a moment. We'll have to wait and see. They're intermittent here in this type of scenario, but you kind of see what we're doing with the clouds right now. We're having to deal with that, and not near as high at this moment, but getting, it looks like at least more southerly winds from a wind gauge. I mean, a double check here. That would probably make sense here in this type of setup, the way the banding is. That would definitely be the storyline here for sure. Then got a gust there about 50. It looks like 51 now around University of Florida. I don't think we covered that one. That stuff passing through so quick here, but a gust of 51 around University of Florida, and then that's working its way up now. So our forecast was peak gust to 70. Gainesville to Stark. We might not get there, but we're kind of in that window right now. If we're going to get close to that, then that's where we're going to be here for the next little bit. So, again, just continuing to watch here this situation, continuing to track it here. You can see, look at this. This is fast cloud movement. You do not see this very often, folks. Their aperture changes just a little bit with this. Again, this is some really fast moving of the clouds. 14 on the gust now. Seeing that, you can see the trees blowing around some here as well. As well here this morning, trying to give you this view of what's going on here in this overall situation. That southerly wind coming on up here and knocking out some power for some folks around the area. So we're just continuing to follow this situation here for sure. Again, gust to 13 miles an hour. Now pressure down to 998.5 millibars. You're getting into where that here, a little bit lower pressure here in toward Bradford County, a lower barometric pressure. So I know we were in the 970s, I believe, what I had there during Irma. I'm probably going to get there, but still, don't get to the 990s very often either. I mean, 998 millibars and falling here on that observation. So Leon gust to 53, Killarney State at 840 this morning. Again, still checking that on out here in this timeline for sure. So definitely some interesting views, definitely some interesting visuals here. I'm gonna probably take another break here at about 9. That's when we're coming back here every 20 minutes at the very minimum, but we've been on a lot more than that, obviously, in this situation. But wanted kind of a little baseline for you. So if we're able to take a little bit of a break here, we can let you know. You have to know when we come back here and when we're going to be back. But that's kind of the storyline there. I am going to pull up our camera, though, that you're seeing there from here and put in the corner of the screen when we're off. So that'll be something else for you guys to look at here in the break. So we'll do that. We have this hurricane making landfall, Cat 3. I have another update from the Hurricane Center pretty soon as well. A lot going on. We have your covered at Cloud Weather. Keep it tuned here, and we're going to keep you guys up to date. See you back at the top of the hour unless a tornado warning pops up on us. Very dangerous winds to the west. Extreme wind warnings continue.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here at about the top of the hour, 9 o'clock here, tracking a hurricane down to a Cat 2. It's weakened down there. Still very serious situation overall that we're dealing with towards some of our different communities, though. So let's go ahead and pull up some of our different shots here. Let's go ahead and pull up some of our other shots of the scenario. And you can see extreme wind warnings continue now. Getting reports of trees down in Dixie County there, causing big time problems. And you can see our winds really headed toward Madison there toward the Interstate 10 corridor. Winds could be upward of 100 miles an hour plus even in a few zones. I mean, it's got a flash flood warning for Madison and Taylor now to noon, by the way, to add to the hurricane warning, the extreme wind warning, the storm surge warning situation that we're in. But a lot going on right now here with this Perry gust in the 80s there just recently on that METAR site there. So definitely a serious situation for those folks in the ward parts of Taylor County. So again, let's go ahead. I want to pull up our power outage map now because it is really dramatic. Really tells the weather story here this morning. So let's go ahead. I'll take that full behind me here. We'll try to give you guys a visual on that. We've told you the numbers, but let's show you the numbers now here, county by county. So it gets tricky. There's so many counties with so many outages now. It's almost hard to know where to begin. We're going to begin where we're at here. Toward Bradford County, I think. So I'm moving the map on in. You can see 577 customers in the dark in Bradford County right now. Alachua County, almost 9,000 customers of that electricity. Union County here, according to Power.us, about 616 customers in the dark. Columbia County, almost 15,000. Suwannee County, almost 20,000. Almost the whole county in the dark there. It's going to take a while for it to come back on. Hamilton County, about 2,000. I mean, that could be underdone. It could just be their little northerly still, though. About over 5,000 out in Madison County. Jefferson County, almost 5,000 out. Taylor County, over 10,000 in the dark. You see Dixie County there, almost 7,600. Lafayette County there on May, over 3,000 in the dark. McCulloch County, over 12,000 without electricity. Leon, over 35,000 customers in the dark now. Gadsden, almost 2,000, not as much over there. Franklin, about 1,000. So get the idea. It's kind of that core we talked about earlier on when we first came on the air, where we thought you see the power outages in Florida, and that's more about the Georgia areas that are going to see more power outages here come on into play. So this is a big deal here, folks. You don't see maps like this here hardly ever. You can kind of see where the worst of the storm has been, and that is really here as we look at the boundaries per se. You can see there parts of Levy County there up through Columbia, and then Wakulla and Leon in the western bounds of this, it would seem, in Florida. But now Georgia's going to get their turn with the winds as they go up. They're already still bad, way bad in Florida, and it's not over. It's going to keep adding, the percentages are. They're going to keep adding up. So, again, I just got to keep that in mind here to look at things. Let's go ahead and move away from that. Let's go to the Saffir-Simpson Hurricane Wind Scale. Again, we talked about how this is down to a Category 2 now. A Category 2. Still extensive damage is expected, though. Still extensive damage expected as we continue to monitor the situation. Let me go ahead and read over that latest update from the Hurricane Center. So at 9 o'clock here, they said no radar indicated the maximum sustained wind near 110 miles an hour with higher gusts. The estimated minimum pressure based on surface observations, 957 millibars. An automated weather station in Perry at the airport recently reported a sustained wind of 62 miles an hour with a gust 85 within the past hour. A Florida Coastal Monitoring Program tower located near Perry recently reported a gust looks like 81 miles an hour. We'll get another update on that Cedar Key inundation number now. A NOAA National Ocean Service tide gauge at Cedar Key. I remember we were forecasting 12 to 16 feet. Well, right now we haven't got there, but we have now topped what we had during Hermine, which was the highest on that gauge, at least 6.8 feet, which is the approximation for inundation in that area. It's almost 7 feet of inundation. That's really serious, but it as of now, could have been worse. That probably would not based on that number, it doesn't sound like, and we have to look at the video, and I haven't had a chance to go over them. That wouldn't necessarily just wash away whole buildings. It might wash away some of them here in some regard, but doesn't sound like now maybe everything's just completely gone. But that's enough. I mean, 6'8". I mean, most people aren't that high. That's still really bad. But Horseshoe Beach there, we've had reports. We don't have the numbers on that, but it's gotten really high in that area as well with the storm surge. But the wind is what I'm showing you on the screen right now. As we look at another gust there, 42 Hamilton County now, 41 in Nassau County. So that's kind of the storyline there in the water that area. A lot less to the east, but still causing some power outages for sure. So let's jump back on camera now. Again, meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center tracking these extreme wind warnings. You don't see these around here, our area, really ever since I've been doing this. So right now we have multiple of them in play here, multiple extreme wind warnings. Perry, up through Madison there, and I-10. You have Live Oak there. No, it doesn't look as bad, but it's the way the radar is reading this. You have areas there under that at this moment right now. You have Mayo. You have Cross City still in here as well. Our trees down in Dixie County from the overall setup. There we have the flash flood warning, our first one of those. Let's read that to you guys there at home. By the way, getting reports from Department of Emergency Management, I-10 westbound block, the mile marker 227 to down trees. That's just coming in there 2 miles southeast of Drifton in Jefferson County. I don't have any cameras for whatever reason. Those cameras don't have the live views up there right now toward I-10. We do have still shots, but that'd be kind of hard to play with. Just got a tornado warning out in Pasco County, not in our area, but a possible tornado over Upper Hills, moving northeast about 35 miles an hour. But let's go ahead and see this flash flood warning here. This is issued at 9:01 to noon for Madison and North Central Taylor counties. At 9:01, the operator indicated thunderstorm producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amounts of 1 to 3 inches possible in the warned area. Flash flooding either ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Madison, Perry, Greenville, as well as Mosley Hall, Shady Grove, Ebb, Shermans, Hopewell, Lake Bird, Boyd, the airport here in Perry, Hampton Springs, Panetta, all under this. In addition to the wind here that's so serious, causing those trees to fall and the like, you have the rain here causing that flooding potential, rapid rain. We were afraid this might set up for Tallahassee last night. Luckily, Tallahassee got back on track. Not lucky for Madison, though. And areas further down east here on I-10, again, a Cat 2 now hurricane made landfall. The high-end Cat 3, the Cat 4 later on in the Gulf. It'll go into an eye-wall replacement cycle. Wasn't able to get its act completely back together, but major hurricane hit in Florida is always a really, really big deal. Doesn't mean too much here in the overall outcome of things. But again, seeing gusts here, 51 toward Valdosta, in the 40 range in Tallahassee. I think we might be seeing our power flicker occasionally here east to start. We got backup systems in play just in case you lose me over here. So we'll go to those if we need to. But tornado warning in Pasco, you don't have that on this radar view. But let's go ahead and jump down here and jump to this view there south of Dade City around Jeffrey Hill. The possible tornado greens and rays coming together on the operator algorithms there. You see Augusta 42 there around Williston, right there in Levy County. Even though they have the storms threat so severe at the coast, some of those far eastern Levy County areas not getting the wind just completely overwhelming or anything like that, which is good. But let's go back on over toward the Tallahassee radar site. All these winds kind of just so up here. Look how strong in Madison. Look at that. Right over Madison here. You can see it on the other mode even better. So let's go back to it. These are just some winds to 100 or so coming through Madison right now. A matter of life and death around Madison. You got to be in a tornado safe spot. These are tornado-like winds. Not an official tornado warning, but tornado-like winds moving through the Madison area right now. They keep looking. Just got a gust of 65 recorded weather stem at 8:50 there in Madison County, 1 mile southwest of Greenville. These winds could pick up. In Greenville, you see to the west, the worst of this. Welcome to the site. Toward the worst, probably getting knocked offline. So just keep that in mind here. Probably getting knocked offline. As I go ahead and keep looking, our highest gust till 27 where we're at. Pressure down at 997.6 millibars here east of Stark. So keep that in mind. Just Always interesting to watch that. The lower the pressure, generally the worse the weather here in a cyclone situation. Let's go ahead and see what we're doing with the other views here. So we're on this broad shot right now, I think. You can see the winds kind of coming on in here, kind of coming on in. It kind of tells the story per se on how the direction is southerly here with these gusts we're getting further over, but further back here we're getting those winds. Well, they're switching out. I mean, look at that now. I haven't checked the numbers, but you can see how the winds are going. That means storm surge threat here around South Tropic here is really maybe a kind of one that almost, I don't want to call it completely, but looking at this on the fly here, it looks like it's probably going to be pretty much over for down because the water is pouring the opposite direction here. It's pulling away here, and it doesn't look like, at least initially as I watch this, that the water will pull back in now. It could be a different story. Cedar Key you're still getting the fetch in there, and this is not over for Cedar Key. Only a guard down here. This is still building up. It could still get higher even though the storm made landfall a while ago. It's not always like that. The wrecks in here, the wind's still piling this up potentially. Number keeps going up a little bit every hour, so it could still get higher there in Cedar Key. Maybe not to what we were quite forecasting, but still life-threatening here around Cedar Key and around Horseshoe Beach. I mean, it's historic in terms of the highest number in that gauge closer there. I believe it was the 7 feet we were showing you guys just a little while ago there in toward that area. So again, looking there up toward the north, you can see Horseshoe Beach, the water still ponding in that direction as well. It kind of pushes on in toward these areas. Augusta 67, Madison County High School there on the weather stem station at 9 o'clock this morning. So again, some really serious gusts there in toward that area as power continues to go out across the area here as folks still need to continue to take refuge here, unfortunately, from this storm system as it moves on through. So again, let's go back on over to our other view right now. You can kind of see what we're dealing with here with the extreme wind warnings here in play for Perry, for Mayo, for Live Oak. You kind of get the idea. I mean, some of the areas are in the eye, though, toward Mayo and Lauraville, it would seem. Can't completely guarantee that because of the displacement on radar, but that's what it looks like. Might be a little calmer there right now versus Madison. Really heavy rain and wind there. Perry, a little less heavy rain, but still a lot of wind there. I see that one camera still hanging on that we've been going to, because that's about the last one I think we had a live view of here in this region pretty much. And our power just flickered. If you saw that here, that can still be an issue. And we still got power on that view, but we're maybe about to lose power here. You can see everything kind of flickering. So be careful there. This is that view out of Perry there. You see the damage look like it calms down and it kind of picks back up. But you see things kind of blown out there on that. That's kind of interesting. But let's go ahead and jump back on over toward our other view here of the Doppler technology, of that Doppler here. We're just continuing to watch. And this storm, it replaced Irma in 2017. It replaced Irma there on that list, and it's having a big impact here. Again, our historic storm system moving on through here, folks. Idalia, I mean, it's something we'll never forget here toward areas. That's the last time Irma lost power here east of Stark for more than a few flickers. So hopefully we'll keep that streak going. We don't get that to happen today. If it does happen, though, we lose power, we'll go to our backup system here. But again, just thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here on this Wednesday morning. We've already been with you here for several hours. We're going to be here with you even longer as we have these extreme wind warnings here. These are like tornado warnings, really, in toward these areas of Madison, Taylor, Suwannee, Lafayette County, Dixie. There you have these winds here coming on through. Let's check here what we're dealing with. You can kind of see around Madison, again, really strong winds that would appear moving through town. These are not winds you want to be messing with. This holds together here to the level it is now with these extreme conditions. They probably extend the extreme wind warning into Valdosta in Georgia here. That'd be a big deal for them in parts of Lowndes County. So keep that in mind. That'd be a big problem for those folks there in toward Lowndes County in Georgia. I know our power flickered a moment ago. We haven't had a peak gust any higher than we had earlier on during the time wanted to look at things here. Again, at our lower level, only 27 miles an hour so far. So again, the wind's not going as far to the east, but we have had gusts higher up to 50 there or so around Gainesville. So again, it's really been confined, but been serious there further out toward the west. So they've been looking at things here this morning in the weather center. So again, we're continuing to watch. We're continuing to track. Let's go ahead and zoom back out here. Okay, tornado warning is south now. But in our area, we just got to get to 59 in Georgia, Valdosta. Now that was the highest we've gotten there. Aerial flood warning at 11:15 for Hamilton. Not a flash flood by Jacksonville issued, but aerial flood because of heavier rain in that area. But the tornado warning is south. Let's see, the first I'll pass and then I'll go from there. So that's the one that continues there north of Jeffrey Hills. But then we have a new tornado warning for DeSoto, Hardy, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. So it's down here. You have that rotation. You have that rotation southwest of Arcadia. That's something they're watching from the statewide perspective. But of course, in our area, in our 62 counties, we have the worst of the wind is not where we're at. And we're just losing our monitors here. So hopefully you're still with me. That power's flickering. Hopefully you're still sticking with me here. As that power really wants to keep flickering a lot now, which is not great. But again, we're sticking with you the best we can here. We're sticking with you the best we can. So let's just, again, Valdosta getting some higher gusts now. Kind of losing our place here where we were in that coverage, but these extreme wind warnings are pretty much similar to tornado warnings here, folks. Pretty similar to tornado warnings here with the overall level of the impact. So again, just kind of having to deal with these overall conditions as they continue to move on through here this morning. Continue to move on through and cause some big time problems. Again, a lot of power outages. About to get ours here if we're not careful. Gust 13 just a moment ago. Did we get anything higher than that? I know we had gusts in the 40s in Nicole. Haven't had anything, too far out of the 20s here. I mean, none out of the 20s, too far. They're up on the scale, though, so far today. But we'll keep checking and keep tracking. Let's look outside again where we're at. You can see the clouds there. Just got a gust of 59 in here, by the way. Not near as high as earlier, but still some significant gusts in toward that area for sure. You can kind of see what we're dealing with here. Definitely looking at the clouds moving around here. These trees, well, they're moving some. They're moving some. They could be moving a lot more rapidly than they are, though, which that's a good thing that they're not moving as fast as they could be at this point in time. It's some volatile weather conditions that we're dealing with right now, for sure. Again, looking at things here, just got to get to 16 we're at. Out of the south, pretty much again. That south wind on the anemometer, again, it's at 6 feet, so you've got to extrapolate up, and calculations would make these winds a little bit stronger up there. That 27 gusts probably toward tropical storm force to extrapolate up there. But again, just continuing to track things, continuing to give you guys the latest updates here. Let me go ahead and go over to the Doppler again. Let's go over to the Doppler presentation. I'm going to go ahead and step out of the shot again, I think. Just make sure we're still on, because all those flickers here, you never know. It could have got knocked off on one of our streams. We have multiple here. So make sure we're still streaming. Trying to keep you guys safe. It's flickering again here, folks. So might not see me on camera again if we keep getting this. Our backup system, we're not set for camera there. But we are still on YouTube, it looks like. So that's good. As we continue to give you guys the very latest updates on what's going on this storm. It was a catastrophic major hurricane. Now the winds have gone down some. But still a significant threat here as we're looking at things, as we're monitoring things here. Our Facebook streams are still up, at least, as well, it would appear. That's good news. So Facebook and YouTube still up. So again, let me just keep on looking at things here. Keep on tracking things here in the Weather Center. I'm going to go ahead and go on over here to one of our other sources Gonna gather some more information right now off camera for a moment. Just try to check on some different things. Try to give you guys more here what's going on. So let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. And that is, again, those stronger winds here further off toward the west. These extreme wind warnings. Let's go over some of these here again real quick, I think. Let's go over some of these here again. These EWWs here, folks. Some really nasty conditions moving on through. Let me go over all these. Let me get our screen up here. Let's go over all these together. So, till 11:15, North Central Taylor and Madison counties in the Big Bend of Florida. Extremely dangerous, life-threatening winds. Madison, Lee, Lake Bird, Mosley Hall, Hopewell, Cherry Lake, Hamburg, Hanson, Panetta, and Shady Grove. And then we have areas around Swanee County till 10 a.m. Live Oak, Swanee Springs, Wellborn, Dallin, Parko, Bromwick, Alpin, Lauraville, Newbern, Houston. Tornado-like winds possible there as well. First time we've ever had Jacksonville's office issue an extreme wind warning. Hope it'll be the last. We'll see. They might have to issue another one up toward Eccles and Hamilton. We'll see. But looking toward the Fayette and North Central Dixie, Northeastern Taylor, extreme wind warning to 10:15. Mayo, Perry, Crossy, Pineland, Cooks Hammock, Shamrock, Chansey, Boys, Smith, Buckville. Over toward Mayo Junction, Towns, and Hines. Over toward areas around the airport in Perry, Bouchelle Junction. We've gotten some of the worst of it already there, but a lot of trees still could be falling even if we're not seeing them on some of those sides. San Pedro Junction and Day as well. So right now that's one warning till 10:15 going, another till 10, another till 11:15 with the extreme wind warnings here on the board. These are tornado warning like situations where you got to take a ton of precautions because the winds are so strong here potentially. So strong in toward these areas. So gotta keep that in mind for sure. Gotta keep that in mind as we're looking at things here. We're just trying to give you guys the very latest on what's now a Category 2 hurricane. Category 2 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. So let's go ahead and see what else we might have here. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up, actually. I think that'd be a good spot to go right now. Let's go ahead and pull up that Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale here. You can see extensive damage still possible with a Cat 2 from the wind here. As we're looking towards some of these areas I've been talking about all morning with these tornado-like winds moving on through. We're going to be talking about a surge here as well, being a big problem towards some of these different spots here. But then these winds a big problem here as well. So again, you see what happened there, Tyndall Air Force Base in the background of this. That was Category 5 winds. Here we didn't get Cat 5. It did not. Luckily, sometimes with Ian we had questions a little bit. Not as much, but some of these storms we've had questions they were Cat 5 or not when they hit. Don't have that question, thankfully, because the structure of it did not wrap up more so like it was headed toward. It went through an eyewall replacement cycle. Made landfall the high end 3, it looks like here. 125 mile-an-hour winds where it went up to a 4 for just a moment ago before making landfall at a 3. I know Ian went up to a 5 before it made landfall. The 4 didn't affect the storm surge too much, but just the decaying of the structure might have helped a little bit, I think, based on some of the numbers we're seeing earlier on. But still a really bad situation. Don't get me wrong here. We've had reports of the storm surge really high and toward these spots, but not quite as high. So far in the numbers, we don't have a lot of gauges. So still don't have a lot of information, but so far only getting up to about 6.8 feet there on the storm surge, which is still really significant, but compared to what we were calling for, 12 to 16 feet, so far, again it could change, but so far that is not as significant. So again, I know we got another tornado warning outside of our area in Georgia now, closer to Savannah, Liberty, and McIntosh counties now. Under that until 9:45 this morning. So again, just continuing to watch that. It's got to get to 50 there in Hamilton County. And I'm going to go ahead and jump back in front of the key wall now to keep you guys covered on things. So there's your storm system. There's that new tornado warning there just north of our viewing area. You can't see it very good on this at Liberty and McIntosh to 9:45. Again, we're watching our winds around here. Just heard some gusty conditions. So let's pop up that camera then Let's pop the camera and you can see these conditions here, these deteriorating weather conditions here. Moving on through with this hurricane, a hurricane here again, moving through Idalia. You can see the trees blowing. We just got a gust of 48 in Lake Butler at 9:10 on the weather stem station there, a gust of 48 in Lake Butler about 15 minutes ago. So that's some stronger one, not to 90 like we thought earlier on here. Though thankfully we were able to drop that down in the forecast to about 70 or so, and we're not going to get a 70 either at this point, but 60 here, 65, not out of the question towards some of these areas here further off toward the east. So widespread power is not so much the east, but still a possibility here. Out obviously toward the West Lake City, we're seeing some of that, as we've shown you with the maps here this morning. But I think I'll see this map again because Georgia still hadn't gotten the outages as much as they're going to get. Some really strong winds are headed up into Georgia here. Charted the devices now. Some of these areas is too late, obviously, but in Georgia here, you still have a little more time. Some of you guys here in that red zone. That's where I've kind of forecasted the grid outages to be at this point, based on that track we were seeing earlier on in the timeline. Getting more numbers coming on in. 48 Mayport. That's the 48 around Mayport here over the last little bit with this system. Moving on through here with Idalia, moving on through the area here this morning. Again, that center there of this, we've been watching that progressing there. In parts of Taylor County, made landfall a little south of this for what it's worth. When I put this together earlier on, we had this, the forecast had a little bit further up, so it might push the winds a little bit further back. They're not quite as widespread here as we're looking on this northern strip, but this is something where you really have to just kind of do it once and go with it, because it takes a little bit maneuvering it around here. This was from the 11 p.m. I believe it was track is how I calculated all this, and this did get nudged back just a little bit here with that landfall position around Keaton Beach there earlier on this morning. So that's something to kind of keep in mind. Gust of 48 around Jasper, but going to be higher winds up there. That was Hamilton County around 8:30 this morning in the weather stem station. But again, just kind of interesting there. Again, continuing to watch here our skies here around Stark. You can kind of see the cloudiness there. I know, looking at our numbers, not really too really high at this point. Got to preface it. I know some of the areas further off. As we go back into radar, I think now, go back to radar, we don't have as much information in some of these areas here because there's not a lot of population. A lot of folks got out, so it'll be a little bit worse than what we first think, because I know in Elsa, we didn't even get a lot in there with the radar coverage not being great and the like. It's going to take a while for the damage to really trickle in and to see the full impact, because a lot of folks evacuated. So luckily some of the camera shots that we said you didn't look like it was just completely coming apart in Perry, but still some of the worst weather they've seen in years there. I mean, they had a tornado come through up, I think, town a while, going back maybe a couple years, but overall, I mean, in terms of hurricane impact, worse than decades. Again, looking toward trending, I guess, to 48 miles an hour in Gilchrist County at 8:10 a.m. this morning. So some really nasty winds coming on through there. Let me go ahead and see an effort here. I haven't done this on the fly much today. But let me go ahead and try to give you guys a look here, and this is gonna kind of push our computer. Just warning you guys here, but it's something to try to give you guys some more information. So let's go ahead and pull this up here. Actually, do we want to go to that? Okay, we want to go away from that just for a second because I need to make that full so you guys can see that better. So let's do that here. Let's make that full, folks. Almost 9:30 here on this Wednesday morning. What a Wednesday morning it is, a historic Wednesday morning. So let's go ahead and continue to watch things here for sure. These numbers down in Florida, over 240,000 customers here in the dark without electricity, folks. Definitely a storyline that folks aren't going to forget for a while in some of these spots. Not something maybe you're going to remember as much toward Gainesville. Stark probably, but see Palatka a little over 1,000 and Putnam County in the dark. Alachua County about 9,500 out, 637 give or take in Bradford. The aggregate map showing maybe a little more if we want to do like Clay Electric or something. A little over 1,000 in Union, over 21,000 in Columbia in the dark. That's a lot in Columbia out. Suwannee County over 20,000 out. Hamilton County about 2,000 in the dark. Gilchrist almost 5,000. Levy County almost 12,000. Dixie over 7,000. Lafayette County over 3,000. Taylor over 10,000. Madison almost 8,000. Jefferson over 5,000. Leon over 50,000 customers in the dark. And then you have McCulloch County over 12,000. They're just jumping around there. That's just kind of a look at that map again. A lot of folks without electricity here, and some of those folks without it for a while. So keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind here as we're looking at things in the overall situation here. Just a lot of red, higher percentage of customers in the dark in these counties versus others within the viewing circle. So again, that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. I know George is going to start getting some of these up there some too. We'll have to just continue to watch things here. Continue to monitor. There's your cyclone. There's your hurricane. Still a category 2 here. And the extreme wind warnings do continue here. Some really strong winds in toward this purplish color. Especially maybe up toward Madison there. Again, this could have been Monticello. It could have been Tallahassee. It ended up being a little bit east, but they're still getting a lot of impact in Tallahassee here. And the outer ring, per se, if you want to call it that, seems like the outer ring has still caused a lot of power outages here. You can kind of see as you can kind of see some bend further over, but looking there kind of at our area here and getting the idea. The radar coverage makes it really tricky trying to do that. Let me do that one more time. Looking at this again. So you have kind of the eye wall in here, per se, where the extreme wind warnings are, but then you have your outer periphery here, getting some outages as well. So again, that's kind of the storyline right now. Just trying to give you guys the very latest what's going on here. Gust of 46 around St. Augustine at around 9 o'clock here this morning. Just something to kind of bear in mind in the ward area in St. Johns County as we're looking at that situation there as we continue to watch the storm progress here up toward generally the north-northeast here in terms of that overall direction on this here as it moves across the viewing area here this morning. Again, just watching everything with the different numbers. Okay, so 16 just got us to 16 where we're at. So the wind's picking back up. Let's jump back to the outdoor camera here. I see, guys, the trees, they don't look as really movable, if you want to say that. Here, they're not really moving too much at all. But again, you can see the clouds still streaming on by here in this shot this morning. Really telling that story. Really telling that story here for sure. The structures are just kind of interesting here with the cloud cover as it kind of moves on by here this morning. So again, looking some more different numbers. Pressure 998 millibars. The excess, let me check that. Excess gone up just a tad. I didn't mean to wash this past, but that's at least a little bit of goodness of a sign there. We may not get too much lower one if we were to get a lower one here. I mean, with this kind of going to north, it may be, in that range where it's about your peak lowest. But we had during the cold, I think, that lowest pressure. But 47 gust in Lake C. We're getting a lot of outages reported in Columbia County. Power's going to be out a while there. Long-lasting power outages. Remember, if your phone's running low here, you think about that carbon monoxide danger from the generators. Make sure you are really careful. You can't have those in your house or in your garage, those gas-powered ones, or even just outside because it can be a deadly scenario for you. I just remember the power lines in the aftermath of a storm. Don't go near them. They can be deadly. They can still be live when they get knocked down. Just got a gust of 53 miles an hour in Hamilton County there, the Hamilton Crossroads. So still watching these extreme wind warnings. We're monitoring them all here for you in the weather center. We're at 9:34 right now. Let's go and take about a 5-minute break here. We're back at 9:40 as we gather some more information here. There may be, just glancing at this on radar, it almost looks like this may be going a little more northerly compared to the track, but we've had this kind of move around here, some on us points one way or the other, and you just never know. But sometimes it goes over land, you can kind of shift a little more based on versus what the models are showing. It may be going a little more northerly here. That could be more of a Padasta thing too, right into town with some of the worst of this. That's something to really watch for in Lowndes County and toward that I-75 corridor. So Gust of 52 reported live oak last few minutes on one of the sites, at least that's reporting. So some of those latest numbers coming on in. We'll have more information for you in about 5 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here about 9:40 on this Wednesday morning, still tracking the hurricane, moving on through. A new flash flood warning recently popping up there for parts of Brooks and Lowndes counties. And about 12:45 this afternoon. That's the word about after here, folks. Let's zoom in. You can kind of see here in the ward area in South Georgia. Definitely seeing some heavier rain there. Come on in. We're tracking that for you. So at 9:35, the operator indicated thunderstorm producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between a half an inch and 2 inches of rain has really fallen there, and then we're expecting additional amounts of 1 to 4 possible in the warned area. Flash flooding ongoing are expected to begin shortly. So, right off the Lake Park, I-75 and exit 16, Moody Air Force Base, Rumerton, Dasher, about at the airport, over I-75 and exit 11, Kinderloo, Cliaville, Twin Lakes, I-75 and exit 5, Barrett, Naylor, and Nankin. So again, watching that and these extreme wind warnings, I'm kind of thinking, we'll see for sure, but there's a certain criteria that has to be met. It looks like Hamilton's not going to get one now. As we get that Iowa further up there, it's pretty obvious Jennings getting some of the worst of this here. And in the North, at this point, I don't think they're going to get it. There's still a chance, but I don't think we're going to quite beat that because you really have to be almost like 115 with these gust potential numbers, and we're not probably going to reach that potential up toward Lowndes. They can kind of maneuver that around a little bit, I think, because we've seen it in lower storm numbers, but there's generally that criteria where that potential has to exist. Thankfully, it's not existing up there, but still really bad with a lot of power outages. A big deal towards some of our different communities for sure. So, okay, so we had a gust just now a moment ago when I was coming on about 21 where we're at. So let's see, we're lower now on our numbers. Still haven't got anything over 27 in our lower height. Our lower height here, our lower height. So just I want to reiterate that because if you do the calculation, that's still like tropical force gust higher up. But again, let's go ahead and pop up some other information here right now. Let's go ahead and go to the outdoor camera. You can see the trees kind of blowing around some. Again, the lower highest gust at that lower height is in the low 40 range. So we're not to that right now, which is some good news for sure. We had the power flicker a bunch, but it hadn't gone out yet. That's some good news as well. But here used to start. A lot of folks have lost power on. That's why it's so important to charge your devices up here in this type of situation, in this type of setup. I know, just looking at these numbers, I mean, Madison County gust 62, 70 miles an hour. Very strong. Maybe, again, not as high as they could be if we would have not had an eyewall replacement cycle happen. We could have been seeing a little bit more predominant gust up there, even higher. And those type of numbers don't maybe justify, even though those are significant and damaging and serious. They don't justify another extreme wind warning. Maybe further up, it wouldn't seem still bad stuff though. Headed toward Badass is going to cause widespread power outages there in Lowndes County. So again, you can see here we're looking at our view here. Right now there's some rainfall and we're up to only about 7/10 of an inch for today. We actually had yesterday here in some thunderstorm action out ahead 1.3 inches of rain. So that was a big deal here in terms of this, how it popped on up. So kind of crazy when you're thinking about it here. Kind of crazy in the overall grand scheme of things. This is a smaller system in terms of the focus of the winds. Big in terms of the scope to the east here, and power outages kind of extend partially in there, but we're going to have this trees down in a lot of spots where the damage is going to really be severe. It's closer in here with this. So let's go back to the Doppler views here. Let's go back over. Another thing I want to mention, we've had bad storm surge towards Cedar Key, but so far, the number that I've seen, 7 feet, it could have been a lot worse. I mean, don't get me wrong. It could end up getting a little bit worse because of the angle this is still taking now, piling that water in some. It's still high, so tighten that gauge, and that goes back over 50 years. So it's still a really big deal for those folks. But the forecast is for 12 to 16 feet. I'm still trying to, I mean, it's a one-man band, so I could be missing stuff here, but and it still has to be reviewed as well. So, I mean, it's still higher than the storm of the century. We'll go back over. And let me just go ahead and see if we can get that graphic up. I'm gonna take the other label off now because we're not really sure. It seemed hard to get nearly 10 feet higher than Hermine at this point. May get to 10 feet or 12 feet, but It's gonna be hard to get a lot higher, but I think we just got a big gust here. Let's take it live. Let's go live to our camera. You can see the trees blowing some. I just don't want to miss this because we can't go back on this camera road. Instead of gust to 23 where we're at. So that's kind of the storyline there. You can see the trees blowing some. Kind of hear it in the background. That's why I kind of looked over and pulled this up. Again, trying to give you guys a visual of what's going on here. Some of the worst really coming through now here from what we're going to get from this. Not bad as it could have been, but still power outages happening parts of Bradford County. Okay, so let's go ahead and check here the graphics. So this is your high Cedar Cube water level. It's going to be changed now because the new flood warning for Hamilton echoes until about 11:45. That's an aerial flood warning, but Austin just got a gust to 63 miles an hour there. But here's your highest water levels, top 4 on Cedar Key. Before now, because we passed her mean, but not by so far. It was only closer to 7 feet. Still, I mean, the other number that was on here in the 4-foot range was in the 70s. So still the highest water level measured in over 50 years in Cedar Key. But again, it wasn't completely surpassing things here as much as it could have been so far. But we're not done here for sure yet. Can't let your guard down. Still bad stuff happening in the these areas with a lot of damage for sure. That's the storyline. But checking our different numbers here again. I want to just keep making sure I'm not missing anything here. So let's go ahead and jump back on over to the camera. You can see what we're dealing with the cloud cover again here. Let me see what else I might have in my show here to show you guys possibly. I want to see if there's anything else in here that I can show right now. I don't really think so. So let me go ahead and see what we might have in terms of some other Doppler vantage points and the like. You know, the tornado watch still remains in effect. The tornado watch still remains in effect here. Pretty wide area. That's till 3 o'clock this afternoon. Conditions in the area and close to that area favorable for tornadic activity. Got some stuff more popping up down here than up here lately. This stuff probably move away. So that might mean some better weather conditions here later this afternoon in north central Florida. This is moving up pretty quickly. The storm system's still moving pretty quickly here in the overall grand scheme of things. So again, okay, flood warning just canceled Swanee, continued Hamilton at 10:45 now as this storm system, this hurricane, moves on through. Again, Madagascar's going to take it on the chin, it looks like here. Not going to be extreme wind warning, but some of the worst is coming into Valdosta based on the angle this is taken. Lowndes County, they're pretty quick because I know initially we had, the center of the eye at least, which it could be close in this time, but the worst is it's coming in now around 10:30 or so, give or take, 10:30. We had the center around 2 one point there. I just saw our power flicker again, looking at our numbers again to try to see what's going on, but again, you can kind of see here. I'll zoom back out a bit. Kind of have that little squall here toward Bradford. So let's go ahead and see what's going on with that. Kind of see what's going on with that because as this goes further north, we're going to get that dry slide and it's going to maybe not be as serious here at times, potentially. So let's go ahead and go back to the camera shot. Kind of see you guys the view here. You can kind of get that perspective on what's going on with this hurricane, with this nasty cyclone. And if there's any questions for any of the viewers out there, it's kind of interesting to do that here at this point. Again, I don't see anything right now, but again, thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me here on this Wednesday morning. Still about 9:50 here is what the time is right now with this hurricane coming on through. So again, looking here at everything that's going on, you can kind of see the progression of things and see if we have any of the model guidance coming on up. There is an enhanced risk of tornadoes, it looks like. So let's see where that is. That might be, yeah, that's further up the coast there, more toward Charleston and the like, and even North Carolina. Going to be an interesting situation for them. Maybe areas there in areas like McIntosh, clipped by that, but not necessarily in our area. That's good at least, but again, gonna maybe have more potential with some of that filling on in later. It's a possibility. Maybe not strong tornadoes, but still a threat There's your winds, some waves there, giving that visual. You see our center there, and some of the switching winds there in the Swanee River Valley. So again, that's what we're dealing with right now. Let's see here what we're tracking. You can see how the wind coming in from the north back out west. Let's see what the temperatures look like over there. The temperatures in the mid 70s. Pretty cool day toward Albany and Doherty County, Lee County as well. I mean, it's cool over the east, but you're not getting much of an impact here from the higher winds so far over there. May get a little bit higher now in there. You still have some alerts toward that area, so don't let your guard down. But worst off here to the east here in this setup. So okay, so 9:51 is the time right now. Now let me go ahead and keep on checking things. We're gonna go ahead and zoom back in toward this area. You can kind of see Valdosta. It's going to be a big deal for southeast Georgia as well. Here it just moves on up, so got to keep that in mind. Right now, no tornado warnings around, so the extreme wind warnings around there, which is still dangerous wind acts, and we're starting to, it would seem, get on the northern periphery of these toward like Madison County, Panetta, and Madison here, and then we're kind of leaving that here. As we get further up, Valdosta is going to still have big problems, big implications. So, okay, we're going to catch our breath here real quick. We're at 9:52. A lot going on in the Weather Center with this historic storm system. Another update from the Hurricane Center pretty soon. At 10 o'clock, and another report at Hamilton County, some tropical cyclone impacts there around the Westlake area. So, definitely dealing with that here. We're dealing with everything and in this situation, everything that our system has to offer us here. Again, watching our scenario here with Idalia moving on through every part of it to some degree, a lot more impacts in one versus the other though. And let's see what the model. Okay, we just got unfortunately some news, so let me go over that before we take a break here. We're getting some unfortunate news out of Hamilton County now. So looking at our models, they were in alignment here. But we're being told in Hamilton County now a tree has fallen on a home 2 miles west-northwest of Westlake along 40th Avenue. It's injured one person inside. So one person now injured there in Hamilton County from a tree that's fallen on a home there 2 miles west-northwest of Westlake, right where we had an impact. They just put it as a couple different category type details there. It looks like first tropical cyclone type of winds, and then same area there at the same time, an injury. So that's going to do it for the time being. I'm back here at 10 o'clock with more information unless we get something with a tornado warning in play. We'll have to jump back in immediately. So keep it tuned here. Watching Hurricane Idalia moving on through here at Clouds Weather. We're in Bradford County, weathering the storm with you guys to keep you guys safe and informed. By the way, okay, real quick, gust to 67 by Osta just recorded there. So just popping up. We'll see you back in about 6 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here to the top of the hour, it's 10 o'clock, still tracking a hurricane, still a threat here across the region, and some of the worst moving from Madison County and that region more up toward Valdosta and toward Eccles County as well, as the power outages really mount here and toward some of our counties. The extreme wind warning still standing south, but really again, Madison up toward areas there further on up and toward Lowndes, and Hamilton getting it too, but you see the warning start at 10 for Swanee County, the extreme wind warning. I know the eye kind of gets distorted at times. So let me switch over to the Moody radar as we're getting closer with it for sure to that one now. Try to give you that vantage point. Yeah, you can definitely see it's more northerly tilted here with the focus of the rain and then somewhat the wind as well. 67 mile-an-hour gusts recently around Valdosta. It says 66, but the rounding has to make it 67. We're just being told now at a Live Oak area report of several outbuildings rolled over there in Swanee County at Ohio Avenue, according to broadcast media. Ohio Avenue North, US 129, and 72nd Trace in the Live Oak area. That's only about a mile south of I-10. So now we want to hear, obviously, some dangerous conditions here. Okay, that was actually from an NWS employee relaying the report from media. So, tornado watch is canceled for Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor. So that's good. But continuing as out of the Tallahassee jurisdiction for Madison, Lanier, and Lowndes. So just continuing to track things here. Let's go ahead. I know a lot of power outages around. We got the latest numbers here just a few moments ago. So let's go ahead and pull it up here. Let's go up toward, we just got Augustine Leon at 53. It caused a lot of power outages still. These numbers don't sound impressive, but I know her mean, that peak gust was in the high 60s. I haven't had a chance to go through all the numbers, but I've only seen gust a lot of them in the 50s here, just from earlier in Leon. But they've caused a lot of power outages, unfortunately, there. So let me go ahead and see here what our map looks like. I'm going to go ahead and kind of pull it up here. We'll put it up in front of me here at this point. Kind of go over this together a little bit. So there's your map right now. You can see, look how much percentage is so high in Swanee County. It is really out there, and it's gonna, with the storm coming through, the crews aren't gonna really want to get out in this. Obviously, it's unsafe for them in these type of conditions. So Swanee County, with everybody in the dark there. Lafayette County, Madison County, Jefferson County, Taylor. You have Dixie, a similar story. Leave a little less because of the way the county goes in there toward like Williston. Maybe not quite as much there as further back. But looking there toward Leon County there, about 50,000 customers in the dark in that area. Even, see a lot to a county here. Let's pull this up. Over 15,000 in the dark. Bradford kind of 800. Union over 1,000. So you can kind of see where it cuts off. We said that to you earlier on. It was becoming clear that, boy, the areas in the darker orange to red, that's almost exactly what we had there on our other map in Florida now. In Georgia, and I got to be watching out here for the outages as well. Got to be charging those devices up. In fact, while I'm off camera here, let me try to get this on up. I know you can kind of see what we're dealing with there in the Peach State. I know our system's going to work really hard to get that information. Work really hard. You can see now, I wanted to kind of jump to this because it's coming up further on up in these counties here with this threat. So you see what we're dealing with, and then I'll kind of jump to the bottom of this and then work my way back up. You see Thomas County, not as many out there, but Brooks County over toward Lowndes County. You're seeing that number. That's going to put almost everybody out pretty soon there in Lowndes County. And in Eccles, you can see there's not many people in that county track, but pretty much everybody in the dark there. Just got a gust to 79 miles an hour there in Hamilton County reported from 950. So those hurricane gusts are still there. It's still Cat 2. We just want to see some of the measurements. Some of the sites are going to fail or not get reports out after such a high number. But again, kind of the storyline right now, they're looking across the area at things as we look across the area. So let's go ahead now and come back on camera with you guys. I'm going to go ahead and come back on camera for a moment. And then now I'm going to go ahead and work on getting us some camera shots here. We don't have many there out towards some of these hard areas, but there's a couple that were still left over that I was seeing in our system here a moment ago. So again, I just continuing to watch. Let's check Old Town, another further down to the south at this point, but There's some cars on the road. We're still seeing some of that wind blowing around though. Got a few more gusts coming in, by the way. Now 61 in the ward parts of Duval's area there in the Mayport area. It's about hot there, and then it got to 56 there in Brooks County, about 9:22 this morning. Okay, we actually have some tree debris, it looks like, here on this camera. I saw a vehicle that about a moment ago, but now seeing at least tree debris. I'm not sure if it was there earlier on. Maybe we couldn't see it earlier on in here. This is an interesting sight. The wind's blowing quite a bit there. This is Old Town, the community of Old Town here in North Central Florida this morning. US 19/98 at State Road 349 and County Road 349 there. Giving that view to you guys. You can see that tree debris. Looks like a tree must have fell on the road. Hopefully nobody was under that there in that area here. So kind of giving you that viewpoint right now. Gust 53 around Live Oak there. Swanee County Airport at 9:40 this morning. As I'm looking at Old Town there again, parts of unincorporated Dixie County there. Good there. At least we're getting a shot out of there, a view out of there. But a lot of issues and a lot of power outages, obviously, in the word that area. And the wind's still blowing some. Kind of on the backside. Some cars trying to get through there. There's that tree debris there right now toward the Old Town area. And another car coming on through. The traffic light's green right now, and there's turning, so still working, so that's good. Just got a new flash flood warning. This we need to come back on camera. Let's go ahead and jump over to this. As the rain, we're kind of getting some nastier weather around Stark and Bradford now. May jump over to that too in a moment. As we keep an eye on Old Town there and some of that. But okay, so well, the wind just picked up. So let's pop this back up there toward the Old Town area. Just pop up there a little bit higher just for a second, so that I jump back over to that. But let's move away from it now, and then I need to go ahead and be able to manipulate the radar. We just got a tornado warning up toward the Savannah area, by the way, not in our area, but Bryan, Chatham, Effingham, and Liberty counties. The flash flood warning that was new though for Hamilton, a small sliver, very small sliver, issued until 11:30 this morning. At 10:06, the operator indicated Idalia there producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain has fallen. Additional amount of a half inch to an inch are possible. And we're talking about areas there like, it looks like it's mainly rural zones of Hamilton and northwestern Hamilton County. So that's the good news here. That's the good news, at least in toward that zone. As we're looking at things, as we're giving you guys the very latest on what is going on here with this hurricane as it moves on through portions of the viewing circles to a category 2 out of the last check there. The Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale details matching up with that. So again, let's check now Bradford and see that. I mean, we're getting luckier around here, but some folks have still lost power. Some folks have still lost power here and still getting tropical force gusts in a lot of these sensors. So I gotta be kind of mindful of that here as these kind of come on through. Seeing that here. Let's check some of our velocities right now. And to see, you can definitely see a lot of wind aloft. So some of that could transport or could get a little weak rotation with something like this. Maybe some of these areas a little bit heavier reflectivity. Don't really see it right now though, so that's good. Once this stuff gets through, I mean, you get kind of further back here in a dry slot, and I mean, we don't have the greatest radar coverage, so let me double check this, but honestly, I mean, again, this is a fast moving storm compared to what you can sometimes get. This could be about our last big chance of power outages here in Bradford over the next, this little bit here. I mean, don't lay your guard down, don't get me wrong, but just the way this banding's kind of setting on up here, this kind of pushes on up into where the picture. The storm kind of moves mainly north, but a little bit east. I mean, you still kind of have this. It could linger a little bit longer up in here, but maybe another couple hours, something like that. But overall here, I mean, the cyclone is pushing northward, and that is some good news here. At least the speed is getting out of the picture so the cleanup can ensue, really, as we look ahead. Okay, 17 to Augustus now where we're at. Looking at our anemometer, let's pop up the camera. Again, it's at 6 feet off the ground. We're looking with those winds. They're higher aloft, obviously. So you see the trees there blowing some. Not overwhelming here. Not overwhelming, but you're seeing some of that right now. So, by the way, just to recap on our flash flood warnings. Okay, we just got a new one. I just want to double check that. Okay, so we got a new one now for Eccles until 11:45. So let's go ahead. We have 4 of them though: Brooks, Lowndes, Madison, Taylor, and then Hamilton. But now Eccles, as our wind just started picking up, our rain just picked up a little bit. It sounded like on that camera there you saw behind me, but again, the winds haven't gotten really strong. Let's go ahead and keep watching that. There's some squally weather that's coming through Bradford County right now here, for sure. Pressure 998 millibars right now. The lower pressure is stronger. The weather in general, we're 997 earlier on, and that's about what we got during the cold, if I recall. Double check that there, but I know at least one of our cyclones last year, that was a pressure toward that is what we got here. Might have been Ian, I'll have to look, but it seems like about the lowest we got there in those events, one of them at least. Okay, so let's go ahead and go on up here. Where do we want to go? Okay, let's go to this view. A lot of heavy rain in Valdosta. Really bad weather. No extreme wind warning, but really bad weather. Valdosta and Lowndes County right now from this hurricane ripping on through here, Lowndes County. Again, seeing that impact being felt. Again, looking at my anemometer and the light here. Let's see. I don't have traffic camera. Do we get into Georgia? But we do have maybe one more here further up in Florida. I saw it a moment ago. That was still maybe functional. Actually, let's see. There might be another one in Hamilton County. So that one's turned toward the ground. So that's not going to help us too much there. That's up that direction. So let's go ahead and see. How about out near White Springs, maybe? Yeah, this one near the intersection of I-10 and 75. If it's still working, we'll pop it up right now. It was a moment ago. It's still shaking. So let's go ahead and go over to this. You can see there, this is I-75 and I-10. We still got a view on this one looking north. How many people are there, obviously, in these type of conditions? The trees aren't blowing as much as they could be, though, at this point. We've had a lot of power outages already here during our Hurricane Idalia. So, again, just seeing that impact being felt for sure across North Florida, now moving more towards South Georgia here as we progress in the timeline. The conditions will still be pretty nasty as we get up in towards South Georgia here over the next little bit as we look ahead and toward the timeline. You can definitely see that camera shaking around there. That camera shaking around as we get there right now toward the intersection of those two roads per se, but it's not near as bad as like what we saw in Perry. But still, at points we had higher winds than this, and that was enough to knock out some power. But it wasn't down in the trees here like it could have. Still Cat 2 hurricane. Got a report of, I guess, the 64 there. Lowndes County Utility there at Grassy Pond. Reporting that as the wind just picked up a little bit in this shot here. Intermittent gust here a little higher. Just got a gust of 15 where we're at now. And okay, 20. Okay, so let's see what we can do with this. 17 now. So let me go ahead and see if we want to go ahead and pop me back up here on camera. And then we'll take you back toward Bradford County and look at the trees blowing some. Again, not overwhelming, thankfully, which is good. But again, I'm just continuing to watch here the skies this morning with this hurricane, tropical storm conditions more here off toward the east, though. That's the 40 Duval County that's reported there. That's kind of the storyline in that area around Jacksonville. Now, just kind of giving you guys an idea of what's going on there in the First Coast region. Let me see if there's any questions from anybody. I don't see anything, but again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. Thanks so much for watching here this morning as we continue to give you guys the very latest on what's going on. You can see our heavy rain there, really heavy rain. That's why there's a flash flood warning, folks. 1 hour rates here. Look at how high they are. 3, 4, maybe. I mean, you could get them a little bit higher in here even. Look at it's moving so quickly. We really have problems setting up here around Lowndes County with this hurricane. Coming on through, and you can see how that's kind of headed for Lakeland. And at this point, it looks like, I mean, the center is further over, like toward Homerville, Waycross, but some of the heaviest rain probably as we kind of this eye here, Lakeland up to Pearson to Douglas and Broxton, and then it gets out of our area. So still got a few counties to go though, and then the eye here, we still have the winds kind of lingering. It's still going to be a good bit till we can wrap coverage. I mean, we've been going here since the 5 o'clock hour this morning. We're now in the 10 o'clock hour with almost continuous coverage, continuous streaming being on almost the whole time. It's just me. It's not like I can throw to somebody, so I have to take a break occasionally here. But it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here from this hurricane that's come on through here, Roy. Parts of North Florida this morning, making landfall on Keaton Beach there earlier on this morning. I believe it's 7:45, as I recall there with that landfall time as we were looking at things. By the way, Watertown, Columbia County, Swanee Forestry Center there, a gust to 40 miles an hour there. So that's just coming in tropical force 39 or above. Just got a flood warning canceled for Hamilton now. It looks like, not sure if that was in the same area as the flash flood or not. But again, you can kind of see that center here. Not as much convection here, more on the northern side. You can kind of see that. I know it reminds me now of the look that Irma had as it came through areas around Bradford County. It caused all those power outages. They're kind of getting that impact, if not a little bit more, probably right now toward Valdosta. So again, watching that carefully. Let's see. Hopefully we won't lose our radars and just going more over that. You can see these winds there. These winds on velocity still so 80, 90 miles an hour. And over here, still closer to 100 possible, but they're not going to reach all the way because don't have as much precip there. I wouldn't think they would reach all the way at this point, but still getting some strong gusts of hurricane force definitely in toward that region. Definitely in toward that region there. Right off to Jasper, Fargo. That whole area there, Madison, kind of extends down. Still, that extreme wind warning still continuing for just a tad longer further down toward the south. The very, very rare for Tallahassee, and never issued before today. For Jacksonville, EWW product, extreme wind warning. I think never issued before. I think years ago, actually, Jacksonville trying to issue a tornado warning. I remember hearing when I was a lot younger, like before college, even that product. I never heard of it before, and it came across by accident because they hit the wrong button there. But then they switched that out, and it was something. It was an odd scenario because it was just unexpected. They had to issue a tornado warning real quick for something in I believe summertime setup. But right now, flash flood warning is being issued Jefferson, Madison, and then we have Brooks, Lowndes, and Thomas till 12:45. So let's go ahead and see what the storyline is there as we get further out toward the west. Let's go out toward the west here. And you see some of that heavy rain. It must be causing some issues here. It's not Tallahassee's rain. It's actually this rain here. So I see Thomas, and I go toward Thomasville, but no, banding a little bit. We can pick a band, but no, it's this band out here with this flash flood warning now. For Jefferson, Madison, Brooks, Lowndes, and Thomas till 12:45. Then also Hamilton County, now Jasper. Again, reports. It looks like some more issues there, unfortunately. We're getting a lot of issues in Hamilton County. It sounds like with a tree blown down into a home where it trapped some residents inside there along Bristol Avenue Southwest. So that's kind of the storyline around Jasper there. That was from 9:52 when that happened. The report, at least, of that was from that point in time, it would seem. Gust to 80 on Weatherston around 9 a.m. Delayed report, Madison County. Here in the rain where we're at, coming on down again. So let's kind of see what we're down with on the Doppler. Then I'll pull up the camera again. Let's kind of see what we're down with there on the Doppler. Some gustier winds around Keystone at times. You have some of this banding coming on through. Let's go ahead and pull this on up. See some of those trees shake a little. Gust is not overly impressive here, thankfully, at this point, as we talked about. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what we're dealing with. It could have been a lot worse for the east, but still some power outages. A lot of power outages. Lake City, though, that area, and Lake City to Tallahassee, that corridor, most folks, in general, in terms of percentage, over half, it would seem to be in the dark. So, some spots a lot more than half. But again, a really nasty situation here today. We've been talking about what do you want to say, a historic scenario here across our region. And we've really seen the winds come in. I know Valdosta, there's really populated, folks, really populated around Valdosta. So let's go ahead and go back to the radar view because this is some really heavy rain. By the most populated area that's really getting into the absolute brunt of this storm right now. So everybody's going to pretty much be losing power if they're not already around Valdosta. A lot of trees are going to get knocked down and the like here. A lot of folks that live in Valdosta in south central Georgia, Lowndes County here, Roy feeling the burn of this. You get concerned here. I mean, we don't have the extreme wind warning up there, but you can always take for these winds there. Maybe just on the edge of tornado-like. So if you feel like you need to take tornado precautions, do that. That means get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. But then you can always put that bicycle helmet on, or if something happens there, you can always have some other options there as well to really maybe get in a bathroom or a closet to try to protect yourself from these stronger hurricane force winds coming on through Lowndes County. So definitely impactful here in Valdosta. I-75 there. Hopefully nobody's driving on that stretch, but we saw in other areas in Florida we had some drivers here out and about. Unfortunately, in this type of scenario, I know we don't have the camera views there, but I'm sure there's folks probably out, must have sat down, probably out and about there as well. Okay, so we're getting some more information in now. We're getting a lot of reports out of Hamilton County. Might just be because of the way the reporting kind of works out there. But I'll go ahead and come on in back to the shot now. And you can see stuff here in Bradford. And then let's go back on over to the area here. So we're being told emergency management reported roof damage in Jasper. At least one of them had the roof blown off. That's nasty stuff there for sure. So that area going in Echoes County that produced that here definitely causing some problems as we get further on up here. Statenville, Withers, that area having an impact. Duval County max wind at the Jax Airport so far just 46 miles an hour. So that's some good news. Not as high as it could have been. Still have a lot to know in the Jacksonville TV market for southeast Georgia because where this stuff is now, I mean, some of this wind out here translating more toward Waycross here. This is more in the Albany TV market as we look ahead toward Idalia, even, and in Berrien County, we'll be watching here maybe a little bit more so, them in Lanier. Cook County, I mean, Idalia, you may get into some pretty nasty weather. The worst of may just go more toward Lakeland, and then some of those areas there, east side of Nashville up to Pearson possibly. And then, I mean, the winds, we've seen the winds, they don't show up as well on the radar here in the grand scheme of the banning, but we've had a lot of issues with wind this morning around Jasper there in parts of North Florida. So, again, tracking a tropical cyclone here. See where else I want to go again. It's all about keeping you guys safe and informed within our 62 county area here in this marathon hurricane coverage. We know a lot of folks have lost power, but we're trying to be that voice here to get you guys through it. We still have power here. We have backup systems in case we lose it. We were getting close there a couple times, and we'll have to just see. But right now, things are looking pretty good in that regard. Flood warning is being issued. Clinton echoes now to 12:15. There toward parts of South Georgia. That's an aerial flood warning. Not a flash flood warning for a rapid water rise. It didn't go off on your weather radio like a flash flood warning would. An aerial flood warning does not, but still can be dangerous. Remember, turn around, don't drown. So keep that in mind. The flash flood warning, especially Valdosta right now, they're getting some really heavy rainfall. Some heavy rainfall rates. They could always upgrade that one. Let me check, make sure they haven't went considerable on that. They could go considerable on that one. Okay, new flash flood warning for Lanier. Okay, new flash flood warning for Lanier now. So let me come back on camera here and break that down for you guys. Flash flood warning for Lanier County to 1:30 at about 10:24. Doppler indicated thunderstorm producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amounts of 2 to 4 are possible. So flash flooding ongoing are expected to begin shortly. Lakeland, Moody Air Force Base, the Meigs, Hansel Courthouse, that community area listed. Teeterville, Stockton, and Greenwood as we try to lose power again. Trying to lose power again here. Okay, I think we just lost one of my monitors here, and we're really going in and out now. So bear with me. I've lost some of my monitors. So are we still on here? I see myself over in this monitor, but I've lost some of my front monitors right now. So again, we may still be on the air here at this point because fortunately I've lost my other monitors. I do have this one over here, thankfully. So let me step out of the side and see what I can do to continue coverage here as we try to give you guys the latest in this type of scenario. Again, gonna try to look across the room here, Roy, at our other monitor to see what's going on here and make sure we can kind of get this fixed here so I can see myself in our front monitors, because that's pretty important here in this type of setup. So again, we're still live, I think, here on the air. So still covering the hurricane. Hurricane Idalia here, of course, that big impact being felt. And let me go ahead and kind of just see here. Is our mouse giving us any type of signal? Okay, we're not even getting a mouse signal now here, folks. So again, that's how it works here, live TV or live streaming. We've even lost our clock now. So okay, I think we're still on the air though, because it still says we're streaming. So again, we're still with you guys here. That's what happens, these type of situations. So gotta get everything fixed. Gotta get our monitors back on here as we continue live to try to keep you, your friends, and your family safe and informed here in this type of setup. The power flickers so much and it causes some issues. But again, looking about off to all that heavier rainfall there, moving on through toward that area. Definitely having an impact there in toward that area in Lowndes County, and we get upgraded to a considerable if we're not careful with the flash flooding there in toward that part of south central Georgia. So again, this storm system having an impact, getting a report now. Okay, this is not good out of Union County now. We talk about dodging bullets here in terms of the weather, but unfortunately, as we're now being told, emergency management's relaying a report of a tree that's fallen through a residence on Northwest 106 Loop. Residents entrapped and are being extricated at this time 2 miles east southeast of Lulu in Union County. So, I mean, even if it didn't look bad out there, these winds are having an impact. They kind of are, I mean, in a way, you can almost compare it to ice. It's kind of a silent threat. They're just enough to cause some issues, but they don't look overwhelming, and that can be kind of dangerous here in and of itself. So we're seeing that in Union County now. Folks having to be extricated 2 miles east southeast of Lulu from a home with a tree that fell through it. This is not what you want to hear. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest. Our systems, we're trying to get it back up and running here so we can get everything ready to go so I can see myself in front of the key wall. That's kind of important here when we're trying to do this for you guys. But right now, we're kind of, I guess you could call it, let me check my, we haven't got anything higher than 27. So kind of the height of the storm here pretty much is what we're at right now. So let me go ahead and check our other monitor. We're 2 out of 3 now. We're 2 out of 3. I'm going to do the cameras. I'm not going to talk quite as loud here. So let me go ahead and reset this one now. Let me see if I can reset this one real quick. We'll try to get that on in here and do it live. I could have just taken a break, I guess, but we'll stick with this here and try to reset. So you might be hearing me punching a bunch of buttons here, but it's all about trying to protect you, your friends, and your family in these type of situations here and stuff like that around Union County. Puts things in perspective here with a tree falling through a residence near Lulu in Union County. So I think we got another monitor back now. But while I'm off camera, let me check Bradford County, see if we have any reports here in terms of trees down. Okay, looks like we have one road obstruction right now in Bradford County. One road obstruction as we're looking there, 137th Street. 137th Street. That's out there, the ward, it looks like the area around Lake Sampson. That would probably be a tree or a power line then. So that's the only one noted right now in terms of the latest information coming from the Bradford County Sheriff's Office. Other stuff didn't seem related, at least. There is a traffic assignment in Hampton. Maybe there's an issue with the light then. You never know. That's toward 95th Street and Highway 301. If that is where our light is, I'm not 100% sure. It could be some type of other weather-related issue. So, again, I'm just continuing to watch things here. That look at the geography of that. So, again, let's go ahead and I see a tornado warning Bryan and Chatham further up here with our storm Idalia, southwest of Savannah. You can see Lanier County, the heavier rain coming up toward Lakeland now. So make sure we're still on the air because we took a hit there More than they get for sure. But I think we stayed on. If we didn't, well, we should be back on at this point as we continue the coverage. So looks like we're still on YouTube. That's good. That's good. We're still on the YouTube platform as we keep you guys up to date. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for watching here. We're still live on Facebook. Still live on Facebook, it looks like. Let me check both pages that we have here. Casey Cloud WX and Cloud Weather. Try to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. Okay, we're live. I might have took a hit for a moment, but we're live on those. Let me double check Twitter, or it's called X now, at Cloud Casey. Make sure we're still streaming there as well. And I'll check Twitch over here too. Just make sure, because that was a pretty big hit to lose our monitors like that. They were pretty much for a moment, but I think we stayed on for the most part there. Yeah, we're on Twitch right now. Okay. Let me check Twitter real quick. Checking that here. Okay, we're getting more reports out of Union County now, unfortunately, from emergency management. At 10:29, a tree fell on a home on, looks like Southeast 8th Court there in Lake Butler. So it seems like Bradford, maybe not getting that as much here, but Union, a little closer to the core. And they're getting a few trees here to fall in bad places, it sounds like. Even if it's not worst case. I mean, can you imagine worst case? I mean, if we're getting trees to fall in homes. In multiple homes, we had trees fall now in Union County. Can you imagine if this actually moved further east, like what we were projecting? So that's not good. I mean, here it is. I hope everybody's all right as we're looking at things. You just never know. And these type of setups, as we continue to watch here, continue to track. I'm going to go ahead and keep checking things here. Keep on looking at all of our different informational sources. Just to make sure we're still streaming. We're still streaming on Twitter, on X as well. Okay. That's good to know. That's definitely good to know. Okay. Still with you guys here in the Weather Center. So I think we're ready to get back in front of the key wall now after all that. Hopefully we don't have to do that again. If we really take a hit like that. Hopefully we won't have something like that again. But better than what some folks are dealing with trees falling on homes and the like in Union County this morning. So that's kind of the storyline there. Giving you guys a look at the covered map, of course, from Bradford County. And then these issues are rising there in parts of Union. So, okay, they have this upgraded now. The flash flood warning to a considerable threat now toward Brooks and Lowndes until about 12:45. So, life-threatening flash flooding now toward Valdosta there. Lowndes County, also parts of Brooks County under that. So, okay, so we're going to go ahead and come back on camera here. Hopefully our camera settings are still good. That's what happens when you do it on the fly here. Take a little bit of a hit, but we had our backup systems on, so should be good to go now. There you go. Okay, so Valdosta, talking about considerable threat of flash flooding. Considerable threat here. Latest statement at 10:33, Doppler indicated thunderstorm producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amount of 1 to 3 are possible. We have life-threatening flash flooding of creek streams in urban areas, highways, and streets, and underpasses now. Valdosta, Lake Park. You have the wind coming in as well. This is bad stuff coming through Valdosta right now. We had extreme wind warnings to the south, but now we have the flooding and still strong, dangerous winds up here toward Interstate 75 exit 16, Moody Air Force Base, Bremerton, Dasher, Valdosta Airport, I-75 exit 11, Kinderloo, Clyattville, Twin Lakes, I-75 exit 5, Barrett's, Naylor, and Nankin. So that's kind of the storyline there. Continue to check our different numbers here where we're at here. Wind's not as strong over here, but still problems. Again, you heard Lake Butler, some trees falling on homes. It's just serious stuff. I mean, serious stuff there. But you can see Valdosta really getting hit hard right now by the core of this. Lakeland, Georgia, and then Homerville is when they're going to go up there as well as the situation does progress. Let's get back on over to the east now. Let's get back on over. You can see some of this banding there, Gainesville to Stark. We've had some of this stuff. It looks kind of benign here, but unfortunately, it's a situation that's more adverse per se, as we're looking towards some of these different spots here this morning because of all these reports we're getting out of Union County. I know our OSR, the local storm reports, telling the story over on our other source. If I'll pop those up. Okay, so actually, for whatever reason, didn't want to pop those up in that, but it might be because they're delayed. Let's see. I have that on another source. For whatever reason, some of these OSRs are not wanting to pop up here, but I have them in my system, so we'll just do it like that then. So we're being told now, emergency management reporting multiple lines down across central, southern, and western Union County. 45% of the residents over there now in the dark in Union County. So I know escalating there, as even though at this point it might be an issue with the wind. There's so much wind buildup out there toward the west. Let's go to the other side here. Let's go ahead and go to the other side if we can, and we'll go ahead and do it like this. So we had the storm, and now we had this Irma some. It is unwinding, and it's kind of pushing that wind energy out. Maybe like gravity waves. Maybe you could kind of see it like that. I mean, it might be the wrong term, but you get the idea. We've been going for a while, so I'm trying to think of it here, but maybe like just waves there in general. Things kind of going out there in this setup. You have the spinning and things kind of unwind and push out. You don't have quite as high of the winds, but they kind of just go out there. It's kind of like dropping something in the water there, and you have that kind of that effect. So again, you kind of see here, maybe getting a little bit of the winds here. Don't see a lot of the heavier downpours showing up, but situation where those winds are really kind of an issue. At some of these spots, maybe again closer to that center. And that center is out here. Let me see you guys where that is. It's kind of up in here right now, up in the north parts of Hamilton and Swanee. Even if you don't see a lot, I mean, there's an eye per se, but in some ways, that's a situation where you have a lot of wind in there as well. So, interesting scenario there. So let's go ahead and jump on over here we haven't seen this in a long time. We don't really see much of an eye here on the infrared satellite. It's just a lot of clouds here. And then let's go to visible satellite and see you guys that right now. Same story. Let's see water vapor. So let's kind of see you guys that. We don't necessarily, it's not clear about dry air in the upper levels, but you can kind of see that little dry slop per se, if you want to call it that. It was wrapping on in earlier on, but again, continuing to watch things. Okay, so we just got up in the tornado watch. Some good news. It canceled out now. A lot to a Bradford, Columbia, Gilchrist, Swanee Union from the tornado watch. Conditions not as favorable for tornadoes in that area now, as they still maybe are toward the first coast, possibly in southeast Florida and north central Florida. Kind of interesting to have it carved out like that, but that looks like to be the storyline right now here. It'd be kind of hard in this spot here to get tornadic activity. This stuff here probably kind of go further on out here, and then you have this stuff going further on up, which could still be an issue. You could have some stuff on the periphery here with some instability. We saw that during Elsa. I don't think we're going to get it like we did during Elsa here. The tornado threat in this area, the instability is not going to be able to come up probably. Saw the clouds really hanging around there. You still got to be on guard. I don't need a guard down, but it looks like tropical cyclone at 10-11, 41 mile an hour gust there, or at least wind reported by a train spotter, but that was measured from their private weather station. As we continue to watch our system here, a hurricane Idalia. Okay, so looking, rain has been something on the low side here for sure today. Only 0.8 of inch here east of Stark. We had more in that thunderstorm last night measured than we have had today. But again, Union County, we've had trees falling homes. I almost have the customers in the dark in the power outage department at this point. Okay, I'm going to check some numbers on the power outages again. So let's go ahead and go over toward our coverage map again. And we'll do it like that. So let me go ahead and jump over there. I'm going to step off. We'll kind of look at some more different numbers now. See how they've been kind of escalating some more. So we're now over 250,000 now in the dark. And now in Michael, we had outages and areas just extraordinary in terms of the concentration, but the population density didn't really tell the story. It was a situation that was just carving a path. Well, here, the density, I mean, damage isn't as bad as Michael, but we're seeing quite a few out. But it's not like an Irma situation where we have like 4 million out or something crazy like that. I mean, it's still not the most populated part of the state by any stretch, but as we're looking at things. So, okay, so looking there at our map right now, Gadsden, about 2,000 customers in the dark, over 50,000 customers out of 131,000 out in Leon County right now. McCulloch County, over 12,000 out. Jefferson County, almost 7,000. Madison County, almost 10. Well, take that back, but a little over 9,000 out. Taylor County, a little over 11,000 in the dark. Suwannee County, almost everybody, almost 24,000 there. Out of a little less than 25,000. Columbia County, almost 29,000 out. Union County, again, almost half out. Bradford, a little over 1,000 out. A lot to almost 14,000 out. Levy County, let's look at you guys here before I kind of move on from that. Almost 14,000 out of about 24,000. Again, closer to the coast more than maybe Williston per se, I would think, on that. But again, just continuing to watch here. Continue to check. I know one thing you gotta wonder with all these issues toward Tallahassee here, you gotta kind of just hopefully we'll get clarification on how things are set for that. This is not the most important thing right now. I know classes are canceled for the rest of the week at FSU, and but I know that big football game Sunday night there in Orlando. A lot of folks have plans for that, and I mean they're not getting the worst of the impacts there, but we'll just have to see if everything is still on with that, depending on how. Maybe players and their families could have been impacted by this storm. But again, get another update now. Union County, they've corrected a report there from 2 miles east southeast of Louisville to update the time the call came in of the damage. Emergency management at 9:58. The report of the tree happened there when it fell through that residence there on, looks like northwest 106 loop. Residents were entrapped and they were being extricated at this time. So that's always really serious stuff, a serious matter when a tree falls and then folks have to be rescued per se. They're in Union County, North Central Florida. So that's kind of the storyline there. Just got to guess the 13 where we're at. Pressure 998 millibars, a lot lower to the west. Let me check that pressure while we're off camera again. Let me check our Hurricane Center numbers on other source. So 964 is the lowest as the damage and winds are spreading in South Georgia there. Center was really in a spot where it was about 5 miles east northeast of Madison, then 25 miles south of Valdosta, but moving north northeast at 18. So Valdosta, that's why the impacts were being escalated there. In Lowndes County, a considerable threat, light-threatening flash flooding there. Instead of the light-threatening wind, they still could be in a wave. Hurricane warning. We don't have the extreme wind warning anymore necessarily in place. We're looking up there, but we have light-threatening flash flooding now in play. That's the storyline there toward Lowndes County. So, hurricane still moving on through. I would think they'd probably downgrade this, and I'm keep checking my sources here. I think they'd probably downgrade this to probably a Cat 1 here in our next update. I know 105, so yeah, they'd probably go at least down to 95, maybe even lower than that. Probably, I mean, looking at some of the numbers we're seeing, probably more in the 80s, 80, 85 maybe. That's just a guess though, because we've been talking and trying to give you the latest. That'll be a full update, a new track and new intensity track, and not that it makes a big difference right now, but that's kind of the storyline. It is canceled, by the way. The flash flood warning for Hamilton now. The Jacksonville office had this coming on in out of there. So it's kind of the storyline out of the National Weather Service in Jacksonville at this point. Let's go ahead, come back on camera. Okay, new flash warning now for Berrien, Colquitt, and Cook counties, and that's Augusta 60 now, and Suwannee County, and the weather's temptation there. So let me get back to the Doppler. So new flash flood warning, Berrien, Colquitt, and Cook until 1:45 at 10:44. Doppler indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3. It looks like all possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Idalia, Nashville, Moultrie, Sparks, Enigma, Ray City, Norman Park, over the ward. It looks like Lenox, Riverside, Sly, Berlin, Funston, Cecil, Ellington, Barneyville, Flatboard, Staunton. Okay, reports out of Lafayette County there. Trees blocking U.S. Highway 27 now in Mayo at Southeast Industrial Avenue. That information is coming in right now out of that area. Again, sound like I just heard some strong wind here where we're at. Let's pop the camera up once again here. Give you guys the latest on the situation. Let's go ahead and go on over. So kind of adjusting right now for what we're dealing with the overall color of the sky. We can see the trees are a little bit clearer maybe in that shot. Not the highest wind numbers though popping up, which is good news. But again, just to the west in Union County, we've had trees fall on homes, which is really serious stuff. People having to be extricated. They're literally, it's really, people being injured in Hamilton County. At least somebody being injured based on that report there that we were going over earlier on. Okay, we just got a new track in, I think. So now we're still getting detail, but looking down to a Cat 1, the center, the lowest pressure just here to south and west of Jennings. Okay, so 80 knots there, so 971 millibars on the pressure now. As this is still headed up there, you can see the track still could be a hurricane all the way north of Savannah. So they're really going to hold on to this, it looks like, further on up with that because I guess it gets closer back to the water. It could still kind of pull some of that energy on over, which is kind of interesting. So a lot of power outages in that stretch probably as we look further up, even more so around Savannah than what we're going to have toward like eastern Bradford and Clay counties. So, again, even, I mean, most of Bradford really, but you can see the winds, the worst of those in the purple right now. Staytonville, Jasper, Panetta, Madison, possibly down to Live Oak, but even Valdosta, Idalia, pretty strong winds, Homerville and Waycross here, and even Lake City maybe down there. Some gusts there that could be pretty strong. And then you can see here as we progress, it's not a continuous thing, it kind of jumps, but just kind of watch this. I mean, this is positioned here by about, it looks like 8 o'clock tonight. Let me step out of here because the shot just to kind of see what we're dealing with. By the way, watch probably going to be actually further up here. Tornado watch probably. Get further up into South Carolina. Stuff setting up maybe that angle that could kind of favor some things. Okay, so let's see what we have. Our new advisory. So again, just trying to give you guys the latest here. Our new advisory. Let's give you guys those numbers if we can. Bear with me here. It's been a long morning, a long week. It's only Wednesday here, folks, but once we get past this, things will be better, I promise. So 57 mile an hour gust there, Hamilton County, at about 10:20 this morning into that area. Idalia, the latest full advisory coming out. The center of Idalia crossing into South Georgia. Let me take off the wind fields here. Let me take off the wind fields so we can kind of give you guys a little bit better look here. So winds to 90 now, max sustained Cat 1 like we thought, 15 miles south-southeast of Valdosta, the center, but some of the worst in Valdosta now. Centered about 165 miles southwest of Savannah. Storm surge warning discontinued west of the Idalia River in Florida. The hurricane warning from the middle of Longboat Key to Swanee River, including Tampa, has been changed to a tropical storm warning. Tropical storm warning has been discontinued west of Indian Pass, Florida. Storm surge warning now in effect from Inglewood northward to the Idalia River, including Tampa Bay, St. Catharines Sound, Georgia, to South Santee River, South Carolina. Hurricane warnings in effect for Swanee River westward to Indian Pass, Florida. The Altamaha Sound, Georgia, to Modesto Beach, South Carolina. Then a tropical storm warning in effect for Bonito Beach northward to Swanee River, including Tampa Bay, Sebastian Inlet, Florida, and North Carolina-Virginia border, and the Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds as well. And then a storm surge watch is in effect for Bonito Beach northward to Inglewood, including Charlotte Harbor, the mouth of the St. Mary's River to St. Catharines Sound in Georgia. Looks like the Beaufort Inlet to the Ocracoke Inlet in North Carolina. Even some rivers there in North Carolina as well. Hurricane watch in effect from the mouth of the St. Mary's River as we're looking at things. That's kind of the storyline to the Altamaha Sound as we continue to check things here. I'm just checking a couple of things off camera here. And Looking there, beside the Omaha Sound, the St. Mary's River, the Hurricane Watch, we have Modesto Beach, the South Santee River, South Carolina, under that, and then let's see what else they said in this. So it looks like with our stormy Idalia here, hurricane force winds extend outward at 25 miles from the center. Tropical force winds 230. Sustained winds of 40. There was a gust of 52 recently reported at Moody Air Force Base. The estimated pressure 971 millibars. And there's something I'll mention here real quick is even though we've seen quite as many reports of the really strong winds, the power outages tell the story. We've shown you how many of those there are. And then there's still potential now. They brought the storm surge numbers down, but they're saying there's still a chance from Keaton Beach, even though it's so far center up to the north, the way this is pulling in, we could still get 7 to 11 foot storm surge still from Keaton Beach to Yankeetown, and then Yankeetown to the Ant Cloud River 5 to 8 feet, Ant Cloud River to Inglewood 3 to 5 feet, Tampa Bay 3 to 5 feet, and then further up the coast in Georgia, South Carolina 3 to 5 feet, south Santee River, South Carolina, down to St. Catharines Sound in Georgia. Okay, so checking to see here if there's any other update. I wanted to see if they had any numbers for Cedar Key. There's so many different things in here. I could have missed something, but don't see it right off. So a lot of different things in this advisory for sure. Okay, so we're getting more numbers now. 54 mile an hour gust Jack's Beach. Looks like flash flooding now. I-75, exit 11, and the Lowndes County area to Madison Highway blocked due to flooding. Wind gust of 40 there around Volano Beach. So that's a 942 there. So that's the storyline. Let's keep watching things, keep tracking things. I'm gonna step back in here just a second. Let me go ahead and pull up our scale here with the hurricane winds. That Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. So we're down to on that wind scale now. Some damage still gonna happen, but not maybe overwhelming damage that we had a potential of earlier on. And we had just a lot of power outages, but still gonna have a lot of power outages. Maybe it won't be as long lasting. The damage to the equipment won't be quite as lengthy per se, but we'll be watching, we'll be tracking. So let's go ahead. I'll pop myself back up here. So here's the view. You can kind of still see that fetch there. You can kind of pull one in still. That storm surge not going to be as high. 11's now the peak in terms of the feet potential, but still that threat remains here with that direction. So got to be careful. We'll be back here at the top of the hour with more information. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather, keeping you guys up to date. We're back at 11 o'clock. Flash flood emergency, or back that up. Flash flood warning, just under a flash flood emergency there. For the Valdosta area. No flash flood emergency issued right now. If this was a slower moving storm, it probably would be one, but right now we're in between a flash flood warning base one and a flash flood emergency is a considerable life-threatening, a PDS type flash flood warning in play there for the Valdosta area. And then as we go ahead and go up toward the North Carolina, South Carolina, new tornado watch down at 10 o'clock tonight. So long day up there for those folks. And gust of 61 now reported. Moody Air Force Base, Valdosta. We'll have more here unless we get a tornado warning in our area. We'll have to jump back in immediately. Otherwise, we'll have more here at 11 a.m. on our historic storm system coming on through the Appalachian Bay area and then making landfall here in the Big Bend, talking about our system, Idalia.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back at the top of the hour, meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. It's 11 o'clock. We're still tracking a tropical system. In fact, I know we haven't got gusts this high here where we're at on our gauge in terms of the height, but just to report now, out of Bradford County and Stark, a gust of 40 miles an hour on the weather sim station. I believe it is Sheriff's Office is where that's reporting at from about 10:10 this morning. This came up here, 50 gusts about 10:42 around Mayport, gust around Watertown, 51 miles an hour. So that's kind of the storyline right now. Wednesday's not as strong as they could have been, thankfully, but still a lot of power outages from Lake City to Tallahassee. I mean, the bulk of folks are in the dark right now, so it's going to take a while for power to come back on. And then storm surge values, we've had some pretty nasty storm surge, but so far the values haven't been quite as bad as what we were expecting from what I've seen so far, considering I've been on the air, though. Hard to say for sure. But just continuing to watch things here, continuing to monitor them. Just trying to give you the latest. Okay, this is what I was alluding to when I was concerned about. I guess, the way I worded this, kind of a situation here where I was thinking this might be coming now. Flash flood emergency for Brooks and Lowndes counties, folks. A catastrophic threat, a matter of life and death for flash flooding for Valdosta now, folks. A matter of life and death there on Valdosta for the flash flooding coming on through from this hurricane. It's now Category 1 storm. This could be really big trouble for these folks here. The downpour has been so strong. I mean, I was a little surprised because the storm's moving so quick, but unfortunately, a flash flood emergency now being issued here for Valdosta's area. Let me read the text of this. So, flash flood emergency for central and eastern Lowndes County, including Valdosta. It looks like at about 11:01, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorm producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 3 and 6 inches of rain are falling very quickly here, folks. And it looks like another 1 to 2 are going to fall. Flash flood and ongoing are expected to begin shortly. A flash flood emergency, the highest level of flash flood warning, the first one we got in this event here, even first PDS one before this level, including Valdosta. I mean, they call it PDS here in some ways, but it was considerable. That's the first one I believe we had. Considerable, but now catastrophic flash flooding possible in Valdosta because the rain is falling so quickly here in this hurricane. Valdosta Lake Park, I-75 exit 16, Moody Air Force Base, Bremerton, Dasher, Valdosta Airport, I-75 exit 11, Kinderloo, Clyattville, Twin Lakes, I-75 at exit 5, Barretts, Naylor, and Macon. Catastrophic flooding. The only thing I will say that's good about this is storm's moving quick, so you'll all of a sudden get into a lot of wind still, but the rain will not be as or near as heavy as it's been here over the last little bit. It's moving quick, but right now, catastrophic threat. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads here, folks. Around Valdosta, please, again, if you're in Valdosta, this is a matter of potentially, you can't be on the road right now, but it's a matter of life and death. We don't get flash flood emergencies around here very often. I know one of the events where we got a slew of them was Debbie. This is probably about the only one we'll get in this because the storms have been so quick. Debbie was a whole different thing where we just got inch after inch of rain. Well, this here, just a really heavy rain rate right over town coming together there, causing potentially catastrophic flooding in and around Valdosta right now. By the way, report of flooding, let me back that up. Okay, report of flooding potential there with the flash flood warning over Moultrie and Idalia, but also now a report of a tree down on a house there in Cook County, Georgia, 2 miles southeast of Massey. That was from 11:02 there. It's near Highway 76 East. So that information just coming in right now there out of Cook County. But you can see here this heavy rain right there near Moody Air Force Base and going up toward Lanier. Lanier's not as densely populated, so they might go PDS on that. I see PDS technically considerable. I don't know if they really use PDS in these tornado. They would. But in this level, you would use considerable, I guess, and then catastrophic is the other tag here. And we had the catastrophic for Valdosta. They may go considerable for Lakeland and Lanier County. But what it means for you guys, just gotta remember, turn around, don't drown. But being told here, one gust to 41 at the Mesonet Station there. It'll be JCT in Jacksonville at 10:30 this morning. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. That's a interesting story. There's some of those gust causing those power outage potentials. And a gust of 50 there in Hamilton County, Swanee Springs around 9:30 this morning. So some pretty strong winds moving on through there. But right now, the big headline, we have the hurricane down to Cat 1 as the center just south, was just south of the state line a moment ago. But the heaviest rain, the worst of the winds right over Valdosta, Lakeland area there in Georgia. We see Homerville. I'm going to have power outages all in this corridor though. I mean, you can kind of see what's left of some of this toward the south. The worst, but then the very worst by far is up in there. So this flooding threat and this wind threat still going to be going up here to some degree. Further on up over the next little bit, areas here from near and east of Adel up into toward Douglas and some of the areas there Atkinson County as well. So talking about areas there around Pearson. So again, right now, catastrophic flash flooding threat there around Valdosta. Remember, turn around, don't drown there. If you're in the Valdosta area, really nasty stuff. Let's check here. I want to go to our rainfall. Let's go to 12-hour rainfall. This might underdo it some, but it should help tell the story. Yeah, you can definitely see it on this. So let's go ahead and see the corridor of the rain. So you see how much less rain we got over toward like Bradford County, about an inch here last 12 hours. That's great news that we didn't get near as much as we could have. But over to the west here, a different story. Madison County 6-7 inches here, pretty quick. I mean, Leon 5-6, but now Valdosta, I mean, we've had 6-7 inches, not just in maybe a couple few hours, but I mean maybe even honestly, it kind of looks like here. And I'll have to look. Let's look at 1 hour here together. Yeah, I bet this is gonna stay really high here. Yeah, I hear the wind now. I think picking up Aurora. So let's pop the camera up real quick if we can. Those trees are shaking some. By the way, tree down, Cook County, Georgia. Another one on a house there, western part of the county. Looking at our winds right now back behind me if you're wondering what I'm doing. Trying to get an idea. Not really high, but okay, let's go back to the rain. We can't go to the camera views after they happen. But do it like this shows us at least about 3 inches in the last hour, but it may be closer to like 4. I mean, really a lot of rain is falling in 1 hour right over Valdosta in the middle of a hurricane. High concentration here. That's why they had to go flash for emergency, folks, for Valdosta. Thankfully, it's still moving fairly quick, though. This is not like a Debbie. It's the complete opposite of Debbie, actually, in a lot of ways. I mean, getting a flash for emergency here, but yeah, I mean, some of this area that's under this is it's already kind of escalating here pretty quickly out. The heaviest rain, so that's good, but it's going to leave behind some areas that got quick flooding behind. Excuse me. So again, okay, so Brunswick, that's the 41. Golden Isles Airport at 10:55 this morning. That's kind of the storyline there. We zoom back out. Okay, Union, Augusta 47 was reported on the Mesonet Weather Stem Station earlier on at 9:10 this morning. That just came in as a tropical cyclone report as well. As we're looking at things, Thomas County, 11 a.m., Augusta 46 miles an hour. Over here as we look toward Thomas County. Further back on the back side of this a little bit. Still some impacts there for sure. In fact, I think it's time to look at power outages again. So let me do that behind the scenes. So we're going to do that here. See what we're dealing with in Florida and in Georgia here. With the outages, over 250,000 customers in the dark in the state of Florida. Leon County, over 50,000 customers out. With Cull, over 12,000. Jefferson, on almost 7,000. Madison, over 9,000. Taylor County, over 11,000. Dixie, over 8,000. Levy, over 13,000. Gilchrist, almost 5,000. Alachua, about 15,000. They're kind of between those. Bradford, about 1,500. Union, about 1,500. Baker, about 1,500. I mean, just kind of interesting to see areas in the Swanee River Valley, though. We've been talking about Columbia, Swanee, Hamilton. A very high number overall out in toward that area. And let's go up toward Georgia now. Toward Georgia. So Grady County about 1,000 out. Thomas about 3,000 out. Brooks almost all the whole county out. Lowndes is 3/4 of the county, over 23,000 out. Eccles about 670 out. And then we're starting to get higher up, further up in the state as well. Okay, Augusta 61 there. Moody Air Force Base, Valdosta just reported. Okay, 11:07. Augusta 41 there. Hastings. That's reported there at 10:10. in the morning. So definitely this stuff having an impact for sure. So just possible emergency still provide off the catastrophic threat there in toward that area. But at least the rain's moving through very quickly, the heaviest of that. And that's the good news, but going to leave a lot of damage behind in terms of the overall impact. Definitely seeing that here for sure. Okay, so here's the wind pick up again. A little bit where we're at. I'm not seeing it high on the gauge, but I'm going to keep looking. I'm going to keep looking here. Okay, it just went up 16. So let's go ahead and see where we want to go with this. Okay, we're going to look outside. See the trees blowing some again? As we're looking at things, you can kind of see that movement here. Just a little bit. That movement here in the trees as we continue to watch here. Continue to track things. Continue to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Again, had some trees fall on homes in Union County, residences there, and you can see our storm system, the flooding in Valdosta, big time story, big time focus. By the way, tornado watch is canceled for Madison and Lowndes, but continues for Lanier. So we'll be watching for tornado threat. I'll be back here at 11:20 unless we get like a tornado warning. But the big headline right now, it's gonna move through. It's moving through quick, but a flash flood emergency continues toward the Valdosta area in Georgia. We have the winds, that threats going further up, Lakeland, Pearson, Douglas, Waycross, you have Homerville already, moving up pretty quickly there. So getting into these areas with that impact from our hurricane here on this Wednesday morning. It's 11:12. Unless we have to come back earlier, I'll see you back here about 11:20. Again, flash flood emergency for next little bit. Provide off the catastrophic flooding and that potential across that area. Keep it tuned here for the latest.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back at about 11:20 on this Wednesday morning, still tracking our system here. Idalia, you can see that a worst of it really starting to move more into Georgia more than anything. That's been the headline here over the last little bit as we've been looking. That center there kind of on the line. Still some winds lingering, but Valdosta, of course, getting hit so hard with the flash flood emergency at a ward part of Lowndes County there. Continuing that warning goes to 12:45. But the worst of it, I mean, the worst of the heavy rain starting already translate that quickly off in Lanier County. So that's kind of the storyline there. Let's go ahead and look at things up in toward the Lakeland area, Lakeland, Georgia. By the way, in just the last hour, hurricane force gust that just came across was reported in parts of Madison County. It looks like about 3 miles north of Cherry Lake. They're to 76 miles an hour. Asbury Lake in Clay County, 10 o'clock, 46 mile an hour gust. Mayport, 10:50, a gust over 60, 62 miles an hour there. And toward that part of Duval County. So that's why we didn't want to discount gust to 70 in Duval, because gust to 62 there actually reported with all those centers in Duval. We always get a little bit higher, it seems like, over there with some of them, just because there's more centered in. The way the water is too, you can kind of get stuff blowing across, and at certain angles, more normal we had that. But Netta there, weather stem station 1020 just reported in Madison County, gust to 69, 46 mile an hour gust at 7:27 this morning toward Mayport. That is coming across in the overall feed here as well. By the way, not in our area, but there's a tornado warning. Charleston, South Carolina office is in wonder just west of Charleston. It looks like some rotation, sun up, interior room away from windows is where folks need to go there. That's tightening up toward Hollywood in South Carolina. We may start getting tornadoes to really be produced from this stuff. I know we had a new flash flood warning recently issued as well and toward parts of our county. So let me make sure I'm covering that. Okay, a couple of things actually I see. So I think we kind of missed this point here a little while ago because everything's kind of streaming in so quickly. So Lanier, they are under a considerable here flash flood warning. It looks like we're getting so many of these right now, 7 of them. So let me double check this. So that Lanier warning got upgraded a little earlier on to considerable actually. But probably not gonna go catastrophic because I didn't see that, I don't think, earlier on. But all this heavy rain falling right now in Lakeland, Georgia. Life-threatening flash flooding there of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Of course, the big headline was the flash flood emergency being issued to the south. Up toward the east, we have flash flood warnings. Toward the north, flash flood warnings. We had one issued there just recently. Let me see which one that was. That was Atkinson and Clinton to 1:15, a flash flood warning there. Doppler radar indicated heavy rain from the hurricane, 1.5 to 3.5 inches, following additional amounts of a half inch to 1 inch possible in the warned area. And flash flooding is an ongoing effect to begin shortly. So areas included in that include DuPont in Georgia. Okay, Augusta 51, they put it in as a report there. May 30 this morning, toward University of Florida on their weather sim station. Scylla with Jefferson County, Augusta 67, reported at 10:50 this morning. There's information or details coming on in. Definitely interesting to see as we continue to watch and continue to track here the situation across South Florida, especially. But some of these details still coming in, obviously, out of North Florida. Still trying to figure out exactly what happened in Cedar Key. Severe storm surge may not have been quite as bad as we were thinking, but worse than Hermine. We got confirmation of that a little bit earlier on there, or maybe about 7 foot at least. Could have been higher though. I don't know if 100%. It's not like I have reporters I can check in with or anything. So we're kind of just trying to check the numbers here, and we're trying to do the best we can. But in fact, we're just continuing to watch here up toward Pearson. You can kind of see this here. I know, just thinking Horseshoe Beach, seeing some reports though, some pretty nasty storm surge there. Again, maybe not the 12 to 16 foot total, maybe somewhere in there somebody got into where that range, but it probably was limited here if we got into that range somewhere down there, but still enough to really flood first floors for sure. With the 6-7 foot, it's still a lot of damage. I mean, something that here would have been hard if you just have a 1-story building to survive for sure. So again, a situation that was really warranting evacuation, but may have not been the worst case scenario. based on preliminary information, but some buildings probably were destroyed in terms of the flood damage, I would think. So again, it's kind of speculation at this point because we don't have a lot of raw, or let me say that again, it's a lot of raw things. We don't have a concise look at the situation down there right now. But okay, looking at our wind numbers here, where we're at. No, just looking at some of the information. Not too high right now east of Stark, but did get a gust actually 48 miles an hour there at WJCT in Jacksonville at 11. They just canceled the flash flood warning now for Eccles. It looks like that little sliver getting canceled is the worst. The heaviest rain gets a little bit further on up toward the north here now. That's kind of the storyline there. So we're going to keep on looking at things here. We're going to keep on checking, keep on tracking as things continue to impact our area. You see around Millwood, there's some heavier downpour. May start getting flash flooding out here. Yeah, that may not linger too much, so that would be good. But Lanier is really getting hit hard right now with downpours and wind in Lakeland, Georgia, Lanier County. It's very heavy stuff coming through there right now. I mean, these winds could be enough to kind of take those. I mean, maybe not quite there, but if you want to, it's always something you can do. Take your tornado precautions per se from these winds that are coming through. No tornado warning, no extreme wind warning, but still hurricane type of winds coming on through. So maybe worth throwing up these tornado precautions in this type of situation. Still getting more numbers. Gust earlier, 52. Huguenot Park, north of Mayport, in toward the Jacksonville area. Let's get back on over here. Live, you can see the situation here where, again, Lakeland, Georgia. Lakeland, Georgia, this is just about as bad as it gets there right now in Lanier County. Looking there on, it looks like US 221, US 129. Don't be driving out there, obviously. State Road 135 over toward US 221. You kind of get the idea here, folks. I'm just definitely kind of giving you guys the idea what's going on here. You just want to be really careful. When we turn around, don't drown here. You don't be out in the wind anyway. Trees are falling probably in this area, and that's not a good combination. So again, just gotta be really careful. You can see this threat going up more toward Douglas, and then getting further up eventually. We'll be kind of getting on the periphery of the viewing area with this, which will be good. But we still got little ways to go. I mean, let's see here. Been going for about 6 hours this here, so these are the couple hours probably covered will be necessary. Maybe more than that. At least probably a radar stream after this, but it may be a situation where we're kind of having to decide right at that 6 hour mark is right now, but at the 8 hour mark here as we look ahead. And it's just a 1 man band, but when we have hurricane warnings, hurricane conditions across the area, we got to be on here really, unless we're seeing stuff that's really just kind of almost out of here and things look a little bit better. But right now we have to be with you guys to protect you, your friends, and your family here. That's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather, to keep you guys safe. So I know we're tired. Everybody's tired, but the storm here is more into Georgia now. Idalia. That's the good news in terms of north central Florida. That impacts further over to the east. Stark, not as bad. It doesn't seem as of now. Some issues, but so far at least, and we still got to make sure we don't have anybody hurt or anything. We might have had some issues in Union. We had some entrapment there, so that's not what you want to hear, obviously, with some trees falling on homes. Not as bad as it could have been, but again, looking here at our wind right now, picked up a little bit just now, but not overwhelming. So that's the good news here. So it's 11:30. Hurricane Cat 1 just got a gust to 64 there a few moments ago about Asta. So on the radar side, it kind of obscured a little bit here, but still some stronger winds in there. Still some stronger winds mixing in Eccles County as well, and Clinton County there, and even Ware County, Waycross going to be getting worse. More power outages up that way over next little bit. Brantley County, parts of Charlton County as well. So keep on watching this. That's what we're doing. We'll be back at 11:40 with more information, updates at least every 20 minutes here. As we made sure to schedule here, and been on a lot more than that, obviously, but as things get a little bit less serious, at least the extreme wind warnings are not in play anymore. The flash flood emergency is in play, but the heaviest rain moving out of that. It'll take about a 10-minute break unless we get a tornado warning in our area. We're back at 11:40 to keep you guys safe and informed here on this Wednesday morning as we continue to track a Hurricane Idalia.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Hey, back here to Weather Center, 1140, getting some of those bands here still to come through Bradford with some stronger winds, not as much on the rain, but seeing some of my gusts. We just now, here in the last few seconds, had a gust there to about 29 miles an hour or so here in the Bradford County area where I'm at about 6 feet up. So, and our camera's getting a little bit out of view here per se in some regard. The lighting's kind of getting a little bit off for whatever reason, but you can see the trees shaking some here. I might have to make some adjustments on that, but nonetheless, not overwhelming, but enough to really get a little bit of stronger gust activity. I mean, if there's a tree that's about to fall, maybe that gust knocked it over. You just never know. But off to there, gust to 60 miles an hour just reported up that way as we're looking toward the Moody Air Force Base. That's some nastier conditions up there still in South Georgia. Definitely having the impact from the storm being felt up there. Looking through things with a gust of 60 in Swanee County earlier on, and this definitely is a nasty setup here overall. Lanier County and the word parts there of, it looks like Atkinson and Clinton's last foot warning. This was some of the heaviest rain and wind accident will be now. Moving on further up in Atkinson and Coffee County. You have Waycross in here. They're going to be on into some of this windows number to go up there. More power outages up that way over the next little bit. So that's something to bear in mind for sure. So let's go ahead, check our outages again here. So I'm going to go back on over toward, let's see, where do we want to go here? Let's go to the covered map for just a minute here. Again, you can see where all the counties are in Florida and Georgia that we cover. And then I do want to go ahead now and come back on over now just to the radar map to kind of correlate things. So again, there's a covered map. Here's the radar map now. A broad perspective. Tornado watch has dropped here for all areas except Levy. And Levy, they're pretty much done here as well with the tornado threat, it would seem, based on the parameters. Gusting to 40 range in Jacksonville. Let's go ahead and keep checking things there. Over on the power outage map, a lot of outages. I mean, it doesn't, in some ways, I mean, some of the stuff we've been showing doesn't do it justice here in some regard because the way this is tracked here with the rain. I mean, it's a situation here where even some of these wind measurements are not all picking up on the worst of it here. Some of them are failing these sites, but we have widespread power outages from Leon through Columbia counties here this morning. Looking at our maps right now. And I want to show you something in Georgia. Let's see if I can go to the graphic source here. We're going to pull that up if we can here real quick. I know this is what I came up with earlier on this morning. We first started seeing a few of the outages near the coast here. And I'm still showing this to you because in Georgia we still have more outage potential here. This is generally the track was looking like when we were looking a little bit further back, but over 60,000 customers out in Georgia, but we're not quite there in like Ware County or Coffee County. You still got a little more time maybe to charge those devices. Atkinson County, I mean, you're kind of getting into it to some degree, but not quite there yet. And in some regards, looking at our power outage maps here right now, so that's kind of the storyline. It's getting a little bit higher up though. Definitely getting a little bit higher up as we're looking here. So that's something we're gonna keep watching to progressing on as we look ahead in the next little bit. So again, continue to watch this impact here for sure. Continuing to watch the impact here as the system moves on through. You can kind of see just getting those latest updates on in here for sure. So let me go ahead and keep checking some of our details here right now. I know, definitely hearing different things out there. Some of those gustier winds moving on through. And let's go ahead and get back on over here if we can right now. Let's go ahead and get back on over to some of our different sources. So here's our covered map again, just to give you a look at that. And then let me get some things taken care of here with our views. You'll be able to kind of see here what's going on, really. What's going on in the grand scheme of things. In the grand scheme of things across the viewing area. As I go ahead, I'll pop myself back in front of the key wall here. So again, you can see our system more of it in Georgia than Florida here at this point. We've had that surge, really significant areas there around Horseshoe Beach, Steinhatchee, Cedar Key, causing, some buildings to be destroyed. But it may not be a situation where everything was destroyed, like we were thinking last night. So that's kind of the storyline there right now. Uh, Still would have probably been really hard to survive if you're on a first floor building in those areas. But 60-mile-an-hour gust toward Valdosta, 52-mile-an-hour gust there towards St. Simons, England County. That's some of the information we're just kind of getting on in here right now. You can kind of see what we're dealing with still with this storm system. You can see how it actually says a little bit better right now. Way it's setting on up with this view. Let's go ahead and see this, our water vapor. Let's go on over here toward our infrared. You can see some colder cloud tops here, some lightning still in it. We had a little more when we was first making landfall this morning around Keaton Beach about 4 hours ago. It's been on a shore about 4 hours now, but again, looking at things here, the visible satellite, you can kind of see a little more lightning there right when I switch it over west to Waycross. So kind of interesting to see that here with this setup. But again, Homerville getting some of the worst of the wind here, Fargo even, but also Jasper still to the lesser extent now though, because on the southern side it's kind of breaking off some. This northern lead here kind of reminds me of Irma, how it was across some of North Florida. This northern side here is probably going to be the strongest wind and rain, but there's still going to be some backside wind here. Lost power would be something interesting to see. So again, looking at some more number to gust to 15 just now east of Stark as we're looking at things right now. Let me go ahead and zoom back out here. You can see some stuff in Central Florida. A lot of that not going to really translate off much toward North Florida, probably based on the overall angle of things. Still could be a Cat 1 up toward the Savannah area here as we look ahead in toward the timeline. You see the tornado warning there. We're cracking one there up in South Carolina right now. And let's check that rainfall. I know this has been underdoing. I think we could have got in some of these areas here. This is 3 inches on an hour, and this shows about 7 inches, but some areas might have got 9 or 10 inches, I think, pretty quick here. I know where some of these spots, this way that flash flood emergency issued in north parts of Lowndes County here over the last little bit, but that heaviest rain moved up to the north there. The highest concentration of the really nasty downpours and the winds here from the hurricane. Of course, Idalia. So Sermons, Pearson, Millwood. Again, you can see some of these areas eventually will be starting to get out of our viewing circle, but Douglas there is in our area, in our 62 counties. It's still got to watch the progression for you guys there as this kind of takes. Even areas there east of Fitzgerald, some nastier conditions here with the hurricane coming on through. So again, just continuing to watch things, continuing to track them here in the Weather Center. One thing I want to do next year, we're going to take a break in just a second. I want to check here, see where the hurricane warning still remains in effect, because we don't have the extreme warning potential anymore, so I don't need to isolate that on our other system. So I'm going to go ahead and take care of that. We don't have any active tornado warnings locally, the tornado watches, except for Levy, which is kind of in a weird spot here in our area to have that. They're out of here, but we still have hurricane warnings for parts of the area. We'll try to have more on that here in about 10 minutes. So unless we need to come back in sooner with another update before then with a tornado warning, we'll see you at the top of the hour, and that's noon Eastern time here. Just got a tornado watch drop toward Orlando, so that's a good sign. Interesting, because we actually had a little bit of banding still to the west. They're still keeping it there just in case, but you never know. We've had that occasionally develop on that bottom side there. But okay, so 11:49 right now. Hurricane still progressing across South Florida. We're going to be here to keep you guys safe and informed on our scenario here with Idalia. And I'll be back here in about 10 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
85-mile-an-hour winds out of that new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Those max sustained winds there with the center of the storm really getting into toward Georgia, as you can tell on the Doppler radar imagery here. We have those flash flood warnings in play right now. Still, that flash flood emergency we've been watching, of course, and then that was toward Valdosta, but the worst of the rains really were landed there. But in Lanier County, Lakeland, Florida, we've had a considerable threat continuing as well. But I know the power outage story has been a big one in addition to that storm surge that we've been alluding to toward areas like Cedar Key and Steinhatchee and Horseshoe Beach there. But let's go ahead and show you our power outage map right now if we can. We'll go ahead, and that's not the right way to do it. Let me make that full here. I apologize. I gotta remember to do that here in this system here because it's a little bit different way of what we are doing than we've been doing it sometimes. But I know we're just gonna do flash flood warning reports of Atkinson and Coffee counties. So let's go ahead and pop that on up here in terms of, you can kind of see the latest behind me. That's till 2 o'clock. So some conditions there. You gotta remember to turn around, don't drown if you're out and about, but it's windy and nasty. You really don't want to be out and about right now unless you absolutely have to be, because this is still a hurricane. As we talked about, it's still a Category 1 storm. Here's the power outage map, a little bit better view of that now. So you can see that red there, going from about Lake City, I mean that darker orange all the way to about Leon there, and red and McCullough corridor of a lot of power outages here in general, where you have a high percentage of folks in the dark according to the poweroutage.us mapping. You can kind of see that table there, that scale per se as well. So again, kind of giving you guys an idea of what we're talking about with our system here, Idalia. So again, just watching things. This got a report of late Augustine, the Keystone Heights area there to 43 at 10:55. See some of that stuff on our maps, but just kind of getting into the local storm report now. So interesting. We just had a little bit of gust here, 10 miles an hour east of Stark, but I know these power outages are spreading into Georgia now as well. But look at all these outages here. Let me go ahead and go over some of these here. In fact, you can see Union, a good number in the dark. Bradford over 1,500. And then you go to Baker County over 4,000. Columbia, look at that. That's a lot in the dark. It could take a while to get back on. I mean, as we're looking, Suwannee County, Hamilton County, further out west even longer maybe because of this, the nature of the damage possibly. Taylor, most folks in the dark there. Just kind of keep going around here and you can kind of see, get an idea of what we're talking about. Up to Leon County, a lot of outages there toward Florida State University area, FAMU and TCC as well. So a nasty situation here with Idalia. At least the winds are down some, but still a Cat 1 hurricane. It's moving through parts of Georgia, Roy. Let me see what that advisory update said in terms of a couple of the specifics here. An update here from the National Hurricane Center. So damaging winds continue over southern Georgia. The data said near 85-mile-an-hour winds with higher gusts. The estimated minimum pressure based on the surface observations from Good Hope Circle near Naylor is that the pressure is 975 millibars. Sustained wind of 43 recently reported at Moody Air Force Base with a gust of 56. Some sites, really, they're not, going to get the highest winds. Some of these highest winds kind of between them here, you would think, here at this point. So keep that in mind, but because the power outages back up a lot of wind in there through these counties. So it's, again, a big-time thing with all these outages. You do not see this really ever. 275,000 customers out in Florida. You see that, but since Irma, at least, I don't think in our covered area we've had this many out per se, kind of because I know in Michael, some of those were, before we did cloud weather, you had some of those that obviously were focused more on the Panama City TV market, which we don't cover. So keep that in mind. We're now being told out of Live Oak and Suwannee County there's widespread tree and power line damage county-wide. So a lot of a wind impact there in Suwannee. That's going to take a while to kind of get back on your feet from here in terms of the power outages. You're going to have to get things kind of put back together, you would think, in some ways here. So that's going to be something to watch in the days to come, this poweroutage.us map, where it shows you all the folks that are without electricity here in toward these different areas. So again, 52-mile-an-hour gust there toward Duval County, Jackson and Aspen Airport. That was 11:45. And let me go ahead now. I'm going to come back on camera, I think. as we continue to watch the storm system. Gonna come back on camera here, and you can kind of see what we're down with the cyclone, with the hurricane, the Cat 1 now, that I really into Georgia. You don't see this often. I mean, last time we had a hurricane in Georgia, and it was stronger than this. It was toward a major hurricane with that center. It was toward Donaldsonville, I believe, in that region during Michael. This is a Cat 1 at least, so that's lower down there, and the impact's not as severe, but still damaging here, and still a lot of flooding. We talked about on northwest side might get that, and that's what's happened. At least Tallahassee didn't get the flooding as much, but a lot of power outages there. Tallahassee, if you know Tallahassee, there's a lot of trees there, and I'm sure we've had issues with those that cause those power outages. So again, just the impact being felt here. Areas like Pearson, Douglas, and then this is going to be pushing on up here. You see some of these areas get further out, almost out of our area, but not quite yet. Waycross getting really stronger when more power is likely there in the parts of Ware County here over the next little bit. So that's something to keep our eyes on here for sure. Definitely something to keep our eyes on as we're looking toward that area. As we look within our cover zone, let's remind you of the counties again, where we're at with this. Look at that information, and you can kind of see what we're talking about here of our 62 counties. I mean, hearing just a few things with some of the winds where we're at still, but east of Stark, but we've got a 52-mile-an-hour peak gust there. Jacksonville International Airport. That was 11:45 a.m. this morning. So again, just going over that. Let's see here. Let's see where we're at here with some things. I know situation here. Well, more than likely when we get toward that 8-hour mark, we're probably going to wrap this stream and go to a radar stream unless something catches our eye. This area here, the worst of the winds will start to be moving out of our viewing area at that point. Still could be a hurricane though. They probably wouldn't drop it, I wouldn't think. They're probably at 2 o'clock, maybe. Especially it's supposed to be a hurricane all the way towards Savannah though. They might not drop it because might be enough pushing on in on it there with the Atlantic to have an influence on it to keep it a little bit longer across the way the hurricane warnings are drawn out. But we'll see here. We'll kind of see. I know it went through that eyewall replacement cycle earlier on, so that kind of helped it a little, but not quite as bad. It was still really bad for some of our areas, no doubt. But it could have been worse, is what I'm trying to say. So, but still really bad. I mean, historic for sure. Towards some of our areas, haven't seen something like this boy in a long time if ever. And towards some of these backyards, it's going to take a while for the power to come back on. Other areas to the east, I mean, Jacksonville is again a situation where it could have been worse though, Duval County. But again, looking at our maps right now, don't want to downplay things because we had a lot of bad storm surge toward Steinhatchee, toward Horseshoe Beach, Cedar Cube. Still got to kind of determine what happened. There might have been some catastrophic storm surge in there per se. When I'm talking about, where you have stuff washed away, but it seems like more about flooding first floors from what I've seen early on. Very preliminary, folks. Very preliminary. Don't know for sure. So kind of the speculation at this point till we kind of get some eyes on it. There could be more issues than really what we've kind of been able to determine at this point down there. And still, I mean, the surge threat isn't completely over. I mean, it's starting as the low pressure gets further up. Starting to probably get down there, but so this wind kind of pushing on in there. So that direction kind of plays a role in things for sure. So, okay, 12:09, I think it's the time right now. That's what it is. So we'll be back about 12:20 with more information. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date on this hurricane over South Georgia. Some of the worst of this there on Homerville, Pearson, Millwood, Willacoochee, Nashville, some areas around Idalia. Pretty heavy rain there. Flash flood warning continues for you guys. We currently have, it looks like 6 flash flood warnings continuing here. So remember, turn around, don't drown if there's green polygons. And this is still a hurricane. You don't want to be out and about anyway. There's windy conditions, power lines being knocked down, trees being knocked down. It can be deadly just being out in this weather. So stay safe out there, and we'll have more in about 10 minutes or so.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back at about 12:20, it looks like on this Wednesday afternoon. I'm still watching a hurricane of the Cat 1 at this point as we're looking at things move across there, parts of South Georgia. Seeing some of the impacts. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit tighter here. You kind of get an idea of what we're talking about. You can see up toward parts of Berrien and Cook County, the flash flooding potential there. Atkinson a little bit more concentrated now in toward the Pearson area, moving up toward Douglas over the next little bit, even more so. Gonna get some gustier winds there, so gonna get some more power outages, no doubt. And something I'm seeing here, Madison County or Mosley Hall, we're getting reports. Spotters saying numerous trees and power lines are down with the roads impassable. They even measured a gust of 81 earlier on, so what that kind of means, it's not going to be a situation where power is restored in most spots here tonight. Some will get it back, probably, but you want to be really careful. Really don't want to go out unless you have to. Make sure all those traffic lights that are out, make sure you're treating them as four-way stops. And then keep in mind, power lines could still be live, so don't get near them. And then generator safety is critical. Make sure that carbon monoxide poisoning threat is something that you are really aware of, because you don't want to have that generator running, a gasoline generator running in your house. You can't do it. That can be deadly. You can't run in your garage. Can't even run into the house because it could feed back in the air vents there. So keep it far away, but have it in there where you can get the generation of the power somehow. That's why it's so tricky with those. But I know we have power outages widespread in our Florida counties from Columbia through Jefferson and Leon. A lot of overall customers out, but percentage it was under 50%, I believe, last time I looked. But still, I mean, we're talking about like 50,000 or so out is what it looked like, which is a lot of customers in the dark. So it's going to take a while to get the power back on here. At least this will be moving out. It might be able to get a little bit of it before sunset. Might actually get a sunset in some spots here. It won't be quite as hot as it's been being with the humidity, but still pretty warm looking ahead. So that's something to keep in mind as well. 46 mile an hour gust there, Lake Asbury Junior High School, 1219. 47 at the Sunbelt Ag Expo, Weatherstem and Colquitt County, 1125. You see 47 tipped in there. Albany a little bit less out that way as I move the map over, actually. Looking at what's going on there. It's a situation here where I know we're just looking ahead to and looking ahead to the recovery around areas like Perry. Reports of building damage and trees down there in Taylor County. But Austin, the gust still can gust in the 50 range down there. That's still going to be adding insult to injury down there in Lowndes County. In the word about Austin area, we've had all that rain, the heavy rain come in really rapidly there. Had that flash flood emergency situation really focused there. But now the heaviest rain in the word parts of Atkinson County there. Along, it looks like US 221, US 441, over toward US 82, and then again pushing that up to see 51 mile an hour gust there on Douglas, Coffee County. I think that's a new one. Yeah, that's a new one, 1215. It's pretty strong wind sun up there, knocking out some more power, no doubt. And I had the hurricane warning. I was going to see this guy's earlier on. We still have it for most of the areas. They have canceled for like Bradford and Union and Gilchrist. A lot to that zone, and Levy even is out of it here now, which is good. It seems that's the storyline, but you can see it's still to the north. Some of the areas don't really need to be under it anymore, and they'll adjust accordingly. But there's some spots here in South Georgia that do need to still be under this threat. South central to southeast still with some of that hurricane wind threat with this Category 1 storm. I know as we're looking ahead here, could have changes, but right now college football is playing. University of Florida going up to, and I think they've already been traveling to move away from this area here because of storm threat, but going to be playing at Utah tomorrow, and then looking ahead there, FSU and Orlando on Sunday, and then Bradford High School playing Saturday, rescheduled from Friday as of last check against Baldwin there. That game going to be in Stark as of last check anyway, instead of up at Baldwin. So be interesting to see how the weather conditions kind of setting up for everything here. I know we continue to watch things. We'll have that after we wrap this covered up. We'll have that double box radar here up as we kind of look ahead here in the timeline. In fact, let's go ahead and do something real quick because we're not planning a formal update tomorrow at this point. It's tricky because we may shift around based on the need here with the overall power outage situation and the like here and the aftermath of things. But uh, really, after it's over, it's kind of hard to cover too much, except for maybe damage photos from meteorological perspective, which maybe we sharing from time to time into our retweeting there on Twitter, but and it's called the X platform now. But let's go ahead and step out of the way. I want to do a few things here. So let's see this graphics here of that storm system, that hurricane, still Category 1. So let's go ahead and just continue along here, but talk about some of our different things with the weather. If the game's going as planned here, let's just check. I'm going to do it really kind of quick here on it because we have all these fancy graphics for that, but we've been focused on the storm here. So just kind of go over that right now while we're on. So again, let's just go ahead and look there toward areas around Utah for that game tomorrow night. It's a Thursday night game to start the year. College football for the Gators. So let's see, Salt Lake City. It looks like could have some scattered, showered, even isolated thunderstorm can't be ruled out up there as we're looking. So that's kind of interesting. I guess the Gators bringing that weather, thunderstorm weather with them, but we'll get that up there. I mean, that chance, as we're looking there, maybe as often, obviously, as here. But we'll watch that, and then I think we just had a new warning issue. So let me check this real quick. Okay, new flash flood warning report to baking coffee and wearing out at 2:30. Let's mention that. Let's mention that here. Douglas over toward Broxton, Nichols, West Green, Bickley, New Lacey. When we're turning around, don't drown. Between 2 and 3.5 inches of rain have fallen, and just an amount of a half inch to inch possible in the warned area. So, okay, so let's look now at Orlando for that college football forecast. For the Seminoles game scheduled still against LSU. I mean, Orlando didn't get hit too hard, but my point being here is that with stuff around Tallahassee, I mean, there's always a small chance that things were to get shifted, but looking like mostly clear right now toward Orlando with that forecast for Sunday night, which is good. Some storms in the afternoon, though, but that's an evening kickoff. That's the Utah game is. Florida-Utah game, that is, up in Salt Lake. So maybe possible in the evening there based on just preliminary looks at things, and then looking up there at the game there. Bradford and Baldwin there. That's going to be at Bradford at the last check now pushed to Saturday because of the storm. So let's see what that forecast looks like around here as we kind of give you that breakdown here real quick. Again, situation that we're looking at. It looks like one where, well, on that Saturday night, it could be pretty nice. A little cooler than it's been being, but mostly clear. I mean, not at this time of the game, but it will be at 67. But there's indications it could get down to the upper 60s Saturday night. So that sounds pretty nice as we're looking at things here, as we look ahead into the timeline. So, okay, so just want to give you that breakdown because the schedule has been on here all morning into the afternoon, and we're planning not really have a full update tomorrow night unless maybe we do something in terms of the damage reports and come on here. That's not out of the question here at this point based on what we've seen, but kind of just something that's really tentative here at this point. So, okay, so we're getting an update out of Cook County. Reports of trees and power lines down throughout that region, unfortunately, around Idalia. We've been talking about you guys in that hurricane warning. 5 homes even reported to have trees down on them. Not what you want to hear, obviously. That's really serious stuff when you get all those trees to falling homes in toward that area. And that can always lead to injuries or even fatalities. I know that area, of course, hit so hard by the tornadoes in 2017. They're one of those, and then another one, of course, going up further toward the north there and toward Albany, but they haven't been hit as hard by this storm system. And this isn't as bad as that, but still, just obviously near as bad for them. But my point being, still never good to have homes impacted by trees. That's not good. Lightning popping up in Atkinson County with some of the heaviest action now. You see that? You see that they are on this within that hurricane warning as we continue along. And then let's just see here what else we might have. Let's see what else we might have here. Again, currently we have 7 flash flood warnings in effect. Let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit here. You see some of this gust over the last little bit of the southeast, and not really impressive, but still tropical force gust here, which is something that can cause power outages like we've been seeing. So just keep that in mind as we'll continue to look at all of our different metrics here in the weather center. Continue to look at the wind here as well. Let's take up the hurricane warning then and kind of see that. Kind of see that here. Berrien, look at that wind in Berrien County right now. Nashville. You can see little Coochie there. You see around Lakeland. Again, that wind energy, but it translates over east as well here to some degree. It ends up as well on here, but definitely getting some of that to translate over to the east. But then this is moving further north. Fitzgerald could get into more of this maybe then. If Idalia got hit a little bit harder, then maybe some indications were because it might have spread out kind of like again Irma kind of spread out some as the peak winds dropped, but the wind that was damaged, they maybe expanded a little bit in terms of spatial coverage. That's a possibility here, it would seem. Again, looking at some things here in the weather center right now. Looks like our risk area is Florida. Tornadoes are really pushed up to the north now, for the most part here. Let's jump to the map. I'll get back on camera in a moment, but let's go ahead and see it. So, our risk area for the tornado is pretty much just barely clipping southeast Georgia now, but there is a little bit of wind risk for maybe some pop-up stuff, clipping Flagler, maybe the morning later. You never know, but we get some energy mixing in. We're at 79 here east of Stark right now, though. Barometric pressure, well, it's up to 999. The lowest we got there was 997 millibars here. The peak gust there was 29 miles an hour, which was measured out at only about 6 feet. So that is a tropical force type gust as you extrapolate upward, but not a hurricane force gust for sure. And today's rainfall has been really low compared to what it could have been. Ended up only about 8.5 tenths there. Just under 9 tenths as we're looking there. As we look back toward yesterday, we had about 1.3, and a lot of that was just really pretty quick in a thunderstorm. So crazy to see that, but we had several inches. I mean, Flagstaff Emergency Award by Dosta there. I mean, inches of rain. I mean, within an hour, multiple inches really quickly, causing big time problems out there. So let's go ahead and see the coverage map here, just to remind you where we're at with things, and then we're just going to keep on checking the situation here. Obviously, the power outage numbers going on up as we continue to look. We're seeing some more wind gust reports here. So let's go ahead and I'll come back on camera now, and you'll be able to kind of see me to get an idea. We had gust of 47 there, Charlton County earlier on. St. Augustine, a gust of 47, still could knock out a little bit more power. 53 around Ware County, Waycross, so that's still enough to cause. This is not hurricane gust, but still enough to cause some issues here. So that's something to be mindful of as we're watching the progression of things here. As we're watching, haven't shown you satellite here in a while. Let's see that visible look. I didn't show a lot. So let's go to infrared here. Let's go to the infrared look. You can see really spread on out and almost more pushing off toward the east here some at this point, but some of that wind energy is still further back. And then as we look here, I know getting more reports out of Berrien County. Now trees and power lines down throughout that region, most notably in Ray City, East Berrien, and the Nashville area. So causing some big problems there, obviously, with power outages and the like, it would seem. As we see if there's any questions or comments from the viewers. Just again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me, watching on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and Twitch here on this Wednesday. We're still with you a little bit longer, the live coverage, and we'll go to a double box radar here as we watch the progression of this through the rest of our Georgia areas here, and the impacts kind of retreat, and then more now it's going to be moving out of the area, and with some hurricane impacts theoretically here. When I say theoretically, I mean in that we could have hurricane type gusts maybe up towards Savannah here as we look ahead toward the coast, maybe enhanced a little bit with the way the wind pattern could try to come in there, possibly in a tornado threat at the coast as well from our hurricane here. A hurricane, just continuing to watch things here, folks. Again, Idalia, as we go ahead and say some of that wind there, and a little bit of surge there towards southeast Georgia that we're watching, it seems, based on some reporting, broadcast media reports. So something to keep in mind. I also now report of a tree down a mobile home in Douglas area there in Coffee County at 12:31. So still some heavy impacts here. And you have trees falling on homes and the like. So 12:35 right now. We're back in about 5 more minutes with more information. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather for the latest on our hurricane.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here in Weather Center 1240 or so on this Wednesday, that's August 30th, 2023. And we continue to track our storm here. Continue to track that hurricane. As I'm seeing here, some more reporting coming on in now. Trees and power lines, again, we're talking about in Berrien County, issues with those being downed, and then tree reported down in a mobile home around Coffee County, and then looking like toward Madison County there, 2 semis reported rolled over onto, it looks like, really maybe under sides near, I would think, near the Ely exit off of I-10. A tree reported down in a mobile home in Coffee County around the Douglas area. That's another one. In addition, it looks like to maybe the first one, there's 2 separate reports in here, at least. That one's southwest of Douglas versus the one east-southeast that came on in Augusta 48 in Flagler Beach. Roof taken off gas station in Lanier County around Lakeland over the last little bit. Not good to hear that. And then Brooks and Lowndes here now. They've extended a flash flood warning to 2:15 for that area there. Brooks and Lowndes flash flood warning continuing to 2:15. So that's an update to that, as it looks like. The latest on that here is a base warning. Doppler indicated 4 to 9 inches of rain earlier on, and additional amounts of up to about a half an inch possible. So really getting the weather up there quickly from the actual rainfall coming on through so rapidly there. So it's going to be aggravated by just a little bit more rain even, and have to watch the waters recede. But Brantley County, Augusta 40 miles an hour, and Fort Caroline, Jacksonville, Augusta 40. It looks like Lanier County now, trees and power lines reported down across that county there in South Georgia, as we continue to watch the progression of the hurricane, a Cat 1 hurricane, Category 1 now, as we pop up that Saffir-Simpson hurricane, a wind scale again here. You want to see what we're talking about. Some damage still expected and occurring here towards some of the areas. Of course, we had that storm surge to the coast we've talked about down there toward the Gulf Coast. Maybe not as this catastrophic as it could have been, but it's still really severe overall, it sounds like, and something that's going to cost folks a lot of money here for sure. So let's go ahead and look at some more information coming in Lanier County. We've been just tracking here on the Doppler view. Let's go to that closer view of things here. You can see some of the worst of this really starting, some of this is out of the area in Bacon County, but Coffee County is still in our area here. But Jeff Davis isn't, so at least some of the worst of this is starting to move further up, which is good news. But looks like now Jasper, a wind report of 40 miles an hour, the gust up towards 60. At Swanee County, the boys ranch there around, that was only 1240. Wow, the wind's still pouring on in some of the backside. That could still cut a little more power outages. And then Coffee County, Georgia, new flash flood warning out of 245. Seeing that threat there. At about 12:43, Doppler indicated the hurricane producing heavy rain across the warned area between 1.5 and 3 inches of falling, with additional amounts of a half inch to an inch possible in the warned area, Ambrose and Pridgeon. And then looks like they've expired a flash flood warning for Jefferson, Madison, Brooks and Lowndes and Thomas. But they've issued a flood advisory now to warn that area at about 2:45 as the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. So again, just continue to watch the progress of things here. You can see Broxton and some of these areas still getting the wind. I mean, Berrien County still shows the wind looping back around in Nashville here. So it's still, even though it's kind of disorganized looking overall, it's still kind of treacherous up there. And that's just to get through. There's Irwin and Ben Hill counties that are on Fitzgerald. Won't be as strong, but still enough to cause some damage up there, no doubt. That's a situation where it looks like here some of those counties are under the tropical storm warning versus a hurricane warning up there. So that's something to keep in mind. But still, some nastier conditions are moving on through here. Parts of the coverage area. As we look ahead, still in the afternoon, it's starting to get even a little bit, I mean, in terms of less rain toward the south, but still gusty winds here at times. Here toward North Florida, but the rain amounts not around here they've not been very impressive. So I'm trying to stay on Stark. There is the west, different story. Let's report some of the storm totals here from the Moody radar. You can see, look at that corridor from Perry up through Madison County, all that rain. I mean, that's 7, 8, 9 inches in there. So some spots, but toward Bradford County, only about an inch here from the event today, and then just incredible the contrast there. And then uh, just looking Jekyll Island, gust of 55 miles an hour. That is reported in Glenn County, Georgia. A gust of 46 in Waycross there. Looking at things up in toward that area. So definitely an impact there with those winds that could still cause some issues. Some trees falling, that's the big deal. Trees can be deadly when they fall. But we talked about how we'd have power issues widespread, and a lot of that's caused by trees falling, but some power lines fall too, just on their own. But some are going to get knocked down by the trees here. So again, that's something to keep in mind as well. So again, just checking all the different reports coming on in. At least the tornado threat's going on down here, and storm surge threat, we still have some of it there near the coast, but I mean, because of that wind direction, but eventually we'll be seeing a little bit lesser. But we have to watch Southeast Georgia a little bit too, because I noticed how this kind of bends in a little bit there too. So not overwhelming, nothing like Cedar Key or anything like that, but a few feet of storm surge there. Still a possibility that can cause some flooding. So be careful up there. Remember to be away from that water and those type of adverse conditions. And then in the flash flood warning, turn around, don't drown. The wind threat, of course, significant here with these nasty winds moving on through. These damaging wind gusts here. We've had so many trace and just issues. It's going to take a long time for power to come back on in spots. Folks will be working hard out there as it starts to get safer to do so. As this event continues here for a little bit longer, our coverage will continue for a little bit longer as well. We'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock with more information. Another update on our hurricane with another update. Hopefully the winds will go down from 85, maybe to more like 80 or 75 in that update. But the track officially in the forecast officially has this as a hurricane all up to Savannah. So we'll have to kind of see on how that progresses here. It's kind of tricky because the way this is kind of falling off, you still have kind of an eye wall left over, but it's really kind of more focused on the top side here. So we'll have to see what they kind of do with this as we progress throughout the afternoon hours here. And we continue to watch the situation. Still more power outages possible across South Georgia. So make sure areas there. I mean, there's still a chance you can get a little bit stronger when this gets closer around Brunswick. Make sure you're turning your devices if you haven't lost power yet. I know where there is like south, central, southeast Georgia, especially. So something to keep in mind there. And we'll continue to give you more details here at 1 o'clock. So we'll see you guys then with more information.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here at about 1 o'clock on this Wednesday, still tracking our hurricane, getting some of the latest updates here into the weather center right now. We just got a report of a gust of 60 miles an hour toward areas there around Jacksonville International Airport about 30 minutes ago or so. That's coming on in. That's a Flashwood warning now for parts of Ben Hill, Irwin, and Tipp County until about 3:30. And I'm hearing the wind pick up where I'm at here just a bit. So let's see if we can pull up our camera again. Not quite done here. Things are looking better, though, obviously, as we continue to allude to here for a while for our North Florida zones. Yeah, it's really getting out of view, but you can kind of see the trees blowing there. The aperture kind of, after a while, it gets getting thrown a little bit with all this this active weather. But again, looking here at our situation, we got an update just a moment ago with the latest advisory details. I'll go to power outages here too. So let's do that first. So let's go ahead and go over there, go to full screen on Florida's power outages. And then this is the poweroutage.us map. So let's go ahead and go on over there right about now. And you'll be able to see we have a lot of outages here, folks. From Columbia to about Leon, give or take. It's really been an impactful storm in terms of just knocking out so much electricity here. Widespread power outages from about Columbia to about Leon, and then you extend, all those coastal counties, McCullough, coastal parts of Jefferson, there in Interport, Inland Jefferson, Taylor, Dixie, coastal Levy as well. All that wind impact, they're knocking out so much electricity. I'm sitting in Georgia too, and I'll see you guys that in a moment, but I just want to get this latest update here. The tropical cyclone update as of 1 o'clock now. They're going, the sustained winds are now down to 80 miles an hour, and it's the last hourly update on this storm. They're going to do the 2 o'clock update, and then they're going to go to a situation where they'll just be doing 3-hour updates there after that, unless something changes. But looks like estimated minimum pressure based on a recent observation of Moody Airport page 978 millibars. Gust there to about 55 reported at Jekyll Island recently, so hard to get a lot of the gust reports in there because of where this is at. But 60 at Jacksonville Airport was a little bit higher. They didn't even put that in because it's a weird spot for that overall. But that's kind of the storyline there right now. So again, as soon as power outages there from power.us, though, as we continue to monitor things, I'm going to come back here on camera. So let's go ahead and do it like this. Let me go ahead, and I think we'll kind of continue to watch that map there as we're looking at things. But just kind of allude to here a situation where we still this storm up there, our hurricane wind scale, still some damage likely and occurring, obviously, in towards South Georgia here at this point with this Category 1 wind on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. So that's kind of the storyline there. Let me go over to the Georgia power.us map now, because we've seen a big escalation in power outages there. I know, by the way, Watermore, not even Flagler County, we're seeing 1251 there's around but now. But let me go ahead and come here again with me, and then again you can see how the storms in Georgia been moving through South Jordan, and that impact being felt there for sure. With those outages in parts of South Georgia. Again, just watching that impact there for sure and towards some of the different backyards there. We're going to go county by county with some of this. We haven't done this too much for South Georgia, so let's go ahead and do that now. You can kind of see here, looking on in there, all that red now, indicating really widespread power outages. As I go up real quick, you see so many in the dark. Over 92,000 customers to that electricity, and then I go back down, almost 3,000 in Camden, almost 3,000 in Glen, but it gets worse as you get further west. Could end up getting these eastward numbers increase some, but more northerly probably with the increase. Over 9,000 in Worth County, Clinch County, you see the outages there, Atkinson and Coffee. You can see Berrien, saw Cook there, and look at Lowndes. Almost everybody in the dark about Austin. We said it was going to be bad there, and it has been. Brooks County, Colquitt, you see a little bit less, and then Thomas, a third of the customer to know they were replaced. As I look at Grady, even less. They replaced folks went in Tallahassee that had to get out after Hermine when the power was out for so long. Might go a little bit further west this time, but power outages overall in Thomas County, not as bad as those other interior or south central Georgia counties it doesn't look like here at this point. So, by the way, flash flood warning is expired for parts of Atkinson and Clint. So that's kind of the storyline there. As we're looking toward that area, as we look toward that area of the viewing circles, we continue our hurricane coverage again. This historic storm here, looking at Idalia. So again, let's just move away from the Paradise map for the time being. I think we'll jump back on over on the screen. You're able to see me once again. I'm looking at some of our systems here. I mean, this Paradise is about. I mean, you've seen me in Seville. There's so many times over the years we never have had this anything like what we've seen today here toward so many counties. We unfortunately kind of were alluding to it earlier on this morning. How to charge the devices in that general corridor, and little things here and there, maybe one way or the other, a little bit more. But overall, it's been pretty focused in that corridor here, with some of the worst of the impacts of what we were kind of anticipating on this morning's update. Of course, not as bad in Bradford as it could have been for sure. We were seeing 90 gusts there early on that Monday, and then things kind of shifted back. It went down to 70 gusts, and now maybe not Bradford, but some of the other areas there, highest gusts we've seen them in the 60 range in Duval and some of those areas. So that's kind of that corridor here. Definitely not as bad to the east, but still some trees falling in Union County and Holmes, Columbia even more so. It sounds like based on media reports. So a nasty situation. It still continues in Georgia. We still got several flash flood warnings. Some of those are outside of our area now. But we got one, let's see, count off 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that still include part of our viewing circle up here. So remember, turn around. Don't drown in these type of situations if you're even going out. But you probably shouldn't with the lines down, because what if there's, power lines and flooding? That is not a good combination here, folks, obviously. Not a good combination as we're looking at things here in towards South Georgia, and some of the heaviest rain in our far northern fringes now. Some of that out toward Bacon County, out of our area, but Coffee and parts of that area, still some of the heaviest rain in here right along US 221. I know these wind numbers don't do it justice, but we've had those hurricane potential winds, and even these high tropical forests can still knock in a lot of power. So still hurricane max sustained winds of 80. Last hourly update from the Hurricane Center was to 1 o'clock. So kind of a situation. Still could be a hurricane as it goes towards Savannah. It could be a strong tropical storm as well. Still going to cause a lot of power outages in that corridor, which is going to still kind of be clipping some areas, maybe adding some more power outages further off toward the east here. And we'll be back about 1:20 with more information. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. Maybe about our last update here. We'll see. I'm going to keep evaluating things. We'll have to switch streams soon here, and whether we just go straight to a radar stream or if we do a little more coverage on that, we're going to determine here as we look ahead. And I keep looking at some of the numbers here and watching the situation. So hurricane warning in effect for parts of the region here. So be really careful still. And there's still some gusty winds in north central Florida, and still gusty around here at times. So tree could still fall. That's vulnerable. So it's not an all clear per se even. So you still got to be kind of careful. We'll be continue to watch things, and again, for the update in about 12, 11 minutes now. Make that about 11 minutes. You see that gust around 50 there in Waycross. There's still some tropical force gust here for sure, causing some problems here in our viewing area.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back in Northern Center right now about 1:20 on this Wednesday here. We've been with you for about the last 7.5 hours for the better part of it, trying to keep you guys safe and informed. And it's looking like it's going to be our last update here, unless we have to come back on later on for a tornado warning situation, something like that. We will stream the radar here. We'll get to our other source here in just a few moments after I wrap this and have our satellite and radar together. If we see any more flash flood warnings that get issued, but of course, if there's a tornado warning, something like that, then we'll break in immediately. We'll go to a new stream and do it that way. But not expecting that at this point. Still got hurricane warnings. Seem extending further south. Hurricane conditions in a few spots here and there. And gusts not out of the question, but mainly higher in tropical force conditions here in the worst conditions here in our area right now. Still getting some gusts though. We're not getting much rain toward the south. We did just get a gust reported around the Keystone area there at the airport to 44 at 12:55. Maybe about the highest we got there during this event. And again, we don't have much rain though around, and that's not something that's overwhelming. We still have the tropical storm warning potential toward the south here, and I just had the hurricane warnings out, but we're still gonna continue to be monitoring things here. If something escalates, we can always jump back in. It's still nasty in Georgia, but we've been talking about that for a while now. Let's just kind of break that down a little bit more here. I know some of the flood watch being dropped. Still getting some pretty gusty winds as I say this around Valdosta. The winds still are lingering some in there. That site keeps reading some higher readings here. 61 miles an hour apparently there. These numbers just kind of act as if maybe they don't want me to wrap things up, but again, kind of that backside there maybe as Valdosta. They're pretty much already in the dark anyway, and it's a situation where damaging winds are still coming in there at points in toward this area here. I mean, a lot of this not as concentrated, but still maybe some wind there. That could be at a higher height, higher than where we're getting down toward the surface at to keep getting those type of numbers, because these numbers up here aren't as high, and those are in the more concentrated accent, it would seem. Here are 30s, 40s. I mean, definitely probably getting a few spots in between a little bit higher though. Still flash flood warnings continue though for parts of Ben Hill, Irwin, and Tift until about 3:30. Areas there of Coffee at about 2:45. Coffee and Ware, it looks like about 2:30. Brooks and Lowndes at 2:15. Atkinson and Coffee to 2 o'clock. Berry and Colquitt and Cook to 1:45. And Lanier to 1:30. Yeah, if we get more issues, you'll see them pop up with this green box on the screen. If something happens, we're going to have a flash flood emergency or something, then we'll jump back in as well with a special stream. But again, right now it's a situation here. We had that to work about Austin, not expecting that. I'm talking in our area here. Generally, I'm probably watching the progressing more toward the Savannah TV market area here as we're looking ahead in toward the timeline, but still some lingering wind on the backside. Most about Austin, Lowndes County in the dark right now. It could take a while for that power to be restored there toward that area, toward areas there, especially, Tallahassee, some damaging conditions there, but just east to there as well along the interstate, and Taylor County, Perry, even more concentration. We had the extreme wind warnings we were covering live for you guys on the air here this morning. We had those extended up into areas of Madison County and Suwannee County and Lafayette County there on Mayo. All the wind issues, storm surge, severe storm surge there toward Cedar Key, toward Sun Hatchet, or Hirsute Beach, it seems. Don't know if it was what we call catastrophic, just completely walked the buildings, or why we don't know for sure on that. But it seems like right now a lot of flooding, even Citrus County, a lot of big problems, homes. Just with all the mold you're going to get anyway, it was a situation where it was just really serious, and one where, if you only had the one floor, it probably wouldn't really be a survivable situation for some, maybe for most, honestly. So that's why folks were urged to get out. But I don't think we got, unless it was in a spot where we didn't have measurements, which we didn't have maybe as many because it's more rural, but we didn't see anything close to that 12 to 16 feet that I've seen. Cedar Key was closer to 7 feet there, which is still worse than Hermine, worse than the last 50 plus years there for Cedar Key. So it's still a historic storm, no doubt. Don't get me wrong. They're still very, very serious for those folks, and it's life changing. Folks didn't have insurance or whatever in that regard, and obviously they're going to be in some big time trouble potentially here in terms of this overall, with having maybe, if the flooding pretty much, messed everything up there, it's really going to be a big time issue there. as they're looking ahead, as we're seeing more reports of trees down in Madison County or Greenville on US 221 in the southwest Bushnell Trail. So those reports just keep coming in. Still going to get some more trees to fall in the area, especially in South Georgia, here, South Central Georgia, but a few in between, even in North Florida here. Definitely not out of the question with the winds. We're still getting to wrap around occasionally. I know we're not getting the winds as high where we're at, but still a gust here in the 20 range at that lower height is what it's kind of the storyline is. Not we didn't see the numbers like we did during the cold. Sometimes that might have to do with wind direction based on a anemometer just at 6 feet though too. But again, just continuing to watch things here, continuing to track them in this type of situation here. Just overall, as we're watching this kind of move away. I mean, what's left of the eye there, you can kind of see it there. The eye, what's left of it's kind of moving over to Waycross here, and definitely some more power outages. The story in Waycross here as we're looking ahead. It's really tricky because this storm's been kind of a tricky one to watch here for sure. Let me go ahead and go on over here to Water the Road. In some ways, you can make the argument that this eye, if you look here closely, is really jogged more off toward the east here now, which keeps an area a little bit longer here with some of these wind impacts because it looks like it was supposed to go a little more like this, and instead it kind of jogged back toward the east here a bit with that eye. But a lot of the heavier rain to the north is just wind in here making for, conditions there that are pretty strong for sure in terms of the wind. But it's a scenario here where we're a little bit more escalated than what we saw there. Let's say as we're looking, some of those issues you can have sometimes. We have a bunch of wind after a front comes through. We're a little bit higher than that right now on that back side. It's just adding insult to injury with all the wind issues you've had on the front side. But looking there, I'm talking about some of the strongest winds that you have. It's a little bit stronger than that, like what you have after a front. And on the southern side of that, but we don't have that much rain with that. So again, awning was blown off a government building in Waycross. We're being told a large sign, 6 feet in diameter, next door to a building was also blown off just a little while ago. So still having an impact here, obviously, and just causing more and more power outage concerns. So nasty situation there. Nasty situation as we're continuing to watch things here in the weather center. More power outages are going to be the story. May get more toward Peters Brantley and in Camden and Glen. It just keeps trying to make that little jog here with the energy. But the worst of the heavy rain, that's more kind of moving further on up out of the viewing area. So again, it's a weird situation overall where you have some lingering wind here that's kind of causing the issues and not much rain. Kind of, again, reminiscent like Irma to some degree, and lesser impact on the bottom side. It's got an extension of the flash flood warning now for parts of Atkinson and Coffee counties until about 2:30. So at 1:28, 2 to 3 inches of rain fell. Another half inch is possible. So gotta keep an eye on things here. If we need to jump back in with coverage, we will. But we'll have a live stream of radar and satellite with these winds here up as well. If we have another tornado warning or a really big flood threat that comes into play, we'll be jumping in immediately. But thanks so much for tuning in. It's been a long day here in the Weather Center, folks. And we'll still be watching things on this hurricane. What a situation it was. Idalia here moving on through across our viewing area for now. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me. We'll be watching the aftermath of this to stay safe in the aftermath of the power outages as they keep going up a little bit more toward especially our Georgia counties here. Stay safe out there. Generator safety after the storm is so important as well. Make sure you're practicing that. For now, thanks so much again for watching this coverage, and just really be extra careful across the viewing circle.